Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. of three. I'm ready, 'cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me, walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown, down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Ready, start the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds, yeah. Count the seconds, yeah. I'll count the seconds, yeah. Count the seconds, yeah. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown, down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Ready, start the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Four, three, two, one.
Ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. I'm talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show, here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold, truth be told. We coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my pony. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my pony. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. 'Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my pony. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength that's I keep hope alive. Through the dark
bounce. Everybody love a comeback, gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback, gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes, so what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall, hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Thank goodness it is Friday, because Friday means more WCS action for Malaysia and Singapore. My name is Husky, and alongside me to kick off the show for week number 3 is the one and only Grandon, who approved my hairstyle for today, so I am feeling really good about myself.
It looks good, man. It looks good. I'm enjoying it. We're having fun. Letting our hair down for Friday. That's what this is about. We're letting our hair down. We're about to enjoy ourselves. And I'm really super excited for the first match, because for the first one, we had TODAK P6. And I think you guys are sleeping on TODAK a little bit. Okay. Alright. Before we continue this, disclaimer, I think I am a little bit too. But I think they have a good chance to kind of prove something to us, you know? We're going into like the second stage of the double round robin. It means everyone gets to fight each other again. And don't have a chance to pull back.
Yeah, and today is going to be all the teams fighting their last batch of enemies before we go for the rerun, the reset tomorrow. So I think TODAK, if they can prove something against P6, this is going to be it. This is where TODAK makes their stand. And you can say the same for P6, right? Because they are in a very comfortable position. They probably are the gatekeepers for the top 4. But the question is, how far can they push this narrative? How far can they proceed? Because we do have, Watermelon, LFO, and SEM9 right above them. But before we continue with all of that, because I think we have a really good narrative coming up, I do want to remind you guys that you also can be a part of this conversation. Wild Rift is not just about the teams fighting each other, it's also about us interacting with one another on social media. So if you guys have some funny memes, some funny stories, or some funny narratives of your own that you guys want to share with us, do remember to do so. Post your phrase, your sentences, your memes, videos, anything with the hashtag WCS MYSG, and you will stand a chance to be featured on the official broadcast.
Yeah, last time, what happened? I was Nunu, Leonard was Willem. No, I was Willem, Leonard was Nunu, and then TJ was a face staring at us all. Or TJ was on fire. I don't know. We had so many memes out from the last regional competition. Now we're back with the WCS MYSG. Show us what you guys have. We had a couple interesting ones. Like I think with Vendetta having a pentakill, he had some kind of like bug splat thing. We have a lot of talented guys we have a bunch of talented guys in the community. Show us what you guys have in store for us.
Yeah, and follow us on Facebook, Wild Rift Esports MYSG. I think the most popular meme coming up from week number 2 was definitely the series between Upcar Esports and SEM9, right? Everyone was memeing that. I think the Thor Ragnarok meme was the most popular one. You can't I can't remember the character. I'm very bad with my memory, but you get the reference. So we'll see if that is.
I do not, but I'll take it. Whatever you say, man. I don't like. I have people don't understand this, but I just don't get pop culture references. But that's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine. But there's something that I think everyone should understand, and that's going to be about the format of WCS. So sit back, relax. Let us run you through what the format is about.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
There you have it. The journey to the global stage begins there, and I have to admit, I love the narrative in the video. I love how it's done. You know, it reminds me of someone that I know. I believe he is currently with me. But serious question: how long did it take for you to perfect that? Because it sounded like the golden voice, and I think it is the golden voice.
Oh my goodness! Stop! You're making me blush. I'm embarrassed. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I think I did like 2 takes, and I did like a couple of safeties, and I just like sent the whole package over, and I was like, here you go. This is what you have. You know, if you ask me for anything better, I don't know if I can. Yeah, but it's always fun because like we have so many things like planned for like content wise coming in. Like these are things that we haven't got to do for like a long time, and now we're like with Wild Rift Esports, and they just announced like the 3.1 patch, which is pretty massive. You know, like gameplay wise, that's pretty massive. Esports things, I think what's happening is looking really cool as well. So like overall, I'm feeling pretty good about stuff.
Yeah, and I think when that patch finally hits, we would enter a definitive new state, a definitive new era of Wild Rift meta, right? So when that point comes, it will help us to find out like which teams are a bit more better at adapting to adversity. But with that being said, let us take a look at the standings as of the end of week number 2. We've finally been seeing some teams really rising up to the occasion and some teams still struggling, but this is how it stands. SEM9 and Looking for Org still at the top, both teams with 1 loss. Phantom6 and Upcar Esports tied for 3rd, both teams with 4 wins and 2 series losses. Watermelon in 5th place with 3 wins, 3 losses. PathSeeker in 6th place, 2 series wins, 4 series losses. TODAK finally getting their first series win over Reach the Peak, which puts them in 7th place, and Reach the Peak still not at the peak yet. They're at the bottom.
Yeah, well, they never specified if this was like the peak as in the upwards peak or like the downwards peak. I think, there could be an argument to be made like that in the like if you go down to the Mariana Trench, like that is the peak of the like the bottom, maybe, but like going into this entire competition in the first place, like Reach the Peak had a lot of things that I think were really interesting anyway. So I'm not all that surprised that this is kind of like what we've seen so far from them. There's still so much more that they can kind of try and develop, especially with coming in with like the different roster. They're switching around so constantly. They're so fluid with everything that they have, and that it really doesn't. I don't think this first week really defines them all that much.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that Reach the Peak, they have been experimenting with different iterations of the lineup. So perhaps when we cross the halfway point, they will finally, bust out the door as a dark horse or surprise. There's still a lot of matches to come. But what's important is the matches coming up for today. Starting off, we have TODAK taking on Upcar Esports. LFO versus SEM9 will be the second one.
It's different. This is not the this is for day 5. I think we're past this point where we're looking in the past. Where now in the future, TODAK does start our day off, but it's up against Phantom6. Do not be confused. Upcar Esports. What happened this day? Okay, Upcar Esports won the day after this, so they got. So they went from playing TODAK to SEM9, and then they beat SEM9 2-0 after this day. That is crazy. That is bonkers. We should get that proper the proper schedule to you guys real soon. But I think it's TODAK P6, then SEM9 PathSeeker, RTP versus LFO, and then Watermelon and Upcar to close it out.
Yeah. This is the correct one, and yeah, you caught me there. I was confused for a couple of seconds. I was like, I know TODAK is playing, but I don't think it's up against Upcar. There you go. Phantom6, they are going to be fighting Phantom6 for the first time, same as the other teams. SEM9 takes on PathSeeker and the rest as follows. So this is going to be the last day where each team will fight their opponents for the very first time, and afterwards we will go for the full reset in this double round robin. But early on, you did touch on like TODAK against Phantom6, right? We kind of agreed on the fact that TODAK, we might be sleeping on them a bit too much. Phantom6 are in a comfortable spot, but how much more can they proceed, upwards into the echelons of competitive Wild Rift in Malaysia, Singapore?
Exactly, and the fact that we just saw the announcement with the Shang moving over to SEM9, right? Am I mistaken? No, that's what happens. It's the ultimate grudge match. Like, they pulled away, arguably, P6's carry player. I don't want to say like best, because I think that it's so hard to define. I think that their old roster had some incredible standouts. I think Hockey's still sticking around. It's a great thing for the P6, but I think arguably their carry player, because of the playstyle that they put him on, now he's gone over to SEM9. He's breaking bread with the enemy. Now he's going to have to play against you guys in week 2. And if that becomes the difference maker as they go into playoffs, where they want to try and make it into the finals, get that last seed, and then the difference maker is the Shang coming back and playing against them, man, that is a travesty. That's so sad to watch.
It's like the biggest difference maker, right? P6 just stood there wondering, where did the Shang go? There has to be a reason, and now they know. The cat is out of the bag, and they are in literally the best team. The team that, its previous iteration was beaten by GeekFam in 4 seasons. There's so many interesting development across last week. But I think for TODAK against Phantom6 in particular, the one thing that Wild Rabbit did say last week was that TODAK, they are constantly improving, they're putting a lot of effort, and under the leadership of the more experienced players like Wild Rabbit himself and Shanks, they are trying their best. The hope for playoff is still alive, and I think that is the most interesting part.
No, absolutely, right? We're still seeing a really good shot from even RTP and TODAK. There's a good chance, well, I mean, I wouldn't say good chance, but there is a strong chance that they could turn things around if they start being able to win their matches at this point, because there are only 2 slots that don't go through the playoffs. So there's a really positive chance that they could make it in there if they start performing better now. And TODAK, at the end of week 2, got their first win. That is the first step of many to get to that playoff stage. I think TODAK are looking better. I think a lot of the communications that we've been having internally have been saying like, yeah, TODAK look better. They look like a team that are, getting ready to ramp up as they reach playoffs. And sometimes that's when you want to peak. But a team that I'm really excited for, Upcar's been practicing their up-dog strategy.
Yeah. I do. I remember that now that they've been in SEM9, I think that is going to continue to be a thing for Upcar, right? Like, if there's one team that can give us the biggest surprise, I personally feel like it's undoubtedly going to be Upcar. I think at this point they can beat any team. It's a matter of whether it happens or not.
Yeah, but I think the biggest part is that the up-dog strategy really matters,
Yes, it really does. I think like, we did have our internal predictions early on, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I was peer pressured into like considering Upcar, but I'm gonna put it right here on the table because we won't be doing the last 2 series. I think Upcar has a good shot. It's a long shot, but if they beat SEM9, I'm on the Upcar hype.
Oh man, I don't know if
I am going uphill.
I don't know if you're trying to just like shutting me down because you know what the joke is and you don't want to play into it because you think it's bad. Oh man, I'm so sad right now.
I'm so sorry. This is probably my only chance.
You know the joke, right? You know the joke.
I think I do. I'm inclined to believe that I do.
Okay. That's fine. Well, for you guys that don't, it's a nice little Office reference. I am a big fan of The Office after all, so almost things that I don't get references, but the only references I get are from The Office and probably like SpongeBob. So that says something about me, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Now that you say yes, I finally understand the reference. So thank goodness we're on the same page. Just that I'm not giving you the luxury, and this is the only time. I promise. Man. From this point onwards, I'm gonna follow you towards the end. But we have to follow the lineup of TODAK and Phantom6. But let's take a look at TODAK first as they get prepared for the first series. There you have it. TODAK's lineup coming into this best of 3 against Phantom6. We will get Crown, we get Newgate, Skylo, Wild Rabbit, and Shanks. And frankly speaking, I do like this version of TODAK a bit more. Having Wild Rabbit does solidify the Dragon Lane compared to having Kuya. And I think it's just kind of like the experience coming to play from a player like Wild Rabbit.
Yeah, brings in a lot of value towards the bottom side, especially because I think right now there is a little bit of flexibility there. There's still quite a bit of impact with the kind of bot laners and the dragon laners that you want to try and play for. I think it's going to get even more impactful as supports start receiving some changes, you could say. Like we saw in 3.1, some of the big things that stood out to me were like the combat summoner spells. Now, yeah, I'm thinking about stuff like Yumi running Exhaust Ignite. Like, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, and I also feel that right now for the bottom side, I think at least for a team like TODAK, they are a team that haven't seen much emphasis right on the dragon lane. So Wild Rabbit, there, even though they don't receive much help or like much attention, at least they get a better start, right? They don't get run over as what happened in the previous few series that they played with Kuya. And I feel like this is a good change for TODAK. It does give them a bit of a glow up, and we saw that when they took on RTP last week.
It's great that you mentioned that because you look at all the teams that are playing right now in the WCS MYSG. You got Momo in the bot side with Iggy. You got Sagi Winter in the bot side, Raven Rich. You got Scarlet Petal and Smurf. Like, your bot side better be able to hold your own because otherwise you get smashed.
Yeah, TODAK right now, they're struggling with that, but we will take a look at not only the bot lane matchup, but the rest of their opponent. It is Team Phantom6. Led by none other than Nyx and also coached by the experienced Glaciers. This is Phantom6, Nyx and Eggy. They went for a role swap, and ever since then, Phantom6 has been looking incredibly solid, at least in most of the matches that they play. And even in matches that they lost, I think Phantom6 stands a really good chance. Three of them have won a season before, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think the win that they've also got, I want to say, was a little bit partly in credit due to the way they were playing around their Baron laner. Yoshi's a very different style, and so I think that was some of the growing pains that they had when they came into the competition. Days 1 and 2 against the toughest opponents off the get-go, and I don't think they were entirely ready with this new playstyle because now it looks like it's more focused around Haki, around Momo, the two bigger hyper carries now. Yoshi's more about being stable and really lending support and being that backbone for the rest of the team, right? So Phantom6 had some difficulty at the start. Now they get to have some time to really iron out the issues. 4 wins in a row. Now they get to play in their last game before things start to reset, and that's when I expect to see a stronger Phantom6.
And Nyx also got a chance to prove himself in the jungle once more, right? Because last year during a Icon Fall season, he didn't do that well and he went back into support. That's where they brought in 69 and the Shang. But right now, in the jungle, I would say he looks pretty darn good. He's pushing the limits, he's playing aggressive, and he's creating that synergy with Haki that we didn't get to see, almost a year ago. So Phantom6, they're in a pretty good spot. I particularly love how Nyx has been leading the team so far, and I also think partly because they did bring in Glaciers as the coach. So Phantom6, with that experience in the bag, they should be able to give us a pretty good show.
Yeah, and the thing about having Glaciers coming as a coach is that we need some time for Glaciers to really have his impact. Now with this decent runway, because we start all the way in February, at the end of February, and we end group stage at the end of March. He has at least this 1 full month to work with his team, work with his players, and then going into playoffs, they get to start to prepare some playoff-specific strategies. Like, that timeline is so critical because you see guys like Glaciers go around, he's helping these teams, but he's not a miracle worker. End of the day, he lends you some insight, he helps you get better at the game, prepares your strategies and all, but you need time to develop and get to a level to execute them. I think that has been the biggest deciding factor is he's always come in the last minute to lend some last second support to his teams. Now he actually gets to work with somebody early on. I think that's huge.
Yeah, kind of like the fairy godmother, right? Like from, I believe, Cinderella, if I get my fairy tale straight. But we do have some hit-to-hit stats that we can look at for this matchup. I think for TODAK and Phantom6, my personal my personal watch list is going to be the jungle mid. Nyx, Haki, Skylo, Newgate. We've been hovering around, especially Skylo and Newgate, for a long time, and I think this is the best stage for them to prove themselves because especially Newgate, he himself has proved so much against the match against SEM9 even though that they lost. But the hit-to-hit stats will show us the Dragon Laners, Wild Rabbit and Momo. The numbers are pretty same, I would say. I'm slightly surprised, but also because Wild Rabbit played lesser games, so the numbers might be skewed a bit.
Sure, fair enough. That is actually an important thing to note. But the big thing for me seeing this is both these guys are ready to play that hyper carry. Momo wants to take that challenge on. He's playing up against guys like Raven. He's like, yeah, I'll play the hyper carry. I don't care. I will go in there, try to win my lane, and then carry the game. Be that damage output. Wild Rabbit, I love the fact that he's willing to take these exchanges too. Like being willing to go in and directly confront Momo in this spot. I love the fact that TODAK have been able to bring him in and he's been able to get so much work done. You look at the stats, like you mentioned, pretty similar across the board. Overall, P6 do less damage, which is why even though we look at damage per minute, it's lower on the side of P6, but that's because they're more about having these fast executed plays. But Mobile has an amazing KDA because they love taking these good fights. They love taking fights that are able to propel them forward, and yeah, I think KDA is just a good representation for that.
Yeah, and I think Phantom6 is one of those few teams that play team fights like they're in an orchestrated dance, right? It always looks and feels good. Momo in particular loves champions like Kaisa, and if he gets a chance to get to pilot the champion, they will pick it for him. And
yeah,
he probably is one of those brave souls that would use his ultimate killer instinct to jump into a fight without any regards and still get out with a couple of kills. I think that's really what makes Phantom6 special. The moving parts of Phantom6 just feels a bit more refined, but at the start of the broadcast, you said we might be sleeping on TODAK a bit too much, and I'm ready to see TODAK finally, wake up and show us what they're capable of against Phantom6.
Look, we have to see like full madman TODAK just jump in, rushing against P6, because P6 Upcar, I think are like just right about up there with like the top teams in this competition right now. If TODAK win here, that reassures us a lot.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the predictions and see which team gets more reassurance from the panel, right? There's 4 of us today. That's me, you, and Omo, Leonard. Leonard is coming up soon, and we also have Aaron. And all of us think that P6 is still the stronger team, which I think is without a doubt, right? Watching how P6 have played the previous matches, it is without question that they get the votes. But if TODAK can get an upset like you said, then it would give us a lot more reassurance. It would give us a lot more positive, expectations towards the team moving forward.
Yeah, I think that with this one, it might still be a little bit early to jump full on the TODAK train. That's kind of what my rationale was. I was like, yeah, I feel like actually this match is going to be closer than this, like what we just saw, right? Like we just saw like 4-0 a clean sweep. I think the match is going to be closer than we expect based off of that. But I still think that P6 right now, for the momentum that they've been able to build up, they still look really good. And unless we see some radical, massive changes from TODAK, I don't quite see that happening from them. I don't see them being able to take this set in particular. But maybe down the line, there's still so much left to be seen. Yeah, I think, in fact, even with like some inclination towards what the next matches are going to be, they might be able to win those instead, because I think end of this week, like Sunday, they play PathSeeker or something like that.
Yes, on Sunday, they do play PathSeeker. Tomorrow, they play Watermelon, so that one is going to be harder compared to the Sunday match. And I would say that TODAK, they are pretty... You wanted to see, lunatics, right? You want to see insane picks or like insane players with a mind of a maniac. I think TODAK, they have the tendency to go that way with their drafts. We've seen champions like Dr. Mundo. They are not afraid to pick champions like Draven, those who really want to snowball all the way and run you down. And even though those matches haven't really worked out, they lost those matches, but at least they are willing to give it a go. So perhaps against Phantom6, that would be, kind of the coup de grace, the curveball that TODAK can bring to the table.
Look, they like to play. They know how to play to a crowd. They know how to make the crowd entertained. All right, everyone that jumps into a TODAK match can be expected to be entertained, because these guys are crazy. They'll play whatever they want. They don't care what the conventions are, what the standards are. They just want to play for what they want to play, and I respect that between these two teams. TODAK versus T6. We're gonna be taking a look at the picks and bans really soon, and I'm super excited to see what happens with this one, because with TODAK going into this match with P6, we've seen a couple of stats from them so far, and even then, like, their bans are a little bit wild. Like, even from the beginning, their bans are a little bit wild.
Yeah, I think there was a point where TODAK was banning champions. I can't really remember the specific bans, but they were banning champions that we were questioning. Like, I believe like Vi was one of them, and everyone was left wondering why did that Vi ban even come out. But I think across these 2 weeks, the teams have acclimated, especially TODAK. We see the Camille and the Thresh ban. A lot of respect from both P6 and TODAK towards each other.
Yeah, I mean, they're willing to ban stuff like Caitlyn and all, right? Depending on their opponents, like, they'll go, like, the full distance. Up against, like, Upcar Esports, I think they tried to ban, like, the Vayne and the Caitlyn. You just remove everything from the opponent's pool. So going into this one, I kind of expect the same. It's interesting that up against P6, they actually try and get rid of the Camille Galio combo. I'm not sure if that's something that's super heavily prioritized for P6 because they have so many other tools they can still try and play for. Hockey has shown us that he can play stuff like the Gragas, he can play stuff like the Morgana, but they're going to ban it out themselves, or even the Ziggs. So a little bit interesting that they choose to get rid of this option themselves. So first pick, I'm thinking maybe a strong jungler. Something like the Lee Sin could have really helped them get some tempo here.
Yeah, Newgate's favorite champion is that Lee Sin, so I'm looking at Lee Sin or Set, but they pick up the Fiora. And one thing that strikes me is that TODAK banning out the Yuumi even though they have the first pick, and that kind of gives us a hint that maybe TODAK isn't comfortable on that champion yet.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because the Yuumi should be a pretty easy flex pick through and through, unless P6 want to try and play for that. And it's surprising to me because if you're willing to go for the Fiora, you might want to try just play for an Enchanter support or Yuumi top lane, something along those lines. I guess blue side makes that more difficult. P6 on the other hand, they get to go for the Olaf. And if this Fiora does end up going into the jungle like I'm kind of expecting it to, the Olaf actually has a pretty decent time against it. They get to have this direct confrontation. It's not a bad pickup, and then the set is just so flexible in every lane right now. You have no idea where it's going to go. You just have to pick what you want to pick. I do like this Gragas pickup because that kind of also denies the pool from Hockey. He's had great roams and was also really able to disengage and find some good pickups with his cast. I think it's one of his better pickups considering what's left.
Yeah, and I think TODAK picking up Gragas is a champion that we haven't seen too much on TODAK's side, but what we have seen pretty often is the Rakan, right? You eliminate Thresh for Shanks, he will pick up the Rakan, he does the same thing, really good in getting those engages online. I think this suits TODAK a lot, but P6, they have other options. They go for the Alistar, for Eggy, and now we go into the second ban phase. The Garen and the Diana will be taken out.
Just some good options to remove, especially because if you want to bring Set into the Baron lane, you can get rid of some of the possible plays that you want to try and have, especially since TODAK, you probably still don't want to play Fiora Baron side. They probably want to bring her to the jungle, so just taking away some other Baron lane options, whereas P6 can still choose to play the Set in the Baron lane if they want, so they already have that kind of secured for themselves. Do like the pickup here with the Ziggs and the Alistar. Once that's been left open, they can just go for that. Lee Sin actually slips through all the way to the end. They still do manage to find that for themselves. So it turns out, yeah, Fiora, they say, we don't care if you're going to ban away the Darius and the Garen. Baron lane is gone. We don't care. We just bring the Fiora over. That's why we want to pick it early so we can flex it. And now we get this Lee Sin up top side. But I am a little concerned. Looking at the composition as a whole, it seems difficult for them to execute together. There's so many different things and different spells that could kind of work counterintuitively, counter synergy. Is that even a word? With some counter synergy, right? And it's so difficult for TODAK to try and execute with, whereas with P6, that Lucian pickup at the end there just kind of works, I think.
Yeah, Lucian into Corki bot. I believe you have the Ziggs mid as well into Gragas. So I think the moving parts for P6 are a little more easy to execute. They win their lanes, they are very oppressive. And I think for TODAK, they just felt comfortable, right? They picked the Fiora, giving P6 the false idea that this is a Fiora jungle, because we haven't seen much Fiora Baron lane. And since P6 revealed the Olaf, TODAK knew that they had a chance to lock in their Lee Sin. So I guess from TODAK's side, it makes a lot of sense. But I do agree with you, the ease of execution isn't as clear cuts as it is for TODAK than what P6 has.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, ease of execution is a great way to put it, because yes, if TODAK execute their composition perfectly, we actually have a really good shot for TODAK to win this matchup, because you have a great split push in the front of the Fiora, the Lee Sin is so mobile, able to rotate and assist the team. You have the Gragas, who has a great disengage, so even if you try and force and engage on you, you can still try and get a disengage off, less probably the Olaf. But that's in a perfect world, a perfect situation. Looking at what they have right now, it's going to be difficult for them to execute that, because what happens when Rakan wants to try and jump in? Rakan goes in, dives into 5 people. Have you seen P6's comp? There's so much damage. You cannot survive against that, no matter how tanky you try and build in the early game. Just makes it so difficult to fight around these neutral objectives early on. You really have to kind of kite through it, like thread the needle, as they would say. I just am not convinced that is the best possible option they could have tried and gone for. But they can do whatever they want. These guys are crazy. These guys are mad lads.
Yeah, and I think another issue that I noticed is that TODAK, they don't really they don't really have too much of a burst damage, right? Barring the Gragas, who most likely will go full AP. You want to isolate those targets, you isolate the set. If you can't burst him, he's just going to Haymaker your face. Same for the Olaf, who just presses Ragnarok. Eggy is not a good target as well, because that's an Alistar, so he will have the Unbreakable Will. It's pretty hard for TODAK to get up close and personal to those targets. I think it kind of comes down to Shanks once more to be that playmaker. Something that TODAK has always relied on to make those plays happen, but I am particularly concerned about this Corki pick. Me and Leonard, we are huge advocate for champions like Kai'Sa, for champions like Varus, but TODAK, they just don't want to pick those champions. I just feel like those choices are a bit better than the Corki.
I think that you guys are definitely onto something there. Like the Kai'Sa being able to like kite in, do damage, Cathian Rain, and just like zone out. Like I think that is definitely the case. I think what they want is like the package just to help tide them through the early game. I think that's the intention, but like you said, yeah, I think that something like Xayah could have done really well in the composition too. I don't know. It's TODAK. TODAK does what TODAK wants, and they're just gonna run you down, drop the package, shoot you with a couple of the Corki ultimates, and then you're just gonna have to sit there and take it.
By the way, I just realized we get a Fiora mid.
Yeah.
Skylo Fiora. So, what do you think of that?
So, I'm thinking that they could still have time to switch up the lanes now. Maybe they go like, hey, we don't want to have to deal with this. We don't have to deal with Haki in the mid lane. Maybe we'll just swap.
Yeah, and perhaps that's going to be the case. TODAK, they are full of surprises, but let's not forget about P6. We will jump into game number 1 of this opening series between TODAK and Phantom6. I know I mentioned curveball early on, Brandon, but I didn't expect 3 curveballs. And TODAK, they're going for the early invade to steal the Raptors as well. So, great move from TODAK. This is what we saw when they play against SEM9, right? They form a gang squad, they were able to get a first blood early on. And I think TODAK's adjustment to playing to their strength of the early game comp might be one of the keys to secure them that first 5 minutes.
Yeah, if they try to... It's just throwing me so off. Like, that Fiora mid is just so crazy. Like, one of the things that you really get to deal with effectively. So Gragas here going up against the set, I think it's a reasonable matchup, especially because he's going for electrocute, so just trying to kite away and do damage when he can. Look at what's happened here. Shanks is so far away, going to have to reset and come back. Newgate does steal away the rip buff, but unless they manage to triple buff this effectively, I don't know if this actually gives them value. They're even going to the mid lane, just trying to clear out wave as quickly as they can so they are able to get some priority. I do like the fact that TODAK seems to have gone for an early game strategy plan, but you know, how much value does this really find for them?
And I'm worried for Skylo in particular because he has to kind of bear the bulk of the poke, right? Haki is just going to keep throwing bombs at him. Skylo will have to kind of play it a bit safer. Already forced to reset, comes back to lane with the face later on. It kind of reminds me of a scenario where, you know, like if you have put your hand over someone's shoulder and you have a secondary fan kind of randomly tap the guy on the back. This kind of feels like TODAK right now. They are giving us those random taps, but we don't know where they're going with it. And we're starting to see it fall into place, but you know, there are some concerns that need to be addressed. And primarily, like what to say, it's Skylo Fiora mid.
I had a feeling I could make one of 2 jokes. I didn't know which one to go for, so now I'm like gonna talk through the 2 jokes, okay?
Right.
So the first joke was going to be, Husky, what kind of friends do you have? That's so crazy. That's the first one. This is not so bad, not so bad. Second joke was just, I was just gonna is a little bit more self-depreciating. I was just gonna go like, imagine having friends that touch you. Well,
I don't know if you have those friends, but I do have friends who touch now that okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, hey, global virus. You know, if they're gonna touch you, make sure they sanitize themselves first. Make sure you guys are using protection, right?
Yeah. Well, I make sure I have a bottle of sanitizer with me. I tell them that, hey, if you wanna make contact with me physically, spray your palm or something. You know, I don't want to catch anything.
Oh, other body parts that I'm about to touch you.
Yeah. Just my shoulders. Just my shoulders. Just to make it clear.
Now that joke kind of like doesn't even do anything, because like imagine someone tries to play that prank when they tap your shoulder, but then before they tap your shoulder, it's like, hey buddy, I've already sanitized my head, and then they go up to you and touch your shoulder. Like, yeah, you already know what happens. We're treading the thin line. They say that
they say that in Chinese culture, if you tap someone on the shoulder when they're about to like do something that requires luck, you basically brush off their luck.
I
don't know
I
if
have heard
you-
about that before.
Right. Okay. I'm not the only one, but I don't really believe it. It hasn't happened to me yet because I am pretty unlucky in general, so I don't think there's anything else left to brush off my shoulder.
Unlucky, man. It's okay, you got that long hair now. But I am gonna take a look back into this one because we've had actually a really quiet early game. But now as the major objectives are starting to spawn up, I think we actually do start to see some of the first couple fights happen. Because if this is what I think it is, TODAK are gonna recall, get Wild Rabbit a package, and then they fight. Like they go, you have a strong early game, we have a strong early game. We have the package. That is the difference maker that TODAK are trying to suggest that they have. I buy into the theory. Let's see if TODAK can make it happen.
Yeah, they are already securing that bottom scuttle trap, right? This is, like you said, not only the quietest early game, but it's also the safest start from TODAK. They are focusing a lot on that laning phase, and as P6 starts off the Rift Arrow, TODAK will just make their way to the Mountain Drake. It's going to be an exchange of objectives. I don't expect anything big to happen, although Yoshi, he is kind of showing up to the bottom side of the map, but he won't make that in time, so there won't be any conflict for now.
Really? This is interesting. Like the fact that they're willing to take this trade and go for the dragon, you know, they picked up the package. Like it's definitely on Wild Rabbit right now. So this means that they're actually gonna run out of timing unless you try to go for a dive.
Oh, there we go, a kick away, and it's still first blood for Haki. He sends the ultimate across the map. But TODAK, they do trade Yoshi back, but without the Rip Arrow, Crown is now in danger. A flash, headbutt, Crown, knock into the air with the pulverize. They will gang up on him. The explosive cast buys him some space, but it would not be enough. Momo will use the back massager to kill him off.
Oh my goodness, you see that? LM6 played that so well. They knew exactly what needed to be done. Bot side can be sacked because you always have Haki's ultimate. He's going to be able to clear your wave from a lane away. So he's able to stop them from being able to get more damage down the turret, whereas now they get to use that Rift Arrow to really keep the momentum going. TODAK do manage to trade us the turret eventually, but it takes them so long to get there. And even with this additional gold onto Skylo, I'm not convinced that this is the exact situation that they want. They still want to have more resources channeled towards the Fiora. I guess that like Mountain Drake was the intention there. It's like, oh yeah, what do we want? We want scaling, we want some additional stats that we can get for free. Dragon is going to be that exchange for us.
And the Rift Arrow also got a secondary charge on that top tier too, and that's what we saw, right? The lack of burst damage. Yoshi was able to get everything off before he went down. Now Showstopper again bringing Newgate backwards. Newgate does have the kick, but the Haymaker will be the showstopper for the gang. Newgate will not get anything done.
Really well played by Yoshi there, by stepping back so that he was able to use his ultimate to pull Lee Sin closer towards his turret, so Newgate wasn't able to do more. And again, they try to just dive him.
I don't think it's gonna work out.
Absolutely
Is
not.
that
Okay, there we go.
All right.
All right, while we have that pause, like we can talk a little bit about what happened there. So even when they tried to go for that dive towards the top side and we're looking for some pressure to go for the dive, the thing that they have to take note of is that Haki's always going to be able to clear waves, right? So he drops the ultimate. Like, if he gets damage on them, like, that's a bonus. But the main intention is to clear waves. And if you're able to get rid of the minion wave, they are tanking turret. Tanking turret early game is a death sentence. Like, there is no good way to go about it. You just have to try and kite through it. Even if you're playing Alistar, like, there's still such a finite amount of time. If that turret is, if the wave is gone, so difficult.
Yeah, and I think in those extended fights, P6 just have a better draft to do so, right? Like you said, they have the Alistar to soak up the bulk of the damage. I think the set can do the same. He can take a copious amount of punishment before he unleashes it with the Haymaker. And I think TODAK, we talk about them being insane, but I think Insanity is also doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. They realized they couldn't burst the set. They tried to do it again, and it just, this time it really got super punishing. They lost the Lee Sin, they couldn't get the turret. P6 rotated up the top before he got the pause. So this is a major setback for TODAK.
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the only way to try and to kind of describe it right now. TODAK definitely have been kind of punished and a little bit hurting from that exchange. So I'm thinking that if they do want to try and mitigate any potential issues they face for the next couple minutes, they probably just want to wait for the next package. I think that should be just in time with the next objective spawns, because both the Dragon and the Rift Turret will take him pretty much simultaneously. They get to kind of run back and try and go for that fight again, I think.
What is the ideal scenario for TODAK right now? Because we saw the exchange of the objectives, right? And both teams wanted to go for their respective tier 1s. Obviously, P6 got more value for that. But, you know, if everything went well for TODAK, how would it look like? I mean, they will try again to finish off Yoshi, and they finally do it. Haki is going to be the next on the chopping block. Crown really soaking up the damage, and they get 2 kills.
Wow, a really nice pickup. They actually had to rotate over. You talk about an ideal situation. I think that's pretty much as close as they can possibly get. Looking at what Nyx is able to get done, he's really just off in the jungle trying to farm up. And he loses.
Oh, wow.
He loses to Skylo.
Wow, Skylo solo kills Nyx, catches him wandering in the blue side jungle. And this is perfect. Exactly what we wanted to see. You described it as close as you can get, but I think we kind of got the full package now from TODAK.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, you should not be seeing that happen. If Nyx is solo dying or Skylo, was that smite on Eggy? I feel like that smite was on Eggy. If you don't see your Olaf able to match the enemy Fiora, like, you are in for a big problem, because that Fiora is just going to be able to go into the side lane. Like, there's no one that can effectively deal with Skylo right now. You bring in Yoshi, you bring in Nyx. There's a chance he just 2v1s you, depending on how he plays it out, you know. Oh.
Oh boy. That's not meant to happen.
Are they all playing on the same network? Because all 5 of them have stopped.
Yeah, they have all frozen in time. Oh boy.
Wow. All right. Well, at least now we know. Hey, TODAK uses the same network.
I mean, yeah, I'm particularly concerned for Wild Rabbit because he is dying.
Oh, minion damage. Get out of the way.
Run! Oh, no, run! Wild Rabbit, come on.
You can do it. Oh, he got out. He's out.
He got out.
He lives. Oh.
Gentleman's agreement. You know,
that was clutch. That was clutch.
But this does hurt them though, right? Now you basically lost a lot of control over the map, and Wild Rabbit, he made it to safety, but the only moving parts are primarily P6, and now as TODAK regains some semblance of conscience in the game, they have lost around 30 seconds of effectiveness in the game.
Yeah, and this has given P6 the chance to clear out the top side. Thankfully, I think for TODAK here, P6 are being really nice about it. They're just going to try and reset, go back towards the mid lane. Like we mentioned earlier, both objectives are spawned. They will go for that package again. I don't know if this is the time for them to go and try and pick up a fight, because this is exactly why you wanted to draft Corky, right? You wanted to have the package so you were able to have impactful team fights with your objectives. Well, show it. You know, make something happen here. Skylo's gonna push bot side, but Dragon's been started.
And TODAK, they're heading towards the Dragon pit. Dragon's pretty low. Back in front of bomb landing on the 2, and Shank again goes into the quickness. They actually steal the Cloud Drake. A good kick from Newgate sends Iggy back into the rest of his team, and P6 forced away from the objective. They lose Nyx, they lose the objective, and TODAK played it the best that they could, and it came out perfect.
Yeah, really effective kill. Now they get to play towards the Rift Herald, try and start getting some pressure on it. Nyx should be able to respawn in time if they're able to stall at any time at all. TODAK don't get this for free.
Yeah, Flash, Showstopper, the Shanks goes for the Grand Entrance engage, Battle dances away, but Momo is on the pursuit, has Eggy and Haki with him, and TODAK ends up losing Crown, and Newgate, a lunatic to go back in. That is not going to work, and P6 will pick up a free kill.
I guess on this, and while this exchange has been going on, TODAK have sent Skylo to the bottom side to continue split pushing. I'm not sure how much I buy that as an idea. Like, you already have the 5 versus 4, you have the number advantage, why not play into it? You play into your numbers advantage. And it's so critical that they get this Rift Herald here, because what they want the most is to break down all these turrets, and they want pressure to the mid lane. But you can't do that against the Ziggs, so use the Rift Herald to get you to that point, while you still have Skylo off in the side. So I think there was a little bit of a disconnect there. You know, you don't actually have an advantage killing the enemy team, enemy jungler, if your mid laner just walks off by himself anyway.
And when we talk about the Olaf into Fiora, we have the assumption that Fiora is going to be in the jungle, right? Does that change if this Fiora ends up in the middle lane, especially after we saw that solo kill?
I don't think it takes. It just means that the Fiora is drawing more of those resources like towards herself, and is looking to try and have some impact there. I don't see that being an issue. We have seen this played effectively before. I think the real issue does come into play when they're trying to double down by also having this dragon to damage, but then you just see him get run down.
Shanks is coming in to back him up, and Momo, he's dropping low. Shanks again being the backup. He ignites Momo, and that Lucian will burn to death. And P6 not able to finish the job.
Running in with the Ignite is so impactful. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what you want to see happen. Shanks having a surprising amount of damage at this point of the game. Compared to what you might see from Eggy, right? Because you have Eggy who's able to tank out a lot more, but Shanks trade some of that tankiness for additional damage. Momo needs to be super careful about that. Even though they were able to get the initial pick off onto Crown, who isn't very tanky, you know, if you're not able to follow through with it, it is still a problem. Now, TODAK, I think, want to send Skylo off the other lane. Even if he gets an inhibitor here at 12 minutes, it's not the most valuable for them because TODAK just get the free farm in their base with some degree of safety. Yeah, actually, the ultimate kind of goes wide, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, it went wide and they still got the kill, right? The absurd amount of damage. And Shanks, we have been highlighting him since week number 1. His engages when he's on champions that can make plays happen, like the Rakan and the Thresh. It's just so effective, and now they find Eggy who tries to proto to safety, but he ends up going down. Crown to stay alive, the culling doesn't connect, the Ragnarok comes out from Nick. Crown goes golden, and now Nyx finds himself in a pickle. He still gets Crown back, but P6 loses 2 members. Momo might be next, so he has to be careful, backs off.
Yeah, exactly. He could get dove, he could get killed here, so he needs to give up this turret. Skylo's still in the mid lane. You still cannot send Haki over, so at any point if you try to overextend and step up, TODAK can just wait in the brush, try and look for a kill here. They actually will not. They're just going to go back, start to recall, start playing for the dragon coming up soon.
This is where Haki finally summons dear old Shelly to go for the charge. This turret not going to survive. Haki's ready to throw the statue if he finds a chance, but Skylo, he's doing a good job. Not good enough though. That structure will still crumble. We have 25 seconds left for the 3rd dragon. It's an Inferno Drake. TODAK so far have claimed the first 2. Baron also coming up. I think this is where the game gets really intense for both teams.
I don't see Baron as really a major objective to be picked up right now because it's so risky for either side to try and play for it, but this dragon definitely is. I think P6 could benefit from trying to pick this one up, but at the same time, it is still very risky for them to take this fight. Iggy, while strong, isn't as tanky as they would perhaps hope that he would be, considering the kind of split damage that they're facing against.
Try to go for Shanks, who prematurely uses the quickness now. The major engage tool from TODAK has been expended. Skylo doing the split push again. And I want to kind of resonate with your statement early on. I feel like Skylo should be with his team. This is the most important dragon in the game, especially for TODAK who wants to go for the scaling. But now P6, they are going to step forward. Eggy flashes in, treatment polarizes. TODAK forced away. They have the package, the damage is still there. They might take down Nyx though. Nyx pops the Ragnarok, runs backwards, and that's where Momo gets the show. He gets the spotlight, a double kill for Exclusion. Newgate will still try. Sonic Wave a bit short in terms of range, and P6 picks up the Inferno Drake, but Skylo breaks the tier 2 in the top lane.
Yeah, that's 2 turrets over to TODAK, but look at what's happened. It's 4 turrets to 3. After all of that, you've only been able to get that 1 extra turret. In the meantime, TODAK have got that dragon, and now they have to start playing towards the Baron buff instead. The next objective to spawn, or the next dragon to spawn, isn't going to be for a while here, so Phantom6 get to really just work towards the lane that was just opened up and continue to assert and dominate pressure around the Baron with the Ziggs, who's able to clear your lane from so far away, so they're never going to face themselves at a numbers disadvantage. I mean, this just was a beautiful initiation to start, and then timing that showstopper to crash against the wall perfectly there. I mean, it's just such a good mechanical set of moves out from Phantom6 to be able to look for the initiation. And why that focus for me was going to be on Momo's ability to play with that hyper carry versus Wild Rabbits. I think Momo has given us a masterful showing right now. TODAK's insurance plan with Wild Rabbit isn't working out, so they have to go with plan A, get Skylo off in the side lane, and really shove.
But we're looking at TODAK, despite getting 2 tier 2s, they are in the side lanes, right? The longest lane. So as long as that mid tier 1 still stands, P6, I don't think they're too worried. They can easily access the center part of the map. They can easily contest those objectives. And now Skylo finds himself in a bit of a pickle. If I show up too far in the side lanes, P6 can gang up on me. And this is where I think the true problem starts for TODAK. How do they kind of break open the map? Because I feel like so far, they haven't really gotten control vision-wise, or even just the presence of their members is not really there. They do tag Haki with the Sonic Wave, but you can't really follow up under the tier 1.
I'm looking at like Phantom6 right now. They're on the top rush. Like, I can just imagine the comms that were happening. It's like, hey guys, just come here. Hey, trust me, come here. And then look at this, what happens.
Yeah, they're gonna go on to Nyx. And Nyx toss the Ragnarok. Wild Rabbit in the center of attention does go down despite having the Zhonya's enchantment. And P6, they will pick up 3 easy kills, and that means Baron Nashor is on the board. Skylo still split pushing, but I don't know how much he can do with this.
They're actually looking to recall. They can't stop this one up. They didn't lose anyone, and they still have so much HP. Clown has to expend multiple spells just to try and kite out. Doesn't have his ultimate either. If he had his ultimate, there might have been a chance to try and go for a steal here, but it's just way too difficult. And now Yoshi is able to match the pressure from Skylo. That's a Baron secured. Iggy's still buying them time. He's looking to solo kill him. Where's the Ignite? If he had the Ignite, this was a solo kill.
But they do lose Crown.
He gets it anyway. He still kills Crown.
And P6 keep an inhibitor turret alive, so at the end of the day, I think P6 came out with a massive win. Baron power play coming through, still online on 4 of their members, and this is where TODAK starts to really feel the pinch of putting so much resources into Skylo, but so far not being able to break the main line of defense of P6.
Yeah, P6 have just been able to continue to assert control throughout the map, despite the fact that the side lanes have been opened up. They don't see themselves being shoved into through their own jungle, right? Generally, what you see happens when the turrets fall is that the jungle starts going into the side of the enemy team. But P6 have been able to hold on to that pressure, and I was joking about how they were making their comms to go, hey guys, just come top, just come top. We just go Baron lane, we just wait in the brush. But when they did it, it worked, and they played it out. They almost gave up on it. They almost recalled. TODAK just walked into vision at the wrong time, and Phantom6 received so much out of it because there was no way TODAK knew that 3 people would just camp in that brush for so long.
And we are 25 seconds left until the Elder Ocean spawns, and this is why I want to quickly go back to the head-to-head, right? Oh, before that, Iggy does find Shank, who can still dash away. The head-to-head between Momo and Wild Rabbit. Now we are seeing a distinct difference. Momo in the hyper carry role looks more comfortable, way more effective in those team fights, and we are seeing the discrepancy. And now TODAK, they want to fight for something. It's going to be Haki being knocked away by the explosive cast. Let's go Golden, and now 3 members of TODAK will finish him off. Eggy comes in with the engage. They will follow up with the rest of the team as Nick, he's gonna pop the Ragnarok, and they will kill off Newgate. P6 feels like they still want more. Momo just goes forward, but the package will be there to cut off the minion wave, and this is where P6 starts to engage that siege. Iggy, a bit too over-aggressive, does end up losing his life, but P6 claims the bottom inhibitor turret.
Yeah, rest of his team went down to the bot side, so he was a little... I think the call was right. If you had 4 people there, you could have gone for the fight potentially, but because they weren't and they were down to the bottom side, it just doesn't quite work out for Iggy. It's too bad though. They get a really nice headbutt pulverize. I think Momo knew what was up and actually dashed away. Otherwise, that could have gone worse. Now the problem does kind of lie in the fact that they have 10 seconds longer on Iggy to respawn than Newgate. So they get to, TODAK get to start playing towards this Elder Ocean Drake. I think Phantom6 have to start looking to go and switch up to the teleport just in case they want to really make this play quickly once the dragon is up.
And I think we saw Skylo attempt to start it to see how much damage it can deal, and realizes that there's not going to be enough time. They were under P6 vision, and now with Newgate respawning, I feel like TODAK, knowing them, are going to look for a fight. Those big ultimates are online for all of these players, and it really comes down to who pulls the trigger first. But we have seen TODAK do so. Shank goes in, and Yoshi just grabs him and RKOs him into the rest of his team. So it's something that TODAK has to be constantly aware about. And they go in, Eggy. 2-man polarize again. The ultimate is up. Shank's getting a good charm with the 4, but Ragnarok now activated from Nyx. He's gonna try and chase the rest of TODAK away. And 2 members of TODAK kind of limping living with a slither of health. P6 starting that Elder Ocean Drake.
I mean, still okay, because you get to go back, pick up the teleport, then you TP back in right away. I don't trust it. I don't believe this. You cannot be walking here. You have to switch to the teleport. It's too late. The dragon's already being started up. They get to turn the fight around. They get to take down Skylo. They've also killed off Crown. Now they get to play for the dragon. I mean, why not just buy the teleport and TP back in to fight for this? It's 2 Gons.
And Newgate once more put in a position where he has to be the hero, but he won't even get the chance to play that role because P6 has full control. 3 down on TODAK. P6 gets an easy Elder Ocean Dragon, and to add insult to injury, they can go for Baron if they want to, but P6 wants to look for the win.
So it's those moments, like these singular moments where split-second decision-making changes the impact of the entire game. You have to be able to go for it. I think that Shank didn't have the economy to, but even then, you know, you have to make a decision about something. If you don't have it, you're not going to be able to save the game, and Phantom6 get the win. First one of the series.
And we see a masterclass on how to do the dance around objective. Phantom6, they choreographed it perfectly. The decision making was on point, and I think the top lane, the Baron lane camp, was what turned the game around. That was the turning point that really sent TODAK down to a downward spiral.
Yeah, once we started seeing them being able to pick up these objectives pretty easily, I think saw a pretty significant issue. That was definitely something that needed to be overcome. TODAK, if they really want to be able to pick up these wins, need to decide how they want to try and play out these strategies, because it looked pretty disjointed. Like there were some pretty clear discrepancies between like what needed to be done and what they were trying to do. Like theoretically, what we saw from TODAK, I felt like they knew an idea, but then when they actually went into game was so different. So has to be aligned there to really find effectiveness.
Yeah, and I think we also kind of saw a pivot away from Wild Rabbit's Corki towards Skylo, right? But it reached a point where Skylo was also not able to provide too much because after taking down the side lane tier 2s. So it's slightly unfortunate for TODAK, but we have more to talk about that. We will go for a short break first, and we will come back and discuss more on game number 1. Phantom6 have got first blood against TODAK in this slugfest of a best of 3. Again, I'm Husky alongside Grandon. And Grandon, just want to ask you something really quick and simple.
Sure.
What's up, Doc?
Nothing much. What's up? What's up with you?
I'm doing great. And in fact, before we talk about what happened in Game 1, I just want to give you some recommendations on my recent discovery of my current favorite potato chips. It's spicy garlic flavored Doritos. You should try them out if you find them.
I love that this is the way that we come back after our break. We just get to talk about potato chips. I'm eating one of those like the Korean snacks. You know, it's like corn, like they kind of look like little triangles, but like it's like a little space in the center. Like I don't know how to describe it. Apart from that,
I don't think I've had it before, but I think I know what you're talking about. So yeah, spicy garlic Dorito, should always go for it. If you like really spicy chips, there's this spicy bulldog flavor, Contours, a brand. You should try that out as well because that one, it stings. It's really spicy. In Malaysia, they sell it in 7-Eleven, so maybe you can find it in Singapore as well.
yeah, I'm not like into like super spicy. I like a little spice. You know, I think it adds some like profile to the food overall. But I'm more like a pretty staple, sweet, salty kind of person. You know, like my idea of spicy is you add a little pepper, right? If I have some like soup, maybe I'll put in a little chili padi. Like that's my limit, you know. For those kind of the people that put the chili padi with the food and then like they eat it like together, like that's not me. I put it in the soup. I let it simmer in the soup a little bit. I'm done. I'm good.
So now I know what's the difference, right? I am the madman. I like to put everything together and I like to just mix it up and chug it. And
Absolutely
my
crazy. Yes.
Absolutely crazy. Just like kind of what we saw from TODAK, right? They had some plays that seemed a bit insane. And I would say it's a good attempt. I think that you will agree as well. They did pull some tries on trying to take down P6 with those constant engagement with those lunatic plays. But at the end of the day, P6 just demonstrated better control of the game.
Husky, we're talking spicy. TODAK have drafted a spicy comp. Full AP Gragas. Damage Lee Sin, or well, kind of damage. You know, he kind of like built on the damage afterwards when he realized it wasn't working out. Then you have the Fiora, you have the Corki, and the Rakan. Like that's spicy. P6, they're playing staples. You know, this is like salt, like sea salt flavored, right? It's pretty much exactly what you fry up the potato chips, you take it out of the oven or you take it out of the fryer, whatever you do, and then you put a little sprinkle a little sea salt on it. Staple, it makes a lot of sense, but it's kind of boring. It's kind of bland. TODAK are willing to go all the way with it.
Yeah, but sometimes when you eat stuffs that are too spicy and you actually can't handle it, your tolerance isn't high enough. Your tongue starts getting burnt, your stomach lining feels very uncomfortable, and I think that's what happened. TODAK just could not handle the spice that they brought to the dinner table, and well, it's actually tea time, it's not even dinner yet, but they couldn't do it, right? They couldn't handle it. I would say this time sea salt wins.
We're like 15 minutes away from dinner. I'm pretty sure someone's having dinner somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere across the world. Some people, do you eat dinner that early? Like usually, do you eat dinner like around 6?
Yeah, I guess it kind of depends. It kind of depends on my day. Like, I'm willing to have dinner early if I don't have anything else on. I'm kind of bored. I'm kind of like I'm the kind of person that will eat when I'm bored. You know, like I'm a little, like, I'm not hungry, but my mouth is like it just wants food. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm a glutton.
I think I relate to that as well. I cannot have too many snacks in my room because they disappear within 2 days, and that is not good. That isn't really healthy, but that's just how I roll.
Fair enough, but you know what that does say though is that you never start hoarding food. You always clear your food quickly, which is a great thing, right? Sometimes some people leave it for too long, you know, they forget about it. That's how we get food wastage. We know that you'll never have food wastage because you'll just always clear it out in 2 days.
Yeah, but I'm probably the worst survivor when it comes to an apocalypse, right? Because I would just clear out the whole food cache and everyone else suffers with me.
It's like, man, I need to ration my food. That's crazy. Why would I ration my food? And you got like the ramen in there and you're like, I'm just gonna finish this like now. Like I don't need this for like a week from now.
Yeah, I will do it first and I'll think about the consequences later. That's basically how sometimes you kind of need to do that, right? You kind of need to commit to something and then you figure out how it works out. And that's kind of what we've seen from a team like TODAK. There were times where we saw, you know, light at the end of the tunnel. There are times that they crash and burn. I think this time it kind of went towards the crash and burn direction. but I would say that TODAK, they can give it another go. There still is at least one more chance for them to push it to game 3.
Oh, absolutely. And even then, like, there's an argument to be made that, maybe it's still not that impactful, right? You can always still pull back at this point. If you start winning your matches and your opponents don't, like, you just have to not be 7th and 8th. Like, you could still make it into playoffs, and that's where it really starts to matter. So, I think there's an argument to be made that even if they lose this match now, it's not the most impactful for them. They can still pull back. I think for Phantom6, every win they can get is going to be nice. I think it just helps secure their final spot in the playoffs. Maybe sees them a little bit higher. That I think that's most ideal for them, especially with like Upcar and Watermelon Esports right on their tails. I think it's nice, but probably not that impactful overall, right?
Yeah, I think like unless you're aiming for the seed bypass in 1st or 2nd place, you just want to make sure that you get a decent seeding into the playoffs, right? Which I feel like it doesn't make too much of a difference. You are going into the playoffs either way, so if you can't shoot for the stars, at least land on the moon. I think that's what TODAK is going for, whereas for Phantom6, it feels like they still have a chance. Them and Upcar are kind of hot on the heels of LFO and SEM9, which is pretty surprising in the overall standing, right? Because we did expect Watermelon to actually rank higher than these two teams.
Well, I personally put Watermelon way higher. Like right now they are like 5th. I put Watermelon like 2nd. I'm apparently very wrong right now, but that's okay because I'm always right. So at the end of it, it's going to balance itself out some way, somehow. The universe is going to balance itself out. Watermelon's going to finish 2nd in the competition overall. Surely, I know it. I can feel it in my bones. But even then, like looking at some of the things that we have now, right? Like we have some pretty impactful matches, I would say. Like we always go on like, yeah, group stages, that it is what it is, even if you're not winning all of your matches, it's still okay. But as we look at like SEM9 PathSeeker, PathSeeker, every win starts to really matter because TODAK and RTP can pull ahead of you at any given point in time. If PathSeeker isn't winning their matches and against like the tougher teams, like now against SEM9 later on, it just gets tougher and tougher from there because the next week your opportunities are just as limited.
Yeah, and I actually got to have an extensive chat with Veki yesterday for a separate recording I was doing, right? And Veki did talk about some of the issues that they faced against Upcar. They were trying something that they haven't fully mastered, and that's how they lost to Upcar. And perhaps that's the same with TODAK against Phantom6. TODAK tried out something that they haven't really fully got the grasp of, other than the Lee Sin and Rakan, and that is why the Fiora mid and the Gragas top fell a bit too off, despite them having the right idea. Maybe game 2 a bit different.
Yeah, it's like that cognizance to think about like, okay, I want to do a certain thing, but not being able to execute on it. Might just be like you mentioned, maybe they're not totally prepared for it yet. They haven't had enough time to really try and execute for it. Phantom6 actually continue with the same idea, getting rid of the enchanted supports, as well as the Morgana, to try and take away a lot of the options available for TODAK to try and make a play. This makes sense to me because we have seen Nyx play for those hyper carries in the jungle before. So maybe TODAK's intention with the Fiora was that, hey, we don't have enough bans, let's just take it away and then we'll deal with it after. But if Phantom6 are going to have the Camille, I think they could just pick it up anyway. So I think TODAK kind of have to burn a ban just to get rid of the Camille.
Yeah, I'm surprised that P6 bans out the Olaf, right? Because I expected TODAK to kind of shift between, do I want to take out Yuumi or do I want to take out Olaf? And they take out neither. It is the Ziggs, which to them has been causing a lot of problem. We saw how Haki was able to, give air support across the map, and that's been causing a lot of pain for TODAK.
Yeah, providing some assistance anywhere else across the map, being able to clear out waves, and we saw multiple times that those were the difference makers in a couple of kills at this point. But the thing with this is that despite like the bans on the Fiora, like stuff like Jax is still available, right? Fiora, Olaf banned away, Jax is still up. We still have Kha'Zix still available. Phantom6 honestly still have quite a lot of options in the jungle for whatever they want to try and pick for. The set, again, like we mentioned, huge flex pick, probably only matched by the Gragas, could go basically anywhere. TODAK do go for the Gragas to try and match that.
Yeah, and I wonder if TODAK right now would go for something like a Garen, right? Something that puts Crown in a very, very safe role. But I don't think they will pick it right now because that kind of like defeats the purpose of Crown picking the Gragas early on. The Yuumi is up on the table, and TODAK, they're not going to go for that. In fact, they just pick up the Camille, they take it away from P6.
Yeah, so I was convinced that if TODAK didn't ban away the Camille, that P6 were going to go for Camille. But P6 actually prioritized the set more. So TODAK was like, okay, well, it's been able to slip through. Let's just go for this ourselves. And now P6, they get to go onto the Kai'Sa, which is a nice pickup for them here. I think it is a little bit easier to execute than the Lucian in this composition, if it's still going to be similar to what we saw last game. But I know you guys are talking about you guys would really like to see the Kaisa being played as opposed to stuff like the Corki.
Yeah, at least on the side of TODAK, right? I want to see something like a Varus, right? I think it's easier to execute than Corki to a certain extent, has slightly better scaling, and just provides more. Has that crowd control with the Chain of Corruptions. And P6 now, you take our Camille, we take the Rakan, and I think P6 they're onto something. They are making the right calls in the draft.
Yeah, they're trying to play for some pretty big AoE overall. Just like a quick sensing, I think that with P6, like they still need a couple of tools to round off their composition, because even if you try and get the Kai'Sa to be the hyper carry, they're still gonna face some resistance. So maybe something like the Zed could be really nice for Phantom6 if they can play that with Haki. I know Haki can try to go for something like that. Otherwise, a strong jungle would be really nice. I'm not sold on the Vi ban. I don't think that does much against Phantom6. Like, it is a jungle ban, but like there's still other options available.
And that's what I mentioned right in during the pick bans of game 1. TODAK, they have banned the Vi before, and it's something that has been scratching my head, thinking for a long time. I was sleepless for 2 nights because I was trying to figure out like why is the Vi even a ban, and they do it again. I don't know what to go with this. I feel like Nyx, he doesn't really care. There's still the Jarvan if you want to play it safe. There, you can still run the Set jungle. There's the Jax like you mentioned, the Kha'Zix, the Lee Sin. The Jax gets banned out. TODAK have a chance to pick up the Lee Sin, but Pieces can also do the same.
Yeah, I think if you've been awake for 2 nights trying to figure out why this is banned, maybe that's what they're trying to go for. Maybe they're trying to confuse the enemy, make them wonder why things have been going the way they've been going, and they're just running circles around their own heads, trying to figure out like, okay, why is this being banned out? Why are they getting rid of the Vi? Idea comes through. Yeah, TODAK are gonna ban away the Jax as well. Something that we mentioned was that, you know, even if you take away the Fiora and the Camille, there's still some jungle carry options available. I thought Jax was one of them. I didn't expect that the Vi to be a priority for them, but if they choose to get rid of it, by all means. This means that P6 get to go for to get the ban away some more marksman, getting rid of the Vayne and the Corki. Vayne actually has a pretty good time against the Kaisa, able to duel and deal with her pretty effectively. So this is a pretty nice ban, I think, but the Corki is just trying to get rid of options with TODAK.
Yeah, just trying to force TODAK's hand, and they pick up the Thresh for Shanks. One of his comfort picks aside from the Rakan. TODAK really wants to hide the Dragon Laner until the very end, which I think is great, right? You pick up the priority support first. Not that it matters too much. Pieces will not go for the Thresh anyways, but they will, in fact, go for the Garen and the Akali to round out the draft.
Okay, interesting stuff. Yeah, so the Akali matchup against the Diana is still pretty good. I did think that Zed could have been a pretty decent one for them, especially because you already have the Kaisa. But I suppose with what they're working with as well, a lot of true damage, a lot of executes, it would be nice to be able to dive into some backline. I think maybe the Zed isn't going to be able to get a good priority target pick off. So going for this Akali instead still works similarly, still having an assassin that's able to do the split pushing if need be. Otherwise, they can roam together as a team. I think TODAK have a much better team fighting composition now, and that feels much better. So much more comfortable for TODAK compared to what they were trying to execute on before.
So this is where we kind of quickly fall back to the ease of execution. Do you think that TODAK's draft is slightly easier to pull off compared to game 1?
Oh, definitely. Like, way easier to execute, right? TODAK's composition this time around is an entirely different thing, because TODAK, what they were trying to do was they were trying to time their split push really well. It required a lot of macro, having to understand like what needed to be done, like how to set up a wave before you go back to base, and then coming back so that the wave is in an ideal state. So you're stacking 2 cannon minions, 3 cannon minions to be able to deal with the turrets effectively. Like, there were so many things involved in their previous composition, their previous strategy. This time around, it's much more straightforward. It's the composition that everyone has played before. If you play Wild Rift, you know exactly how it needs to be played. You group up together as a team around an objective and you fight. It doesn't get simpler than that.
And I think it also kind of lessens the burdens on TODAK's shoulder, right? When we look at the draft from game 1, it requires everyone to be self-sufficient. Skylo in particular left on an island to his own devices, and that's where it really taxes the individual understanding of the game. But I agree with you, if TODAK stick together, they can get things done. That's what we saw when they went up against SEM9. Despite losing the game, it did show us that TODAK are just more comfortable when they get to play together as a unit, and that is where they not only get the backup of their own teammates, but they also get to display their individual prowess.
Yeah, so okay, very interesting. If Haki does end up piloting that Garen into the matchup, that does surprise me a little bit, because I do think that the Garen versus Diana matchup is winning, but I think the Camille versus Akali matchup is a bit more of a skill-based matchup, whereas I think it's easier for the Garen. So I think this is a your move mobility is high, but it's not to the level of Elite Sim, so you can do certain things that you can't do certain things that Elite Sim could probably otherwise do. I think that is the biggest issue for TODAK, is to be able to keep up with that competitive.
Yeah. I guess in a sense, when it comes to ease of execution, despite the draft being more straightforward, but when you look at the individual champions, especially the Gragas, you just have more rows of the field, right? You gotta plant your body in front, you gotta know how to when to use the explosive cast. They attempt a gank bot side, but Newgate, he doesn't have his ultimate yet. It will come out right now, and that's just a bit of an off timing for TODAK.
Look at the vision line that P6 have managed to establish for himself. Yoshi has gone up to the top side. What are the scrubs? Look at what's happened towards the bot side. Phantom6 have so much vision over TODAK's jungler on top of Newgate. You talk about the most value you can possibly get from the ward. That is the ward that gives you information on where the enemy jungler is, especially in the early game, right? So they have having all this information just made it so easy for them to play aggressively. So you see what's happening down to bot side. They're able to keep up the tempo. At the same time, they were able to walk away when the gank was incoming, and now they know it's gone again. They can just play aggressively, send TODAK back to base.
And that's the second time that Shanks had to blow the flash defensively. And that really limits Shanks' playmaking ability, right? This recall is going to give it the proto belt. That's what he always goes for on the threat. And Crown also getting gone on by Yoshi. Probably in perfect execution. That is going to be the first one. Second instance coming up. Crown uses the ultimatum, locks Yoshi in, flashes away Yoshi. 5-point strike goes wide, but does have the barrier to keep himself alive.
That's an Ignite barrier difference. Yoshi thought he needed to play the defensive matchup. Guess what? You were wrong. That's the other way around. The one who needed to play defensive matchup was going to be Crown. Crown almost goes down. If that was an Ignite, if that was a Summoner Spell swap, Yoshi wouldn't want that. We actually see Shanks move to the top side, went for that cheeky recoil, plays in for the Proto Belt, but there's not that much more he can get done. Burns his Ignite as well.
A very ambitious attempt, a very overzealous one. There are a couple of ways for Yoshi to get out of it. They force the recall just in time for the objective to spawn. You can see TODAK now starting to put a bit of pressure, both the solo lane and the side lane. And TODAK will now start on the Rift Herald. Contrary to game 1, Peace will get the Dragon instead.
They do end up switching the objectives around this time. It does seem like because of the position of the map that you get and the kind of lane priority they have. It's interesting to me that TODAK are trying to prioritize this.
Nikuge still has the smite, thankfully. I mean, Haki, he was ready to make something happen, but top lane might not be that straightforward. Crown does not have the flash, does have the hook shot. He wants to use it. Yoshi and Eggy go on him. That's when Yuge shows up. And he's gonna be that brick wall that protects his buddy Crown. But Nyx, he is hovering around that top side though.
Yeah, not sure if that was communicated that well. It seemed like they went for a force engagement and didn't they have to, and then he started making a dive to the top side.
Yeah, Face Breaker does go wide, but P6 will power on all of their members on that top lane, and TODAK immediately lose 3 members. They all disintegrate, and that P6 is perfectly done.
Perfectly done, yeah. 4 kills straight over to them, and being able to time that so well was yeah, pretty crazy instance. I'm not gonna lie, we managed to see some good timing, even though we already saw the ultimate from the Rakan expanded. It definitely closes a bit of the windows and some of the opportunities that they had trying to make a play there. Instead, was still able to execute on it. They jump on, tackle the opponent head on. And this is despite the Rift Herald not being in their possession, right? So you would think that the team that had the Rift Herald were gonna make the more aggressive play to try and be able to convert that into a turret. Apparently not. Phantom6 don't really care. They just dive you outright.
Yeah, and they just show us how it's done. Game 1, they got the Rift Herald, they got almost 2 turrets. Now they didn't get the Rift Herald, but they still got the turret either way. We're gonna jump back into game shortly, and what we saw before we cut off was PSA getting a good start. They did lose the Rakan, and he did go down once, and this is where TODAK drops the Rift Herald. They will get that mid tier one finally, and they're rotating top lane. Crown kind of smelling where Yoshi is, drops the ultimatum, keeping him in place, but they're not gonna have enough space to make it happen. Yuge will change that, knock Yoshi backwards. Now they come in with body slam. Yoshi will go down. TODAK does it well. While Rabbit has the culling and Yuge takes the lines at the same time.
Aki's running back over. They end up trading that mid lane turret. I think that's the Rift Herald being expanded towards the mid side, so they do get something back. And this actually opens up the map quite a bit. We think about what junglers want to get done. I think with what P6 have right now, it's not too bad because with Nyx, it's still quite stable. You know, he doesn't need that much farm to still be impactful. Whereas if this was a carry jungler, losing that mid lane turret was going to be devastating. P6 do actually have some more spot, and so they get to pick up the second turret of the game. They do end up opening up the map a little bit. A little bit concerning here for TODAK because as they start losing these side lanes, it's a bit different from before. They actually end up losing quite a bit of pressure because they don't have stuff like the Fiora that's able to start gathering pressure to the other side of the map.
Both side lanes have already lost tier 1, but I guess the silver lining for TODAK is that this time they break open them in tier 1. That's going to give them a bit more access into the P6 side of the map, but they still need a bit more time, and you can see P6, they have that ping onto the Baron lane. Eggy will kind of join Momo, and Shanks following very closely behind, but he's going to walk under vision of P6. So I would say up to this point, the vision wall from Phantom6 is done immaculately. In fact, I don't think TODAK can make much aggressive moves. They will be caught out. Eggy just goes forward. Shanks lands death sentence, but I don't think he wants to go onto Haki.
Exactly like you said, TODAK can't make aggressive moves, but Phantom6 can! So guess what? They will do exactly that. They're gonna go for an aggressive move. They're gonna try and run you down. Unfortunately, I think they missed out on the chance. Maybe if you use the quickness, might have been able to jump on the Shanks at the kill end of that. There's not somebody behind him on the thresh. And Shanks goes down this time. No flash gonna save him.
If you want to stop TODAK from taking those fights, you take out the person that starts the fight. And P6, they have been severely punishing Shanks in the laning phase, forcing the blow flash twice. Now they kill him for the second time on the map. Shanks have not been able to make any plays at all, and I think this is probably one of the worst start that he has ever faced. But it's all thanks to P6, knowing their priorities. They will get the Cloud Drake for themselves. TODAK, they're starting their Rift Herald, but they don't have the man advantage. So Shanks He's beelining towards the rest of the team, and TODAK, they're in for a fight. Haki just goes on forward. Newgate does have body slam, but engage from Eggy. Now they bring everyone back with Facebreaker. Ultimatum is good, but Yoshi is hovering in the backline within the Twilight Shroud. Rip Arrow still pretty much healthy. A good moonfall from Skylo lands on the tree, but P6 now, they turn out to him. Skylo flashes away, a re-engage and a Facebreaker from Nyx. They will still bring down Newgate, and P6 ends up losing Eggy as well. Momo dropping low, but he will flash away to safety and take out Skylo with him. A good flash from Crown. He follows up, but gets executed by Haki. The culling finally unleashed by Wild Rabbit. They finish off the set, but Yoshi goes on forward with the Shuriken flip, and TODAK ends up losing 4 members.
Haki's gonna run him down. He's gonna find him. He spots Death Vision, but he ends up backing off because Momo has too much utility, has too many spells to dash away. I had to make a guess. He was either left or he was right. Didn't expect it on the right side. He was pathing towards him. Definitely would have chased after. And despite everything that happened, TODAK actually hold on to a pretty small loss there. Was still quite tight between both sides. They do manage to jump back in. You know, some kills were able to go back towards them. And even when we take a look back towards this replay, I mean, it all starts out so well for Phantom6 in my opinion. Like, you get this initial pull off, and you start to think that, yeah, this should be an easy one and done fight for Phantom6. But really nice ultimate from Skylo in the backline actually pulls their attention away. And then he starts looking for some resets to make something happen. Haki is pretty much out of the fight at this point and just running around trying to stall for a little bit of time. And in this flash of the wall, I really thought this was a really nice play from Crown mechanically. Unfortunately, would have been nice to get a little bit more there, but then the coming through from Wild Rabbit is pretty much all they can ask for.
And we see this ironclad barricade, which is Haki, right? Just stands there as a Garen. Doesn't care what TODAK does. He just have no damage to put him down. P6 unleashed the repair top side. Another good moonfall, but Nyx just grabs Skylo and tosses him backwards. TODAK still wants to make something happen. You could see Crowd with the ultimatum. He locks the members of P6 down, but P6 can take the fight. Wild Rabbit with a good culling. It's gonna knock Nyx low, and Yoshi goes over the wall with the Shuriken flip. Perfect execution. Completely decimates Wild Rabbit, and Newgate goes down. The second instance of that Akali ultimate will also bring down Skylo. TODAK ends up losing 3 members.
Ooh, getting spicy there, Yoshi. Staying alive, almost died to the Krugs. Imagine dying to the Krugs after winning in a massive team fight for your team. Now they try to run after Crown of the tactical sweep and a little bit more damage. Finds a kill back onto Iggy, and it's going to be Yoshi that comes in to try and play safety. But even after all that, Phantom6 still come out ahead.
And Haki did not die. Unbelievable, just goes into the midst of the fight, tanks up everything from TODAK. I mean, TODAK threw hook, line, and sinker at this Garen, but cannot get a kill. Just the extra resistance from the Mountain Drake, it did play a minor part in those team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those are some pretty big stats at this point, especially for the more defensive players. They have been able to pick up some of these items. I think the biggest difference maker for Phantom6 there in that dive was the fact that he had the Stark's Gauge, so Haki knew that he was able to afford some of that space. But they're trying to get an intercept off, but there's no good target to really go for. Nyx just gets to run you down here.
Oh, and Haki shows up. Eggy, it's a good charm. They find the target. It's going to be Shanks, so Proto Bells away. As TODAK, they were able to disengage from that. A good attempt, a good idea. Wanted to catch Momo, but ends up seeing Nyx walking towards them. But they will still try though. The target is Haki, so I don't know if TODAK can do much. They will force him away and now try to escort the mid-minion wave. But at the same time, P6, they start working on the Ocean Drake. Crown just runs into Haki. A good gank set up by P6. They will get an engage. 2-man knockout. Execution comes through. Haki blows up 2 members of TODAK. Shanks will be the 3rd. He has Nyx backing him up. And Shanks is just going to get run down underneath tier 2. I don't think Skylo can arrive in time. Shank throws out the box. Triple kill for Haki. It will be a good 4-man moonfall. But where's the damage? They have the ultimatum. Skylo might just end up going down. Yoshi claims a rampage, and P6, they don't even need the dragons. They just run TODAK down that mid lane.
Yeah, they have time. They could end this if they want to right now. It's going to be a little bit difficult with Crown, but if they really want to try and force the end, they could definitely go for it. I think Momo was of the same opinion. Decides that they don't want to try and make the risky play. They're just going to back off and then try to end the game off later. But that was strange. Skylo tries to dive in at that point. I think the intention there was to try and cut the wave so that Phantom6 wasn't going to be able to push out and end the game directly. But I think that was better timing. It could have been done for that. They could have waited a little bit more for Crown before trying to make that play. Otherwise, could have maybe... Oh my goodness, Yoshi!
You give him a Shuriken flip, he will go the distance. And now Eggy rejoins his team. Look at who's coming from the side.
We're still going?
Get instinct in. Shanks plays them backwards. Nyx is running towards them with the knuckle down, has a speed boost from the side. Passes Skylo, dashes in with the Luna Rush. Let's get towards the back and completely disintegrates as P6. They decimate TODAK. Everyone vaporizes and Yoshi gets a Quadra. He does not die, and TODAK with the Hail Mary attempt did not work out. P6 will claim game number 2. We thought it was going to be a bit longer, Grandin, but TODAK, they just went in, it failed, and P6 will reap the rewards of that team fight, and they will gain this series 2-0. Crown, he comes back, but only runs into an inting Iggy. That's pretty much it. P6, 2-0 series.
Didn't expect that one, I think. I think it was a little bit surprised that he was in Fountain Ridge at that point, but that was a little bit crazy. Like, I thought the fight was surely going to be over at that point. They were still looking for the pickup on the Kai'Sa. You would think that at that point they would have backed off, they would have gone away, reset, tried to make a different play. I think Momo was looking pretty safe at that point. And then Yoshi just runs back in. Yoshi had no HP like you mentioned and just does not care. The guy is crazy and just runs in and kills them all, gets a 4K, a Quadra kill, while in between turrets, and then you see him with those style points at the end. He hits the barrier and the hourglass at the same time. I mean, this is just nuts. And it looks like Phantom6 are in such a good spot right now in the match against TODAK. TODAK had a really rough time against them, trying to figure out what needed to be done.
And I think the one phrase that perfectly sets these two teams apart is composure, right? P6 looks so composed in those situations. Yoshi gets his spotlight. Momo got to show off what Kai'Sa is all about. And I think one of the defining moments was also TODAK. They got desperate. They felt compelled to make something happen. They blew everything at Momo, couldn't get the kill. And when Skylo saw the opportunity as a Diana, jumps back in, and P6 just turned on him. I don't think he even got a chance to do anything, right? I felt like even he was surprised by that.
Yeah, the crowd control is amazing. Just slammed in, and then suddenly all the damage is output. I think most of his utility was used the last time around when he was in the mid lane trying to keep the fight going, or trying to save the turret, trying to save the mid lane, and just didn't have any anymore. Like you mentioned, just got locked up by the set and just dies.
Yeah, that's a slam dunk if I've ever seen one. And P6 still continuing this winning streak. They are well on their way. That's it. I mean, P6 and TODAK, they have completed their first round in the double round robin. So from tomorrow onwards, it's going to be a reset, and P6 coming out on top. TODAK kind of still experiencing the problems that they have been willing to share with us last week, which was the mid to late game communication, right? How the macro is going to work out. TODAK still needs to look at that, but for P6, I think they're well set.
Yeah, this is the level that we were expecting from Phantom6, and going into the future as well. Definitely something to keep a team to keep your eye on, because they're gonna be in that run in for that 1 seed going into the regional competition, and especially with how close it's starting to get, I think they definitely want to have those dates locked in. Like, they've cleared out their schedule. It's like, yeah, maybe we get to, if we win this, we get to go all the way, we get to travel, maybe, perhaps, I don't know, depending on the situation. I guess we'll have to find out when the announcement comes through. Potentially gets to go for something else, for a competition. Otherwise, even then, you know, you get to play from the studio or from home, whatever it is, you get to play in an international.
Yeah, and this endgame screen is a bit more jarring compared to game number 1. Game number 1 felt like both teams had a chance, but game 2, P6 just took it and never looked back. Nyx has 17 assists, Eggy has 16. I mean, these two, they just built full tank, ran into a fight alongside Haki. This was kind of like the Yoshi highlight reel on the Akali. 11 kills and 1 death. TODAK couldn't do anything.
Yeah, once we got into lane, that was a problem that he had to deal with. Then once it got out of lane, he was a bigger problem to deal with. Like, that is pretty crazy. You know, generally you kind of get to be one or the other. You don't get to be both. Like, if you end up being a problem in lane, TODAK or the enemy team generally punishes you, so you don't become as big of an issue afterwards. And if you're not a big issue in lane, and then you start to snowball, that's usually what we see more often. But Yoshi was a menace through and through. It was a problem for them from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, and even now as TODAK is probably taking away a good amount from this, because I think they get to look back at like the strategies and the way they have to play out these matches. There's quite a bit to be garnered for TODAK here. Even as they go back against this, I mean, one of the biggest takeaways I think for this matchup specifically is just, how do we deal with Yoshi? How do we deal with this massive Baron laners? Guys like Tipper that exist in this competition, Arhedge, Deshang. I mean, how do you deal with guys like Yoshi as well? Like, what is the thing that needs to be done? I think that You know, you know how it is. It's getting
Yeah,
a little bit
it's-
nuts. It's getting a little bit nuts.
Yeah, I think like the Baron lane is probably one of the craziest lanes, right? Just because we have insane players. You mentioned a few. I think Emotion also adds on top of that. Those are like the crazy ones who love to fight. Doesn't care what happens. They just want to land some punches. Of course, we do have the more stable ones like Crown, like Zizune. But overall, I agree with you. I think that Yoshi, not only is he a good Baron laner, he also has a very wide champion pool. We've seen him play Akali, but he can also play the Darius if needed. There's something that TODAK needs to figure out. On the other hand, we also saw how P6 systematically dismantles TODAK core, right? TODAK's kind of foundation, which was Shanks. They didn't let Shanks do anything, but we do have a Shanks counterpart in the Dragon lane. We will get an interview with Eggy, the support from P6. Let's get him on, and I can't wait to talk to him.
Not just
Hi,
yet. One
not
second.
just yet.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
I was about to say hi, Eggy. I did not know that you look charming today.
Oh, thank you. I hope you say the same for our guest here. Oh my goodness,
There we go. Hello, Eggy. Can you hear us, Eggy? We can't hear you right now, but one thing I could say is that you look great. I love the smile, even though you're wearing a mask. I think that's the smile of someone who just won another series as a support. But hello? I'm hearing a bit of an audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Eggy?
I hear a little bit too.
Oh, I think I hear it. Hello? Okay, awesome. Hello, Eggy. Congratulations.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Oh,
Congratulations. I mean,
Yeah,
another
thank
win for you
you.
guys. I just want to ask you, like, it's the most basic question, but I want to get, like, how are you feeling right now? Another clean series against TODAK.
I won't say it's that clean. Like we kind of choked the first game. Yeah, but overall it was. I mean, we kind of like make it back up for the second game. Yeah.
There's a question that has been. Go ahead.
But overall, we feel kind of good to actually win the series. Against TODAK.
Right. So there's a question that has been on my mind because initially when WCS started, you were playing the jungle role, and halfway through you and Nick swapped roles and you went into the support, right? So how has that been working out for you guys?
So far, it's actually doing better than we expected because when we role swap that time, we barely clocked what we are playing right now. So I would say that the results that that came out after we swap was actually quite amazing already. Yeah, and despite like having like lesser scrim trainings with the we are playing right now, I would say it's not bad. Did a good job into the change.
Yeah, and I think that I can see that you guys are feeling really comfortable. And I want to pass the baton to Brandon because he loves comfortable stuff. So, Brandon.
Comfy vibes only. Yeah, I mean, you guys have been looking great, and you say like it's not that clean, but you guys haven't lost a game since your first 2 days like matches against SEM9 and LF4. After that, you guys haven't even lost a game, right? Like, how are you guys feeling going into the second set of the double round robin again and having to face off these opponents again?
I think we are feeling pretty nervous to actually fight against like the top teams, the one that's currently top 2. I think especially we are facing one of them this week already. So it's kind of we need to be much more better prepared and not let our mental explode before actually even fighting them.
Yeah. The mental boom, a term that I think we are hearing more and more often. But I want to get your guess. Who do you think is the MVP?
I think Yoshi. I wanted him to do the interview, but he just ran away. He ditched me.
Well, we do have the MVP ready, so we're gonna put it up on screen and let's find out who is the most valuable player for the series. You say it's Yoshi. I do agree with that, but I think you also deserve to be the MVP. So just gonna wait for that to come up. But as we wait for that, oh there we go. We're gonna roll it right now. MVP, drum roll. It is going to be Yoshi. So
there
you
we
got
go.
it right. There we go.
Nothing
Yeah,
unsurprising, right? I think Yoshi did a great job there.
Yeah, he
So
did
I wanna
actually.
get
So
some-
he kind of deserved it.
Yeah, I want to get some peer feedback from you, right? How do you think Yoshi did I know we said he's amazing, but I want to hear it from you. Just raw feedback. How do you think he did? Do you think you are better than him? Do you think you deserve the MVP?
No, I think this series he deserves it more than me. Yeah. And I think for the past few games he barely play any carry roles. Like he's playing more towards like the beefy kind of heroes like Garen, Daria. So I think right now like we gave him like to play a carry champion like Akali. I think it's more towards his play style, so he can actually perform better. Yeah.
Right. So
And I
just
think he
now you
need to
talk
redeem.
about like.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I want to say like he most probably want to redeem his tier as a like his ranking as a top laner. So give him the Akali to play. Yeah.
I think he's well on his way to achieve that. So just now you said that you guys will be fighting, I believe, LFO by the end of the week, and you guys you're pretty nervous. You're kind of keeping that mental in. But I want to ask something else aside from that, which is you are in the team. You know, you are the newer faces, right? 3 of your members have won the Icon 4 season last year: Haki, Nyx, and Momo. So is there any added pressure when you join for WCS?
Actually, I kind of play competitive before that also. So like, I actually meet against 3 of them before in tournaments. Okay, and maybe except for Haki because I played for like maybe season 0 and season 1. Yeah, so I won't really feel that pressure, but more like I think fighting any against strong teams will just make me feel very pressure in general. Yeah.
Right. Well, we wish you all the best and another great win for Phantom6, and good luck for the rest of the series, for the rest of the week. But now, I think you deserve some celebration, and tell Yoshi to come on next time because we really want to talk to that MVP. Till then, thank you for coming on. See you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Cool guy. Now we know who to pull next. Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yoshi has to come on.
That's really interesting because I always thought that Yoshi was going into this as that tank player. Like, it seemed to me that my impression was wrong about him. Like, he's not a tank player. He's a carry player in the Baron lane, which is very interesting because if that is what we could kind of expect from Yoshi, and we can expect this level from his Akali, like, it changes so much for Phantom6 because previously one of my biggest concerns was how Yoshi would perform in the Baron lane up against some of the best Baron laners in the region. Now this opens up, this changes things a lot.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see even more flexibility from Phantom6, right? Something that we finally got to discover in that previous game. While Yoshi, flashy in game, but a bit camera shy, so we still have a lot more series that to potentially get Phantom6 on, because I think they're on they're on the right track to winning more games. But coming up, SEM9 against PathSeeker. This is going to be an interesting one. And I think
Okay. I guess we just gotta keep going.
Yeah, I was expecting you to have some feedback, but I didn't expect you to look at.
Fair enough. I mean, we have a couple more things along the horizon, you know, and we get to see a little bit more.
Oh boy, that's it's pretty awkward, but hey, I like it. I like it. You know, sometimes I get to stare at something charming. I love that feeling. But of course,
my goodness,
this is it.
Stop it, Husky. Stop it.
You're welcome. We're gonna go for a short break, and we will come back for SEM9 against PathSeeker.
executed.
Let's throw down. All words are fighting words.
I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. 'Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here, dancing through the night. Ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. We follow our hearts, let them lead the way. Heart is stronger than the mind, it won't lead us astray. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. 'Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here, dancing through the night. Ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic. Yeah. I just wanna show you the magic. Show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. Oh, yeah, it's magic.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall, hoping that they get ahead, so we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck, hit the body, clip the neck, cause you know that more is less. Yes, yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means, I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys, show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback, gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes, so what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. B. Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win this in a comeback.
Here we go now.
We have in store for us today, like SEM9 PSK, you know, it is a, how would I describe this? Like, PSK is a team that I think have the opportunity to do some interesting things similar to Upcar Esports, and SEM9 have been they've just had a rough day last week.
Yeah, and they say that, you know, at least Becky said that they were trying something that they haven't fully mastered, and, you know, Upcar play a fantastic series, capitalizing on their mistake, and that's what you love to see from a team, right? Finding points of attack and, you know, showing everyone that SEM9 can bleed. And now we look at PathSeeker to do the same thing. They also have amazing players to do so. I think when it comes down to PathSeeker, one of the highlights has always been on Emotion and William to a certain extent. Swift also has been kind of in the limelight for a bit, being one of the more experienced players on the team. But Emotion, he's the madman of PathSeeker, and I think he will continue to be that madman.
Yeah, initially coming into this one, I had some expectations for Swift because I think that's some of their play style anyway, right? Is to get down to the Dragon Lane and make that one more impactful. But then look at how Emotion has been able to perform, like you mentioned recently. He's definitely been up there. He's been trying to keep toe-to-toe with some of the best in the competition. And the competition is stiff. We saw the stance that Phantom6 went for, you know, when he had Yoshi play tank duty because there were maybe some concerns about how well he was able to perform against guys like Arhidge and against Tipper. But Emotion was not afraid to take that challenge head on and say, you know what, I will play towards these matchups in whatever way I can. And if that means that they're going to try and play directly for the strong matchups, then by all means. But this doesn't mean that he can't play like the Brutus anyway. Like, he's gone for a huge pool. One of his debut matches, I think, was with that Singed. So he really is showing us like a full diverse roster of options for a PathSeeker.
Yeah, he also did play the Akali, right? Similar to Yoshi, he loves these kind of mechanically intensive champions. And I would say in the Dragon Lane, we have this whole narrative of Coffee being rank 1 and 2, and everyone else trying to catch up, But in the Baron Lane, I think we have emotion. He proclaims that he's better than Tipper, even though he's lost to Tipper overall, but he's still well on his way to, make that conquest happen. And we're going to keep close tabs on that. Can he prove that he is a better laner than Tipper? Because I think that is a very big shoe to fill.
Yeah. You know what? If he believes that that's the case, then by all means, I'll roll with it. I'll see what he's got for us, and see what we have in store for us with these two teams. With PathSeeker, I think there are some interesting connotations to kind of expect, because they were a little bit of a question mark. We kind of knew where their power level was sort of at. I think we all knew they were able to take away some wins from some of the other teams, but I was kind of expecting them to place a little bit higher after the first week. They were a little bit shaky starting week number 1. Even towards the tail end of it, they were up against some pretty stiff competition, so it just made things a little bit more difficult for them. But at the same time, they should be winning more rounds overall. I think it shouldn't be like the 2-0, 2-0. They should be looking for like the 1-2, 1-2, and then occasionally pulling off the 2-1s. But it's looking a little bit too one-sided.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. I think for me, I place PathSeeker a bit higher overall as well. But we do have something coming up for you guys. It is our daily trivia, my favorite part of the show, because I get to be philosophical, and I do have the master in philosophy with me. So let's take a look at what the question is. Which creatures in Wild Rift help their champion fight in the lane of the game? Is it A, minions, B, Yordos, C, Meglings, or D, Poros? My personal favorite, I think, is Poro, because that's what Braum brings to the Summoner's Rift.
Okay, so in the topic of getting philosophical, last time around we asked ourselves, nice mic by the way, Husky. Last time we asked ourselves what constitutes a lane. We never got that. We got an answer, but we never personally came up with a really solid answer. You mentioned before yourself that you had some differing opinions as well on the number of lanes that one might have throughout the game. Right.
For me, it depends on your state of mind in the game, right? If you want to run it down, there's only one lane.
So we've gone through that idea. Now to get the answer for this one, we need to figure out like what kind of how we define the lanes, because we had Yordos in there. I mean that also true, kind of true, And we've never kind of defined what minions are technically, or Poros are technically. So can we say for certain? Are we 100% sure?
We're not. If you pick Ziggs, that's a Yordo. Yordo fights with you, right? If you take the Bramble back the rib buff, it also helps you indirectly. So we will come back to that later on. But first off, let's take a look at one of the teams playing up next. It is none other than SEM9. All about Ozoraveki being the captain and the jungler, but he also has a team that trusts him and is willing to listen to him. He likes to lead, and he has been leading the rest of them well. RH, Chili, Sage, Winter, everyone else has been putting the results on the table. Vida to a certain extent when he debuted last week. So I think SEM9 coming as the Malaysia super team, they are looking very solid, even after the loss against Upcar.
And SEM9 is the only team right now with 2 players that have 2 MVPs. At this point of the competition, Ozoraveki and Winter have 2 MVPs. Chili has 1 as well, making them some of the most impactful players overall. Ozoraveki and Winter tie up with Coffee and Nyx as the only 4 players to hold 2 MVPs. And 2 of those players are on SEM9. That's how strong SEM9 is.
Yeah, we talk about how this super team is valuable. Well, that kind of solidifies it, right? The players individually can pull their own weight regardless of what roles they're in, even though sometimes we do go back and forth about how mid lane probably isn't the most impactful one. There's still an MVP there in the form of Chili, but what is apparent is how Veki has been really keeping it together despite all of and I think the fact that they've known each other for years back in the PC days really helped with that. But of course, let's take a look at their opponents. It's of course going to be PathSeeker. I would say PathSeeker is a team of a few madmen. We've seen Mid-Leona with AP, with Route of Ages. But the guy who played that is going to be playing in this series. We have William with LXY Emotion, Swift, and Evolution.
Like, the thing with PathSeeker in this competition is we literally saw them play against LFO last week. And that is a huge indicator of where PathSeeker are going into the match against SEM9. And they actually were willing to take up some very aggressive stances against their opponent. Like, they were willing to directly confront LFO. The same thing could be done. Look at what happens towards Emotion. If he's willing to go and flex that Riven, the Camille, willing to take either of those two along with LXY, if they're willing to play for the Jax, the Fiora, like topside, fully willing to commit to the aggressive playoff, and then on the bottom side, they want to play stable, but they also want to play initiators. Evolution has like every initiator support under their belt, I think. It is a pretty conclusive idea in my mind that PathSeeker are willing to go out of the box or play to whatever needs to be done and unafraid to take the challenge head on. SEM9 is just another step of the way.
Yeah, and I think for PathSeeker, they are also one of the teams that, you know, actively play the Twisted Fate, right? RTP did pick it once, I believe, last week. No, in week 1, but PathSeeker did show that they are more proficient with the Twisted Fate, especially when Willem is on the field. We always look at that champion as one of his pocket picks, and I think the first time he picked it, they lost the game, but overall we saw how much impact he can bring towards the map to facilitate LXY and Emotion. And I would go a step further. I would say that PathSeeker are a team that just wants to carry, that everyone wants to just play individual carries and play aggressive and just fight their way to victory.
Sure. I'll give it to you there. I'll give it to you there. Because even when we have a bot side that's supposed to look a little bit safer with their picks, I mean, going for stuff like the Corki, going for stuff like the Zaya, they don't necessarily play that way, right? You see them just dive in, Swift just jumps in with the package. Even when you have like the Featherstorm, you know, willing to bring it to its absolute limits and really take it on aggressively.
Yeah, let's take a look at the hit-to-hit. This time we will look at the top lane. We've talked about Emotion a lot, but let's talk about his opponent in the lane. None other than RH. In Emotion's eye, he's better than Tipper, means that he's directly better than RH. We look at the kill participation, Emotion just exceeding RH by a mile. But everything else, it feels like Emotion looks extremely on the top when it comes to those numbers.
Like, you're talking about how Emotion feels like it's better than Tipper, and that makes it better than RH. Are you sure about that? Like, has RH agreed to this statement? I feel like RH has something to say about it. Is Tipper willing to play full AP Yuumi? Well, he is willing to play full AP Yuumi, probably, though. Is RH gonna give that one up? I don't think so. You know, RH was willing to take the Yuumi first and kind of pioneer the idea and have the rest of the teams follow through. Even though the Filipino region, I think, gave away that information before they were prepared to. But either way, I think they are willing to take that, bring the play themselves. RH is able to hold his own up against Tipper, I think.
Yeah, and I think the numbers for Emotion, right, damage per minute and damage taken per minute really exemplifies how this guy just loves to fight. He deals damage and he's willing to take it. And sometimes he is one of those players that does a coin flip move when things get desperate, right? He will make a Hail Mary play just to open up space for the rest of his team, and he's not afraid to do so. A very sacrificial player, sometimes to the detriment of his team, but that's what makes Emotion special in the Baron lane.
Yeah, he's a special kind of player. You gotta always make sure that he's on a leash, making sure that he's not running off into nowhere and getting himself killed. Being able to keep that tempo going. So really excited to see if PathSeeker do have something in store for us. We know that the way that SEM9 would like to play, they like to play with that hyper carry, they like to try and get Veki in the jungle and really have something that you can pilot effectively. It seems like up against Upcar Esports, who were able to identify that, they were able to punish. PathSeeker are willing to do that themselves. Like, they will play in this exact style that SEM9 want to play into. Do PathSeeker have something else for us, or is SEM9 just going to show them like, we are the better versions of you? We get to win this one because we just know it better. You know, there's quite an interesting one with this one, but I think it's pretty straightforward, I think, where everyone's leaning.
Yep, and let's take a look at the predictions. I would say that all of us are leaning towards SEM9, and who wouldn't, right? I think even in the toughest match, we would all pick SEM9, and of course, that's going to be the prediction. Very straightforward. And one other thing that I want to bring up is also how PathSeeker's champion pool is almost the same as SEM9, right? they are the only team who has played Jax top, and that's Emotion, and he has done pretty well despite, I believe, they lost that game. But he did demonstrate that Jax can be played top, though we highly advise against it. So I would say PathSeeker, they are pretty fearless when it comes to flexing those carry champions.
You know, I've been watching Sherlock recently, like the Benedict Cumberbatch one. And I've been watching Sherlock, and I've just finished season 2. And then in that one, like the whole plot of it is that they're trying to convince that Sherlock is not as great as he is. Like, that's what's happening for SEM9. That loss against Upcar Esports has now like put doubt in our minds. It has given us this idea in our heads that maybe SEM9 isn't that good. Maybe SEM9 can just lose these games. For all the things that we've been kind of harping on, saying that, yeah, SEM9's coming in here as this Goliath looking to try and win this one out. Now maybe things aren't so straightforward. Maybe we do get to see a slightly weaker SEM9 that could be punished, that could be taken advantage of. And with PathSeeker now standing in their way, maybe PathSeeker have something for us to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also kind of shows us it's just a human thing, right? You can do like 1,000 good things, but you trip over your shoelaces one and people start doubting you, like, yeah, this guy maybe is not as good as we think he is. But to be fair to SEM9, they are still the super team, and they are not afraid to admit their mistakes, right? They took the defeat gracefully. At the end of the day, it is a marathon. That one loss in the group stage is not going to define SEM9, and I think they will try to kind of re-establish that statement against PathSeeker.
That's true. And even when you do the best thing every single time, you win. Like, you can win the Olympics once, and then people are like, no, but then, maybe this wasn't against the best competition. Like, you have to go full Usain Bolt. Like, you have to win the Olympics multiple times and set world records every step of the way and really cement yourself for people to be like, yeah, you know what? This is undisputable. This is undeniable. SEM9, I feel like I'm kind of at the baby steps of that. This is a direction for them to continue going, and we see like in esports as well. Even now, in the Korean region, like there's such a huge reputation for them because they've won the World Championship multiple times. One of the few regions that have ever done it, and many regions have not won worlds at all yet. So we get to see this continuous repetition from them, and we need to see if SEM9 can really start to bring us to this point, or if this is just about their limits, and they need to start like looking for some new innovation as well.
Yeah, and I think a good reference would be like leaving a legacy, right? We look at like a lot of teams, individual teams have won worlds for League of Legends PC, but only SK Telecom has won it multiple times, and I think that's the legacy that SEM9 needs to look for. It's a long shot. I mean, we are still in. This is like kind of like the infancy stage of competitive Wild Rift, but we're getting there. And SEM9, if they want to get to that pinnacle, they need to get through the local league first. And I honestly think that they are well on their way to do so. But this journey, because it is so arduous, SEM9 will just have to make sure that they watch their step every single moment of the way.
It's a cold world out there. Bundle up, SEM9. Get ready for this one. I think PathSeeker are just one more step closer towards that. Maybe they lead them down the path. Bring them along for the ride. Say like, hey, we know you want to go this way. We're going the same way. Follow us. We're gonna lead you there. Maybe that's what happens.
Yep. And with that being said, we will continue our story in a bit because I love Brandon. He's full of stories, and this is why I learned so much things. But we're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, that's where we will talk more about the upcoming series between SEM9 and PathSeeker.
Here we go now.
Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. And my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stay on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine, you might go blind. Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option, they can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy, cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
I'm undisputed. Let's throw down. All words are fighting words.
Get ready to face the mighty Yumi! Oh, and book. You're in bite range!
talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. I'm talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious. War with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors. We the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors.
Here we go now for the WCS MYSG Week 3 Day 1. Second series coming up, SEM9 against PathSeeker. My name is Husky, and I'm with the Sherlock Holmes follower on Netflix, Grandon. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm so sorry.
Yes, that is true. That is true. I suppose if Sherlock Holmes was here in like real life, he truly did exist. I probably would follow his content, you know. If Watson was writing his blog, yeah, I'd probably follow that, right? It's unfortunately that isn't the case. I'm sure maybe in like some other field or something, you know, we have like Sherlock Holmes of like pastry baking or something, right? And maybe I'm not following that one. Not quite my cup of tea.
Yeah, we have, you know, you made a Sherlock Holmes reference to SEM9 and how we feel about SEM9 after their loss against Upcar. I want to make a slightly different reference. It's from Breaking Bad. I think that with how PathSeeker has been playing for the first 2 weeks, they show us the Singe, they show us the very atrocious Leona AP mid. They kind of remind me a bit of Heisenberg, right? Not afraid to try out new concoctions, even though sometimes it doesn't work out and he ends up, you know, hurting himself. But hey, it's all about, you know, it's all about taking the shots. You know, you miss every time if you don't try.
Did we watch the same Breaking Bad? Because I feel like the Breaking Bad that I watched, right? He knew what he was making, and like he made like some pretty potent stuff to begin with. Because I didn't finish the series, so I actually wouldn't know. So correct me if I'm wrong. But later down the line, does he actually start experimenting with like new things that like are not working for him?
Your guess is as good as mine because I didn't finish it either. That's as far as I go.
Well, we got somewhere down this. We got something out of this analogy. If it turns out both of us have difficulty finishing television series, and Breaking Bad is supposed to be like one of the best TV shows of our time, and I just couldn't sit through watching all of it. And so I guess that's pretty much it from us. You know, I guess we're just bad at watching television shows.
Yeah, the recent series that I finished was from this kind of an esports series from China. It was basically about gaming, right? And how like this guy comes out of retirement, forms a new team, goes on and wins the world championship. It was 50 episodes. I finished it. I don't know how I did that, but that basically took away like my quota for the rest of the year. So I think Breaking Bad will have to wait until like 2023 or something.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough, and it's not going anywhere. I think it's definitely sticking around. This esports thing, and who knows, right?
Yeah.
Well, I hope we have to hope it stays because we're pretty like all in on it at this point, right? So, yeah, I mean, it is definitely interesting, and I like it when we get these like retirees come out retiree story because it's always so realistic. Because with every esports player ever, they say I'm gonna retire like a dozen times before they actually retire. I suppose we do have an actual wave of truly retired esports people, which is like thank you for the entertainment you guys have provided to us. But like for every one of those, you have another group of people who are like, I am going to retire this split and then they come back. I'm going to retire this split and then they come back. Bjergsen has retired how many times at this point? Doublelift has retired how many times at this point? Doublelift right now I think is actually staying retired though, so that's very sad.
Yeah, Bjergsen says I'm going to retire from pro play. Actually goes into coaching and decides to come out of retirement after one split, right? So there's that. I think locally we don't really have any like true retirement stories. We only have players who probably like went on a hiatus for a while, but they never really said that they're going on a break. Some of them switched titles, but all roads lead back to Wild Rift. So in that case, I guess that's the closest that we will have in terms of coming out of retirement.
Yeah, so they're going to come back together. And we actually get to jump into picks and bans here finally. We get an update as well. So PathSeeker will be missing out on one ban. That's unfortunate for them, but especially because they're going up against SEM9. But either way, you know, they still get to play through with the 4 bans. Let's see if they're able to execute this one well. They actually start on the red side, which is quite interesting to me.
Another interesting thing that I noticed is that Kevin is playing the Dragon Lane instead of Swift. So something that as far as I remember, I don't think we've seen this iteration of PathSeeker, right? With Willem mid and Kevin Dragon Lane, it's always either or. So something to look out for. Like you say, they missed out on the first ban. Whereas for SEM9, it's the Fiora and the Ola, pretty straightforward, and PathSeeker goes straight for the Yuumi.
They get rid of the Yuumi option because we've seen what SEM9 is able to get done when you give that over to our hedge or over to Winter. I mean, they can play it on either side of the map. I think PathSeeker probably want to get rid of something like the Jax because that opens up a door of opportunities for SEM9, especially for Zoraveki. But with the meta currently as it is, looking for these hyper carries, you know, I think SEM9 can just play for something more flexible, something like the Camille, something like the Gragas here, you know, just really having the opportunity to try and spread out and play for whatever kind of comp they want to try and play for.
Yeah, in PathSeeker, they decided the set is the more important one, so this kind of opens up a lot of opportunities for SEM9 and PathSeeker. And SEM9, they actually grabbed the Gragas for the first pick, so something that, at least for me, strikes as a bit of an intriguing one, because like you said, right, there's a Camille, and that one goes over to PathSeeker.
Yeah, so the Gragas does go over to SEM9, which is pretty much what we kind of expected. It kind of had to be either or. But then now the Camille goes over to PathSeeker, which means the Galio is also on the table. That gives them that combo. I think this also increases the priority a little bit more for stuff like Diana. I think for SEM9 here, if they really want to try and play for this kind of disengage comp, now you have like the Jace can also have that knockback effect. I think a little bit of safety on their marksman would be nice. Otherwise, something like the Morgana could also be a good option, or even something like the Rakan to match this. Wow, they go for a Senna instead. That's a very interesting thing. Senna, we've been seeing a little bit less of in the competition as a whole, but it still is quite strong, and it gives them the option to scale. I'm just surprised they don't want to take it against PathSeeker because they are one of the more aggressive teams, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. I was looking at the Morgana, right? You have the Black Shield to mitigate a lot of these crowd control, but I suppose Senna with the Dawning Shadows kind of does the same. You get an AoE heal for your team across the map. This kind of still puts a couple of champions on the table for both teams. Rakan and Xin Zhao banned out. I feel like PathSeeker, there's still kind of some space for an Akali pick if they want to go for it, right? Considering that they have banned the Diana.
The Diana is definitely something that should be a little higher in priority, and so getting rid of that, I think is a good call. That does bump up a couple of options now higher. I think Zed is a really nice one they might want to try and go for. The Braum does pair well with the Lucian and can do decently with the Camille and the Galio, but I'm not a huge fan of that in this situation, because what I felt like they might need is something that's able to more reliably kind of like provide some support for that. The Braum does give some safety over the Lucian, but I'm not sure if the Lucian really needs that in this composition anyway. Like some lockdown on the Senna, who is going to be very difficult to try and get away. So maybe like an assassin for PSK to round off the final pick. Otherwise, for now, Corki is quite interesting, but definitely could have gone for like the Morgana instead, I think.
Yeah, and this kind of leaves the last pick. For PathSeeker, they haven't really revealed the full comp just yet. We know that this Galio is mid, but it's now we're kind of looking like at Emotion and LXY. Like, what would they play in the jungle? Darius will be the choice for SEM9. Very safe pick. Good against all these bulky targets. You want to put the Galio and the Braum against him, he just makes you bleed with the Hemorrhage. And this last pick from PSK, it will be the Akshan.
Okay. I mean, it does seem interesting. I was expecting something like the Zed because it does give them an easier entry into like the backline to try and deal with the Senna, try and deal with the Corki, to some extent the Jace as well. But they're willing to go for the Akshan. I don't dislike that either. I am a big fan of Akshan. I feel like the Akshan kind of accelerates your early game so much. It actually pairs very well with the Camille and the Galio in both situations. I feel like this does open up quite a big window of opportunity for SEM9 to... Oh, not for SEM9, but for PathSeekers to try and punish SEM9, look for something across the map, because you have a lot of playmaking potential early on, and that's kind of the trade-off. By giving away a lot of power picks over to SEM9, PathSeeker have got a composition that does very well with initiating.
Yeah, and I was still hopeful that maybe the Kali is going to get picked up, because that is also one of the champions that allows you to dive the backline, and Emotion is pretty efficient on that. But I don't mind the Akshan either. And to add on top of your point, I think we are also seeing PathSeeker having a deathball composition, right? The Galio, the Camille, the Braum, they can all stand in front and kind of allow both Akshan and Lucian to dish out the damage. Whereas for SEM9, we are looking at a more complex line, right? With the Darius and the Gragas, you kind of want to isolate the cores from the side of PathSeeker.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit more complexity involved there, because like you mentioned, you know, the Gragas, depending on how he plays it out, if he wants to go for a tankier route or wants to go for more damage, I mean, that also changes the way the matchup plays, and changes the way they play these team fights. Overall, they do get a little bit more power with the Senna Corki around these like objective choke points, which does fit very well into SEM9's playstyle, because they have such good tempo. Like, they're really able to push the I was gonna say push the parcel, but they're really good at pushing the package too, right? So being able to cause a bit of a problem for PathSeeker to try and resolve, because every time SEM9 start going, all right, here's the package, here's the center, we start getting control around this side. Even when PathSeeker finds that initial engage, you know, there's so much peel, the kite back. I feel like the Braum does help somewhat with that, but maybe something with better, like just stronger hard CC and some sustain, I think is what PSK probably want more. I think that's the thing I was thinking about the most, right? It's like the lack of sustain on PSK side, whereas SEM9, they generally have some like inbuilt sustain between the Darius heals, Senna heals, the Gragas passive, right? Like the sustain is just so much stronger in SEM9 side.
Yeah, but you can also say for PathSeeker's case, despite not having as much sustain as SEM9, they always have the potential to revive their team, right? If Emotion gets a couple of kills in with the passive. And on the other hand, you also have the Braum with the Unbreakable. The shield being able to block those projectiles kind of negates a lot of damage output from Chili with that on that Corki mid. So something that we can watch out for as well. If Veki switches to the cannon form, that is going to help out. But overall, PathSeeker is a team that thrives in chaos, so if they get a chaotic fight, that's where the Akshan on Emotion is going to shine.
I mean, yeah, exactly, right? If PSK get to revive 4 players with the Akshan passive, then you're looking at several thousand HP healed in a fight, whereas you can heal a little bit with the Senna, but nothing matches that 4-man revive from the Akshan.
Yep, it's one thing to talk about it, and it's one thing to see it happen, and I'm excited to see that happen. It's going to be SEM9 against PathSeeker. As we head into this first game, there's something that we actually talked about yesterday, where both teams kind of are having the same properties, same characteristic, just that PathSeeker probably has a lesser resources overall coming into the WCS, right? So I think that's one thing that they are trying to make up for in terms of how they play those chaotic fights.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. When you don't have the resources to try and do match out in certain things, I mean, literally just take the fight to them, right? Just like get as aggressive as you possibly can. And we start to see a little bit of that with Kevin in the bot side of Evolution. The trade actually does go in favor of Winter and Sagi, so I do expect to see the fasting center, and we actually get to see that. We get some confirmation, judging from the gold from Winter right away. We have some knowledge that yes, Winter is farming right now. This means that we get to have a little bit more damage on the Gragas, which is going to be quite nice because a number of the targets are going to be quite easy to take down. I do like the fact that Galio right in the mid lane, because this means that you get some decent control there, being able to rotate around the map quite well. But it takes away a little bit of the agency from the Akshan. It would have been nice to see Akshan mid as well. But I think either iteration works.
And Veki's position noted early on, minimal bio ward from Evolution, so very well done. And both sides, they will get the Skull Crab. SEM9 getting the bottom one, and PathSeeker getting the top one. And Emotion on this action being really impressive, but Veki comes back for round 2. Flash forward, they will go on to Kevin, and he's rooted. Going down, thanks to the last embrace. Sagi doesn't die. Good juggling from SEM9.
Amazing juggling from SEM9. Just looking at how well Sagi was able to accurately predict how much HP he was going to have at the end of that is crazy to me. And even then, I think if he died there, I think Sagi was going to get executed, so it wasn't going to be a massive loss for them anyway. It's just so crazy how well SEM9 understood that, willing to play for that level 3 dive. Where else would you see a level 3 dive across these matches, across these games? And because of the plays that they've been able to make, look at where the vision has been set up. PSK have a couple of defensive wards giving them information if SEM9 push through into their jungle. But that's all they have. Like, there's really not much more to the game. Like, just watch this step forward. Sagi knows he can take one more shot here. I think he probably would have got executed. I think that there was a little bit of damage onto Sagi, so ran the risk of potentially giving a kill back, but they were so ironclad in their play, they managed to hold on to it. Now,
And
Again, sorry, I have to cut you off here a little bit, Husky, because I think this is super impactful because they have so much vision. This gives them a dive again.
Yeah, and Becky this time shows up with Chili, but LXY, he's gonna be there. Winter dives onto Kevin. They got the Dawning Shadow, but Kevin dodges the damage. Sagi not able to finish the job. Kevin barely stays alive. Evolution tries to get away with the stand behind me, but he will become prey to Sagi. SEM9 getting another kill in the bot lane, but it is not over yet because Winter will be stunned by the hook shot. LXY tries to finish him off with the precision protocol, and they should be able to do the job. The comeuppance is gonna be there, but Emotion doesn't get the pickup, and nonetheless PSK gets a trade back.
Yeah, straight back this pretty decently there. That was actually really interesting because of the vision, like you mentioned, from SEM9 to get them some intel towards what was going to happen. They knew that PSK didn't necessarily have people that were able to try and lend support right away. What I think they miscalculated for was the fact that they were up against a Galio, and the Galio can really jump in, and he actually has invisibility, so he's not going to show on what's anyway. So they went for the dive. It kind of goes okay for them. It would have been nice if they got an additional kill. I believe it was onto Kevin. I think that would have been nice. But apart from that, it still turns out pretty decently for them. They still get a good lead. Now they get the reset, pick a package. They could fight for Rift Herald or for Dragon. Either way works.
Mountain Drake will be the first one to spawn. William already gotten himself the Rod of Ages. So Galio with a bit of not just durability, but also being that damage source for PSK. I think that's something that they need to get through someone like RH, who is just going to go Black Cleaver and Tank Items, and he just ends up and he just kind of like decimates the team in the long run. But what we saw early on before those vision expired was that SEM9, they were tracking LXY movements perfectly. Now PSK, they go on the Rift Herald. SEM9 will secure that Mountain Drake, no problem, and they will willingly go for the trade in terms of objective.
I think they look for a dive here as well. Might be an opportunity to try and dive Kevin because they have the package that they haven't expended yet. They're going to try and use the Rift Herald to play this, but it's a 2 versus 1 top side. No, it's going to be a 2 versus 2. That's not good. That's going to be a tough dive.
Winter, he is there, but as Winter gets forced away, PathSeeker tries to do some damage on the structure, and they will sacrifice Kevin, but RH, he held his ground, and Evolution now, he's gonna show up, dive from PSK, about to go in, Emotion, he will tank the brunt of the damage, Comeuppance will be there, they proc the concussive blast, and RH, he just barely survives thanks to the barrier, but PSK got what they were coming for, it's gonna be the top tier 1.
Wait, but they've committed 4 people up to the top side. The 5th member was dead. Kevin just respawned. But look at what's happened everywhere else across the map. Mid lane's being shoved in. It's not going to see a lot of chip damage, but it's a start. Winter is grabbing golden EXP at a time. Bot side sees PathSeeker get the kill onto the Lucian, and then they get this turret as well. I mean, it just seems so good for SEM9. PSK are struggling to keep up with the tempo that's going on right now. You can see them trying to trade plays on the other end of the map by killing RH, but they realized that with 2 people, it wasn't enough, so they sent 3 people, and then even with 3 people it wasn't enough, so they sent 4 people, and with 4 people committed, they finally get RH off the turret and get that turret taken down. But at what cost? Now RH just travels to the bottom side of the map, plays towards the safety of his turret, while the rest of his team is significantly stronger because they've been farming up and getting golden EXP.
And that's kind of the place where Kevin doesn't really want to be, right? And this will force PathSeeker to make some adjustments to those lane assignments. Again, we talk about how you kind of need to put Emotion on a leash because of how he has the tendency to take those fights, but SEM9, they put the entire PathSeeker on a leash. They're leading them on, dictating how this fight goes, and PathSeeker are, like you say, struggling to keep up, and SEM9, they're gonna siege this mid tier 1, and PathSeeker, they have no response for this.
And Ozorveki on the Jace jungle is a little bit different from his traditional hyper carry style junglers, but he still brings so much to the table with the Jace, able to effectively output a lot of damage, also having a decent amount of crowd control in the hammer form. It's just a really good combo for Ozorveki, who is very mechanically skilled. He's able to bring the most out.
Emotion just shows up in it. But SEM9, they play to the safety of their structures, and Becky, he's landing some good shots, and now Spotify comes up. Evolution doesn't even get away. Dawning Shadow to keep everyone alive. Becky still ends up going down, thanks to ultimated, but LXY will betray the back. Hero's entrance a bit too late. As Emotion, he gets away, but William might be sacrificed in the process. William, flash, decimate, guillotine, and then RH picks the Galio up.
Yeah, they're going to finish off Emotion here, but still a lot of damage, and they've already set themselves up to shove out the mid lane and continue to try and get some tempo here. They go for the
no! Kevin thankfully has the heal to keep Emotion safe, but in the process, was forced to use the culling, well, in the wrong direction, and SEM9 gets an easy structure mid.
He tried to go for a play. He tried to dash away and then use the culling so that he was able to get some damage on the exit and maybe try and stop them from being able to push a little bit more. Either way, doesn't really hurt them all that much. That culling, instead, the main play that really hurt them was the mid-side catch-off because you committed 4 players, and that's the great thing. It's a 3 versus 4 here, and it still starts off with SEM9 picks up SEM9 to build skill, and then now as the fight becomes more equalized, in fact, in favor of SEM9, they can really run you down. And I think they had a timing there to look for a play. I don't think that was it anymore. They needed to reset, back off, and try and come back in because that's the tough one. SEM9 now get control over the map by opening up this mid-turret because look at what it does here. Alex White is a jungler that wants a lot of gold EXP off the jungle camps, but because this is gone, the mid tower is gone, look at what S9 get to do. They get to walk into the jungle, establish vision. They know when the jungle camps spawn. They get to pick up these Krug camps. They get to play to cut out the Gromp. They get to play to cut out the Raptors, the Wolves. Everything in the jungle for PSK right now is so difficult to hold on to. Neutral objectives are just another issue.
Yeah, and SEM9, just now they had the trade objectives, but this time they want both of them. RH working on the Rift Herald, PathSeeker have no control over the area, but SEM9 at the same time have placed 4 members down mid lane, making sure that PathSeeker cannot really touch the Ocean Drake. And we are seeing kind of the properties of SEM9's draft, right? The displacement from their abilities. Winter with that explosive cast, something that PathSeeker always need to watch out for. They overextend a bit and SEM9 will put them out of position and finish them off 1 by 1. RH takes the Rift Herald, and of course Veki will secure the Ocean Drake.
SEM9 grab the package just to play it safe in case they want to try and go for a fight, or if PSK try to force the initiation on them. But the package isn't going to be quite necessary, and that's actually a crazy thing that SEM9 are able to play out the Corki without having to worry about package timings because of just how strong they are. Look at what's happened with the active item slots. Each item completed on everyone on SEM9, and you look on the side of PSK, the only one that has anything is Evolution. And Evolution is going to get some extra stats here. Is going to be a little bit tankier in these fights, but you have to wonder, does he match up with how tanky Winter gets? Is he able to buy enough time like with the Hourglasses? I don't think the answer is yes. You know, PSK have decided that while behind in gold, where is our economy going to fall flat on is going to be on an active item. I'm not sure I agree on that decision considering the state of the game.
And last embrace, roots down 3, explosive cast to split the battle lines. They get the ultimatum and the hero centers from the side of PSK, but still Veki picks up a kill onto Evolution, and the next to go is going to be Emotion. The Akshan is no more. William finds himself isolated, alone, and Cole. 4 dead for PathSeeker, and SEM9, they will just barge through the top lane.
And an easy little pickup for them. They understand exactly what their timings are, how strong they get, playing under the turret, and this is what I'm talking about. If PathSeeker want to take these fights, they need these active items. The active items are a full spell difference. Imagine playing with 5 spells versus 4 spells. That's what happens with SEM9. Understandably, they're trying to match up with the items, keep up with all that, but the active item is an item as well. And PSK, I'm not saying that they all have to go for an active item now, but for the more impactful ones, depending on the way these fights are playing out, you might just need something. You know, if it's going to be the Hourglass, you can buy time so that the team can come in because you're playing something like the Camille Galio combo. If the Camille needs to dash in so the Galio has some time to drop in with the ultimate as well, I mean, you just need to make that decision, make that plan. Because look at what happens with Alex White. I mean, they try to use the Galio ult. William helps ult over to the back, where Alex White had a really nice little pickoff and was able to isolate some targets. Would have been nice if William managed to jump onto the Camille, but we see some of the issues there.
And so far, you know, the storyline has been SEM9 forcing PathSeeker to play their game, and all of those ultimates are used defensively. And while all of that was happening, we were actually witnessing a 4 versus 4. Kevin wasn't even there, not that he can contribute anything extra to PathSeeker. Almost a jarring 10k goal advantage for SEM9 12 minutes in, and we are 1 minute away from Baron Nashor.
Yeah, so fast to accrue a gold advantage. I think that's what we're really starting to see here from SEM9. The fact that not only do they get to have this gold advantage, but because they also are playing for the Senna, which is continuing to scale and is able to play relatively low economy. So even with a 10,000 gold lead, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like it's more.
And Evolution again isolated from his team. The Glacial Fissure is good, but the Hero's Entrance not so. Another defensive ultimate. 2 big spells expended from the side of PathSeeker, and SEM9 just slowly juggling all of those crucial abilities from PathSeeker, and now they can just do whatever they want. Poking PathSeeker into tier 2, and I don't think PathSeeker want to be here. A flash apprehend from RH drags all of them back. Kevin is the first one to go in motion. He has free reign of the fight, does get a kill onto RH, but doesn't get the revive, and without that revive, there is no chance for PathSeeker anymore. Baron Nashor not even needed, as the Baron Nashor will spawn, he will stay alive, and SEM9, they will just pummel PathSeeker into the mud. And with this inhibitor turret going down and the Mina Wave coming in, SEM9, they will pick up a very easy first win.
Yeah, 15 seconds left on the closest death time, so 10 seconds left at the time when I was saying that. It's just going to confirm the win for SEM9 to get an easy entry. And like you mentioned, game number 1 for SEM9. Feels like SEM9 are breezing through the competition. Some would say that, well, I think we need to time this. How long were we in our picks and bans for? Could picks and bans to game time ratio? I want to figure out what that stat looks like for SEM9 by the end of the WCS MYSG.
Yeah, I think that would be a good metrics for us to look at how SEM9 has been kind of ending most of the games, right? And the best part is that they did game 1 in a very convincing manner. PathSeeker just slowly bled out. It felt like a asphyxiation to a certain extent. PathSeeker just kept losing control. They just continued to lose any grasp of the game, and eventually it was a matter of time before SEM9 bust through the front door and go straight for the jugular.
Like, you have some ideas there on what PathSeeker are trying to get done. I mean, it's pretty obvious. They actually drafted pretty well, in my opinion. You know, overall, I felt like they had a pretty cohesive idea, but the problem is they just can't execute it. Not when SEM9 is constantly pressuring them. I mean, there is probably no other team in the competition, not even LFO, not Upcar, not Watermelon, not Phantom6, nobody else in the competition that's willing to make these level 3 dives as convincingly as SEM9. And not only that, once they made the dive, they go back, reset, and they just dive you again.
Yeah, and it's just a brutal cycle of rinse and repeat from SEM9, done, orchestrated and executed perfectly. We will take a short break and we will come back to talk more about what happened in game 1.
Here we go now.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a ball till I fall, I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog, and my back against the wall. I accept every challenge, had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace, treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind, great things take time. Now how I shine, you might go blind. Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option, they can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent, top spot I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Here we go now.
We are back for the WCS Southeast, well, WCS MYSG. My name is Husky, and alongside me is also a person that didn't finish Breaking Bad, same as me, is Grandon.
Yeah, I did not finish Breaking Bad, but you know what they do in Breaking Bad? They clock in, day out, and had to get work done. Well, I feel like that's what happened with SEM9. You know, they clocked in, kind of gave PSK a little bit of a schmalacking, and decided that, yeah, you know what? We're just going to go all out against them. We saw them play the Jace jungle. He said, wow, you can ban whatever you want to try and ban against us. So we're going to make things work. I feel like with SEM9 is so different from every other team because with teams like LFO, when they play these games, they play unorthodox pickups because they don't know what else because this is kind of like their practice for them, so they want to just get whatever practice they can with some different pickups. For SEM9, they practice so many different things. They're like, how can we show off as much as we can and test it out, limit test as much as we can with the limited scheduled games that they have. And it's crazy, like this the discrepancy between this full-time organization versus like a more semi-pro organization.
Yeah, and at the same time, they not only do it well, but they also set records along the way, right? It felt like every game that when SEM9 starts dominating, we get closer to a speed run in that game. And that's exactly what happened to PathSeeker. And we also got information that for game number 2, Kevin will be out and Swift will be in. And that's the guy that, you know, has the abundance of experience alongside emotion. And he also said that they have been doing their best in terms of drafting and in terms of leading the newer players, especially LXY, 18 years of age, but is mechanically sound. Just that when it comes down to those macro and micro plays, he does need some veterans to hold his hand, and that's where Swift comes in.
I think with PathSeeker, we're looking at a team that is competing with the likes of TODAK and Reach the Peak, realistically for the slot in the playoffs. So there are some things that we are trying to pay attention to with PathSeeker, especially when it comes to their form and how this is going to turn out for them. So at least here, as they start to play out with guys like Kevin, you know, Swift coming back in, they give everyone some airtime so they're able to try and perform and try and play out, especially against SEM9. It's so valuable to get so much information and such a big learning experience out from all of this.
Yeah, and we're also looking at what the 10k goal differential could do, right? 30 minutes in, the game ended, and it felt like PathSeeker were kind of half butt naked in the open. Didn't really have much items to work with, couldn't really fight SEM9. It was just perfectly done. If there was a perfect game, I think this one is one of the best examples.
So Husky, I'm gonna put it this way, right? In 1 minute, you're looking at about 200 gold per lane, and then another 200-ish, 300 gold from the jungle camps. Okay, so you're looking at 600 gold, and then 900 gold, then 300 gold. So that's 900 gold total, about 900 to 1,000 gold per minute of the game. All right.
Right.
When SEM9 has 1,000 gold advantage over PSK, this means that they have not only 1.5x their gold gain, they have halved PSK's gold gain. Like, we are seeing PSK struggle because all their resources have been funneled out of them. They've been stripped dry of any potential resources they can try and get. Like, look at the gold discrepancy. For the duration of the game that we were seeing, every single moment, the gold was being siphoned away from PSK and given over to S9 instead.
It's kind of like the great famine for PathSeeker, right? They were struggling to find resources. I think you pointed out when SEM9 started taking control of the jungle, Alex White in particular, playing on that commute, needing to, pull as much gold and items as he can for himself, just couldn't do anything. Completely isolated from the rest of his team. Kevin was not able to contribute anything at all. And this is basically SEM9 holding PathSeeker by the throat and just slowly squeezing them out.
Yeah, and it is painful. I mean, PathSeeker are been picked up in the air and they're being choked out, and it's a little bit rough for them right now. That being said, though, we could always see them try and pull back. I think that we do have a pretty good idea of like what they might want to try and play for. PSK are a team that is not adverse to the idea of taking the fight directly to them, which is why it surprised me when they were going for these kind of like, okay, so take the fight to them, and team fighting, not the same. Because team fighting is a composition that wants to try and layer on those ultimates. Is a lot based around timing and these like calls together. Whereas what I was hoping to see come through from PathSeeker here was a composition that was willing to directly challenge what SEM9 want to try and go for. So if you want to go for a carry jungler on a Zoroveki, like with the Jace here, we're going to play for something like the Fiora, something like the Jax. Instead, they ban away those options themselves. They don't want to have that come through, which is a little bit unfortunate. I think I would love to see PathSeeker just, do as much as they can and get a little bit wild with their matches.
It kind of doesn't feel like the PathSeeker we know, right? Or the PathSeeker that we kind of narrated them to be. And I completely agree with your point. I'm surprised that we are not seeing more aggressive picks like the Lee Sin or like the Kali or someone even in the support role. I guess the Braum is acceptable. You can still start fights with it, but the Alistar would have made a better choice if you want to bring the fight to SEM9. But it felt like game one, it was SEM9 not only bringing the fight to PathSeeker, but they were also forcing PathSeeker to use spells just to stay alive, and then coming back for round 2 when PathSeeker were exhausted.
Yeah, it's really sad because you saw PathSeeker go down to the bot side and then they were like, okay, well, this is fine. They got dove and then they said, well, we'll go and match this next dive. And then SEM9 went for the dive again. They were matched to some extent. It became a 1-for-1 exchange, I think, at the end of it all. But during that time, R-Hedge was farming up a storm. So even when they start to try and put some pressure on the R-Hedge, it's way too late. R-Hedge is able to deal with effectively a 2 versus 1 tower dive, a 3 versus 1 tower dive. He gave up a turret, but his team got first turret across the map. Like, he is such a staple because of how strong he is individually in his lane. It actually changes up some of the strategies that I think PathSeeker have, because they've been playing against some other teams who might not necessarily have this kind of a staple in the Baron lane. Now up against the likes of R-Hedge, it changes how they need to play it out.
Yeah, and I think to punish someone like R-Hedge, you really need to have players who are willing to commit, right? Who are willing to commit and actually fully go for those executions. And perhaps the champions that PathSeeker had in game 1 didn't allow them to do it the way that they wanted it to. So perhaps game 2 we will see something different. I think Emotion, the Akshan pick, like you said, was decent, but it also kind of felt like a handicap to what Emotion truly is at its core. Like, he loves to fight, and Akshan is a dirty fighter, so he doesn't like to stay in front. He wants to stay behind. But with how SEM9 were running at PathSeeker, Emotion just didn't get the window to do what he does best.
Yeah, a little bit disconnected on what they probably could have done there. It's unfortunate, but I think they had a good idea with the draft. I think I look back at the draft, I still feel like it's a strong draft, right? It's just that it didn't work out the way they wanted it to. Maybe change a couple of things along the way now. I think that will increase their power, which is surprising because when we think about what happened throughout this early game, they were Lucian Braum up against Senna Gragas, and they were still getting dived. Like, still getting dove. There were... If you're playing Lucian Braum and you're still getting dove, there's little more you can do. There are not that many picks that can really stop you from getting dove anyway at that point, right? So they have to be able to match the tempo as well between the junglers, being able to make sure that their vision game is on point, because we saw how well SEM9 was able to abuse the fact that they had no vision to the bot side to continuously assert these dives going through.
Yeah, and that also helps SEM9 kind of keep tabs on LXY, right? They see where this commune was going, and LXY was not able to provide any sort of impact across the map. And even when we look back at the initial 4-man gang top, it was kind of a disjointed one, right? PathSeeker, they trickle in one by one. They realize 2-man can't kill Darius. They bring in member number 3. That didn't happen. And when RH made it out alive, we only saw William Watson as the Galio. So it was a pretty weird sight to behold. Right? While that was happening, like you said, SEM9, they've already siphoned out all the resources on the other half of the map. So I think this is more of a bigger problem that PathSeeker can't really solve, with this short break. But I think what they can do is to play to what they know best. Just take the fights to the enemies and not wait for SEM9 to make the first move.
No, for sure. I definitely agree with you 100% here. Like, there's no way that you're going to be able to change all those issues, especially not against a team like SEM9 who are not... Like, even if you rectify some of them are still going to exist. And SEM9 won't be able to punish that, I think, if they really are actively trying to win these matches. So for PathSeeker right now, I think the main value that you get out of this is just testing your individual ability to hold on to your lanes, right? Because we're going to see SEM9 continue to punish that. They're going to rotate around. They're going to dive to you. How well can you hold out through that pressure? How much value can you find through all those plays that are going on? Can you make calls to say, let's trade on the other side of the map, let's farm up their jungle? How well are you able to respond to that effectively? And also diversify your carries, because if you only have one carry that's going to be doing all the work, all the legwork in the match, you're not going to be able to deal with things effectively.
Yeah, and I think that's also one of the biggest weaknesses from PathSeeker, right? We are looking at the reliance on very specific members, so it came down to individual plays, and that's where they probably left out what the essence of team play is about. And not saying that PathSeekers don't play as a team, but it's more of that when they try to come together, we're seeing that disconnection, the desynchronization, just a bit of a mess here and there. But then again, it's against a team like SEM9, so that judgment could be withheld to a certain extent.
I'm curious what the game plan is going to be for these two teams. Taking a little while to get into the game, but that's all right. We're just going to let PathSeeker and SEM9 try and sort that one out before we jump into it.
Yeah, and while we have the time, I have a random question that I want to ask you, Brandon.
Oh boy, here we go.
It's a simple one. I mean, we still have the trivia question. Well, as I say that the champ select is coming up, but I'm gonna ask
sure,
anyway.
Ask me the question anyway. I want to hear the question.
Are you a wings guy or a drumstick guy?
Wow. Okay, are we talking like tiny drumsticks or like the big thighs?
Big thighs.
Okay, I mean it has to be the big thighs, right? Like that's just so much more satisfying to enjoy. To eat.
Fair enough. Same with me.
If it were like the tiny drumlets and the wings, maybe I'll give it to the wings. Maybe, but I just don't like the bone in between. It's just so much effort to like have to eat, like get around the bone when I just want to enjoy the dish.
Have you tried the trend of like just finishing off a drumstick in one bite? I think it came from like Korea or something.
Like you just put it in and just like suck out like with the bone?
Yeah.
My man, I've been eating that way since I was born, alright? Like, don't tell me about have I tried it, man. I've been eating that way since I was born. I'm a glutton through and through, alright?
Okay, fair enough. But, well, yeah, I don't know where to go with this. I mean, you...
No, I'm clearly just exposing myself on the internet for everyone to know that I'm just a glutton. If you've ever seen me eat, like, first time, people meeting me for the first time, depending on the season I'm at, so sometimes I eat a lot, sometimes I don't eat that much. First time meeting me, a lot of the time, people are like, wow, you eat a lot. And I'm like, well, yeah.
We've had a spicy buttermilk clam together, so I can attest to that. But it's great, right? It's great to hang out with people who eat a lot, because that's how you get to enjoy food in general. But we get to also see the drafts coming out, especially the bans. Set Galio, Camille banned by PathSeeker, and SEM9 they go for the Gragas and the Ziggs.
So getting rid of the Gragas and the Ziggs here from PSK, I think is just SEM9 trying to remove any potential options that they don't want, that PSK could probably pick it up and SEM9 don't really want to deal with, because I think SEM9 is just trying to ban away some pretty staple options and go for what they want to try and play for. So kind of almost ignoring what PSK want to play, instead just going for what they want to play instead. So PSK here are going to go with the Jace first pick, which takes it away from Azor Becky, but I don't think this actually makes a big difference for them, because they're still going to be able to play for any of the other options still up, stuff like the Jax, the Fiora, whatever they want to play in the jungle. jungle early on and actually get Winter his thresh, which is quite nice. And maybe you want to pair it together with like a strong flex pick here, so like something like the Camille could be interesting, maybe something like the Fiora, just something that's able to hold out for a while.
And it's going to be the Jarvan, so this is most likely going to be Azora Veki. I think Veki is one of the only two junglers who has played the Jarvan in their jungle role, so pretty interesting from SEM9, and it's something that they're perfected, right? Those big team fights that they can execute, and this Jarvan Thresh also allows them to go for those early dives and has a free get out of jail card with the Lantern. PSK, they go for the Rakan. I did expect them to maybe consider the Alistar, but the Rakan does fine as well.
It is a little bit surprising, right, that Ozoraki has gone for the Jarvan when there's still so many jungle picks open. They might want to try and flex this again afterwards and try to surprise PSK. But like you said, it does seem like Ozoraki could play. He is one of those only two that really tries to execute on that. On PSK's side, I guess they're a little bit undisturbed by this knowledge. They're still going to go for something that fits within their playstyle. They're going to go for the Rakan. They're going to go for the Renekton. Two combos that can pair out really well. And one of the really good parts I think I like about the Renekton is what it offers when you think about this 2v2 jungle matchup. Because now when you have something like the Jace, he's trying to run in, right? There's only so much that Jace can get done by himself. So you get the Renekton to hit the stun, and then you see the Shock Blast come through, and then the Jace runs in, switches to Hammer form, starts going for the fight that way. It becomes much easier than something like, say, the Garen, which has no crowd control. The Jace really has to land their spells.
Yeah, and for SEM9, they will round out the first half of the picks with the Lucian. And I think the burden is more towards PathSeeker's side, right? Because SEM9, they can play whatever they want and be comfortable with it. But for PathSeeker, they want to go for comfort picks that allows them to play, to play in their zone. And I think that pressure could be one factor that kind of affects how PSK approaches the game. So far, they're getting those comfort picks, and it's exactly what we like to see. But they are also cautious when it comes to the ban. They actually banned the Fiora, which I honestly did not expect.
Right? It does seem that way. Like, PSK are also looking at SEM9's roster, or SEM9's draft so far, and saying, this seems strange. I don't think the Jarvan is going to go into the jungle, so maybe still trying to ban out the Fiora, potentially just as in case they want to try and play maybe in Baron side against with Arhedge. But even then, it's not the worst matchup for the Renekton. If Renekton gets a hit, can deal with the Fiora quite effectively, so probably not much faith there for Emotion to be able to deal with Arhedge, especially if SEM9 want to pile pressure towards that Baron side. So I can respect that decision making, but PSK are in a difficult spot, because no matter what they do, like, they always have to take into account that SEM9 could really just smash them in altogether.
And the Corki picked up again, most likely going into the hands of Chili. I think he built Black Cleaver last game. That's just going to amplify the physical damage from the rest of his team. Lee Sin and Varus taken out by SEM9. I particularly like the Varus ban. It's something that I can see PSK going for, the fact that they have the Rakan. But at the same time, the Jace and Renekton can still be kind of flex, right? Well, the Lux doesn't actually reveal too much yet, except for the support and the mid. So this Jace... Well, now that makes less sense. This Jace is going to go into jungle. What am I talking about? The Lux reveals everything.
Yeah, it kind of does give away everything. But, I mean, that's to be given anyway, because they have, like, the 5th pick here. I am a little bit surprised that they've gone for this Lux first. I was imagining something like... And then they go for the Riven, so it might be like a Lux Rakan bot side. I'm a little bit surprised. I was under the impression that they might want to try and go for something... like the Senna here. I felt like Swift is a pretty good Senna player, and they could try to get some scaling up against S9, perhaps effectively deal with what SEM9 are trying to go with them at. If they look for some initiation, then of course you have the Black Mist, so you're able to dodge away from some of their point-click CC as well. Yeah, I just feel like Senna could have been a nice little pickup for them here. Instead, they go for the Binding, which does make them a little bit stronger with some of the like pick-off fights, but very difficult to play for again.
Yeah, it's like you have to kind of land those spells, right? And there aren't really much assets from PathSeeker to facilitate that. You can say that the Rakan can do it, then the Lux can follow up, but everyone else, they needs to get up close and personal. And I think SEM9 exactly wants that. That's why the Darius was picked again. You run up to them, they don't have the damage to even kill the Darius in one go. So RH can just do his thing, just like he always has on the champion. Do you feel like PathSeeker is kind of forcing the flex a bit too much on their end?
I feel like they definitely had something in mind, and they were looking for as much value as they could with the flex picks. I don't think I would say they were flexing it too much. I think this is just them trying to push for a different strategy, because if they try to play it conventionally, they might feel like they would lose to SEM9 anyway. So if they're able to get some experience with a slightly different composition, I think that's what they want to try and go for. PathSeeker do seem like the team that are willing to defy expectation and just play for what they want to anyway. So if there's any team that's going to go for it, it's going to be them. I respect that decision from PathSeeker because they get to get some good information out of this.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we see, you know, more unorthodox drafts, right? From the likes of PathSeeker, we've seen TODAK do that, we've seen RTP do that to a certain extent. But there is still some potential to flex, right? The Riven and the Jace, it's kind of a question mark for now, which one would go into the jungle. I guess that's something that PathSeeker can keep SEM9 guessing, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it matters too much. We're actually seeing the draft from game 1, so that's not it.
I didn't even notice. I was like looking down and it's like, something seems a little bit strange about this one. But I saw like the Darius and I saw the Corki and I was like, something seems strange, but looks about right. And then turns out that was game 1. All right, fair enough. Here we have the game 2 draft. Emotion gonna pilot that Riven. Okay, very interesting. Try to make that mechanical outplay happen, but it's up against RH's Darius, which is a very difficult one to try and abuse. Even the likes of Tipper has a difficult time trying to punish RH in a skill matchup. So maybe Emotion, if he's able to take on RH directly here, he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and say, I beat RH in lane and I did it better than how Tipper does it. So maybe he's trying to make a statement here.
Yeah, keep my narrative alive, right? It is not dead just yet until this game is over, of course. But we are seeing the Lucian mid from SEM9. I thought that they would put Chili with Winter together, but they kind of switch it up a bit. So we will get the Corki Thresh into a Rakan Lux. But walk me through, how is that Dragon Lane going to pan out for PathSeeker's side with the Lux and Rakan?
So I think with the Lux Rakan, their main goal is really just to prevent SEM9 from being able to collapse in on them, because if they're able to effectively use their bindings, they can stop a lot of the dives happening. I think that was the main factor that kind of cost them some pain last game. But it doesn't really account for what happens if the Thresh is just able to get the pick off anyway. So there's still going to be quite a bit of an issue for them to deal with, because the Thresh, if they get the pickoffs, are just going to do it, just going to get him off really well. But here we go.
Just a lot of engaged potential from SEM9. One game they go for those skirmish-ish lineup, and another game they just go for full team fight. You can never guess what they have on their mind, but you can say the same for PathSeeker, right? You can never guess what they are going to draft, and this is, I believe, the first Lux pick that we have in WCS. I'm excited to see how he pans out.
Another unique champion pick. PathSeeker, I think that the thing that really does catch my attention more, I mean, we've already seen a bunch of like AP mages bot side, Morgana, Zig, stuff like that. Lots kind of falls in a similar branch, trying to clear waves and things like that. But the more interesting thing to me is like the Rakan Thresh matchup, right? Because if it was something like an Alistar Thresh, I think the Thresh actually has a really good time against the Alistar once you hit a certain like critical mass. But you look back at options like the Rakan versus Thresh, Rakan actually can get away quite decently. Wow, look at this start. Such an aggressive one.
Yeah, Chili just pressuring William, and he still has the Ignite in his backpack. Becky, he is pretty shown out, and they're gonna go for the bait, and the bait is late. They catch a crocodile, they will skin him alive for first blood.
Oh, that's kind of graphic. I don't want to think about that, but you know, I guess that's the reality of things. That's what's happened. SEM9 also get to shove into the mid lane. You know, why can't we be Steve Irwin about this? You know, Williams out there, and then he wait, and RH almost gets the kill Emotion.
Of course, and he has the barrier, right? Defensive, but you know, our Darius has more than enough damage, and that's gonna force a potential early recall for Emotion. But
they want to play a gang, but I don't think they win this.
Yeah, RH still has the barrier and doesn't even care, not even phased. He's just gonna do his own thing.
Now Alex Y is gonna have to run through lane because the entire goon squad is here. SEM9, 4 people up to the top side. Look, why can't we be Steve Irwin about this? Be nice, you know, we lay the bait and then we like bear hug the big boy, and then we just like let him go. We help him and then let him go and then get back into safety, into the wilderness where he belongs.
Yeah, I would love to see that, but I guess, you know, if SEM9 wants to win, they have to do it right. It's more on, you know, PathSeeker picking the Renekton than SEM9 taking down Renekton.
Man, that is rough. That is rough.
Yeah, William not having a good time, and Chili just out-trading him. still has the Ignite is coming up soon. And Chili has the flash if he needs it. He already hits level 5, so LXY, he will show up just to be sure if Chili tries to pull some shenanigans again. If you fall for the same trick twice, shame on you, William. The culling is just going to be deployed. William forced all the way back.
Oh my goodness. They don't get the kill here. It's a little bit crazy what they're trying to force right now.
Yeah, Becky, again, right place, right time. LXY can't get much done, but maybe Emotion can. As Winter matches that movement. SEM9 keeping tabs of PathSeeker.
Yeah, a really good job on that part, knowing that RH just got shoved in, so they actually have to go and respond to the potential moves from Emotion. Emotion doing a good job rotating around, but you can see even now, gold, the discrepancy starting to form up in the Baron side, so RH getting a bit of a gold lead. This is what I was talking about. Even Tipper has a difficult time trying to build a strong lead over RH when he's in a technically favorable matchup. Emotion is showing exactly the same issues, same signs of fatigue against him, and SEM9 are in a good spot against this, especially with the objective spawning now. Sagi gets to go back for the recall, and start playing for the objectives. What's interesting though was that Chili has gone to pilot the Lucian mid instead, and Sagi has picked up this Corki. A little bit more pressure in the mid side from the Lucian, but I don't think it's too consequential as they start to group together anyway.
And that kind of got me wondering, what are we trying to look for from PathSeeker with this draft? It's definitely a bit unconventional, and so far, you know, SEM9, they only got one kill. It's on William. But down the road, what are we looking for from PathSeeker that can give us some hope?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty straightforward, I'm not going to lie. So what happens is, PathSeeker is going to be off in a side lane, trying to split push with the Riven. SEM9 is going to try and go in for a fight, and then PathSeeker needs to counter that timing. That's how they win most of their fights, in my opinion, if they're able to get that done, because they don't have that good of a front line to try and initiate and take down SEM9, whereas SEM9 is going to be able to kind of like blockade and barricade against them pretty easily. You know, use with stuff like the Flay, with the Flag and Drag to get away, with the fact that you have this Darius, you know, it's quite reasonable to expect SEM9 to be able to block and respond to this. It's like moments like this. PathSeeker get the initial tempo, they reset, SEM9 start something, and then PathSeeker look for a fight.
First initial shock blast is a warning shot, and Emotion in he goes with the key strike, getting a 2-man knockout, but Becky still secures the Rift Herald, and we see a good follow-up from the side of PathSeeker. They jump straight onto RH. Sagi forced away to use the Valkyrie as Emotion picks up a double kill. A good fight from PathSeeker.
Wow, look at what happens there. PathSeeker with Emotion's double kill now managed to close that gold gap, and they get to start working towards this turret. Rift Herald does go back over to SEM9 though, going a little bit too aggressive.
Winter goes for the Ignite. They do trade one back by Emotion. He wants to clean up Sagi. Sagi has the Valkyrie up the line. It's got up to Swift. Can you land those little right clicks? No, Sagi, you can't get away. Surely he doesn't survive, but he does. Veki comes in, takes the kill, and PathSeeker descends into disaster.
You're kidding me, Sagi? There's no way you lived through that. He just dodged away every spell, and then the mid lane falls too. SEM9, you cannot be getting away with these things. That's so crazy. 1 HP on Sagi. He just sidesteps the spells. I'm pretty sure he just sidestepped an auto attack. That's not even physically possible, but the guy made it happen somehow.
Yeah, my Corki doesn't do that. You know, like he bends the projectile to its will. It's Emotion, and that's why Devotion good tool and biting, and now final spark brings RH slow. The Decimate doesn't connect, but all SEM9 wants is the dragon, and they will get it. But LXY gets an engage, jumps onto Veki. Meanwhile, there will be a fight on a separate part of the map. Veki goes down, but RH should be able to get away with the help of the Blasco and just teasing Emotion a bit. SEM9, they still get the objective.
They still get the objective at the end of it all, and now PSK are still trying to figure out what they can find out of all of this. What value can they get out of all of this? They got Azura Becky, but what's happening now? They're not farming the camps. They're trying to siege through mid, but they have the defense to make this happen.
Yep. RH putting his body in front, still goes down. The Wind Slash doesn't come up from Emotion. Couldn't use it in time, and he ends up trading his life. A bit of an open extension, and Becky will gladly come in for round 2. Death Sentence to follow up. They bring LSY back into the box, and that is where he will suffocate. SEM9 responds with 3 quick kills, and Shelly will be summoned in the mid lane.
Immediately, what had to happen there? They had to go and start cutting the waves. They had to go and grab the cams, clear out the top side, the bottom side of the jungle on the side of SEM9, remove the gold on their end. Because even if you start picking up kills now, it doesn't actually get you very much value, because you're still losing gold by trying to insist on sieging mid lane. That's the difference. When SEM9 do it, they're fast, decisive. If it doesn't work, they back off and start looking for alternative gold. Look at what's happened. They've gone for the reset quickly. Azorveki picks up the Scuttle Crab, gets them vision. Right after that, they start recalling, start looking to clear out camps, just pick up gold. It's a very different style. PathSeeker need to be aware that even if you want to fight, you need to be doing your due diligence. You need to be closing things down by making sure to collect the resources available on the map.
Every time PathSeeker takes a step forward, SEM9 pushes them 5 steps back. And this is progressively getting more and more dire for PathSeeker as another death sentence lands to LXY. He gets flayed back into the hands of Veki. SEM9 with an easy pickup boss side.
Winter looking so good this series. He's just been able to constantly look for these pickups, these initiations. Now this Thresh, I think people need to ban it against him because, man, he's making it look so good.
And every single sentence is true to its core. He lands a hook, you go down. And SEM9 gets full control of the bot side jungle. The resources have already been exhausted top side, so PathSeeker, they don't really have much to work with other than a Gromp camp. And SEM9, they can just comfortably go for the reset. We're looking at, what, a 7k gold advantage, 8.5 minutes in for SEM9.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead over at any given point in time. I mean, this is PSK building themselves a little bit of a fort as they try to get some control around the sides of the jungle, you know, get some vision around the entry points as S9 tried to run in, try and build that blanket fort. But you know, the thing with about blanket forts is that you can kick them over pretty easily. SEM9 are really running into them, and now with this Rift Tower as well, PSK I don't think needs to put that risk.
Yeah, Alexoi tries but fails. Evolution goes in, instantly dies, and now we see William also suffering the same fate. X9 will make a fresh pair of Crocs for Sagi as Emotion arrives to the party late. SM9 just walk away with everything that they want.
That's so sad. That's so rough. Emotion actually dodges away from the binding. Not from the binding, but from the death sentence. The hook barely misses out, but they still get to execute with the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Swift is trying to defend against this, but he's so squishy, little HP compared to what we see from SEM9's side. Sagi is off in the top lane by himself, trying to clear out these turrets, picking them up more gold. Now they reset, stop playing towards the dragon, starts clearing out these lanes. I mean, it just looks like SEM9 are in perfect control to close this one out.
Yeah, we're seeing a very surgical removal of PathSeeker's control of the match. It feels like whatever they do, they just can't get it done. Systematic from SEM9, precise PSK, again setting up, well, taking the bait. But thankfully it's Emotion, and as I say Emotion, he gets dragged back by the flame. Randy follows up, does get stunned by the key strike, doesn't really matter. He still ends up losing his life as PathSeeker. They want to get something in return. Winter looks like a juicy target, but it is a Thresh, and you just cannot kill off the judge, jury, and executor. The shock blast a little bit short, and SEM9 gets 2 kills, and now they head towards the Cloud Trick.
The Slicing Dice was actually used and cancelled midway through the upper hand, so great timing on the side of our hedge. Another objective in their back pocket, but SEM9, frankly, I don't think need this anymore. Also, RIP Cloud Drake, patch 3.1. But SEM9, they get to just walk in at this point. I mean, they're just so strong. It's so wild, Husky.
Yeah, it feels like it is a lot of things that should not be allowed to happen. I mean, SEM9, they don't really care if it's not allowed. They make way for it, right? It's like you drive on the road. You know, people like to say, like, do you think you own this road? SEM9 says, yeah, I think I own this road. It is mine now. And they just keep doing it to PathSeeker.
Yeah, what do you think this is? Your grandfather's road? Nope, it's my road.
I own it now.
I own it. And even if we take a look back, yeah, we saw the upper hand cancelling the Slice and Dice. That actually gets Williams flash. We started to see some of the issues show through from PSK's side. Like, who actually goes on split push duty? Should we be seeing the Riven go and split push, or should we see the Renekton go and split push? I think for PSK, they decided Renekton was going to be the one to do deal with the Darius split push, but it seemed to give a lot of resources over to the Riven. It's a very difficult situation for them to be planning for, because look at what happens. Anytime anyone pushes, it's the Renekton that goes to respond first. Azorveki is actually going to try and intercept people trying to run over. This is pretty wild.
We're seeing 4 black cleavers for SEM9. Everyone barring Winter, right, because he's on the Thresh. At this point, I wouldn't mind if he gets 5 black cleavers just for the memes. You know, like, our community is watching, they would love to make memes out of this. But one thing the community can update is that the unpicked champions, now Lux is going to be off the list, SEM9 seeding the top tier 2, and Evolution is going to go for the engage, gets a 3-man chop plus knockout, final spark cuts right through, but the blast of the laser is insufficient. SEM9 is taking that like a massage, and Emotion runs in with the ultimate, the wind slash not doing enough, and PathSeeker ends up losing 2 members, but RH once more, they want the entire PathSeeker team dead, and of course Evolution starts the fight, and he's the first one to bail. SEM9 picks up 4 kills.
I'm not sure if they were trying to make like a desperate last stand there, thinking that they could maybe get some pickups. But even if they win that fight, I'm not sure what else they get. So they just lose that fight straight up. This gives them the inhibitor for SEM9. 10 seconds left of some respawn timers. I think SEM9 are going to take the safe play and recall. Yeah, exactly that. They get this package. They start to play towards the Baron. I mean, that's pretty much a done deal. PSK are kind of taking some exchanges that are unnecessary there. I felt like Evolution looked at an opportunity to try and jump in for a fight. But I think they needed to back off, give that turret up so they could play for the inhibitor instead. This just seems to overextend them. And even as it starts, Evolution might have survived, but he's effectively dead because he's not in this fight anymore at all.
And it felt like they called the Hail Mary a bit too soon, right? It's not the time yet, and they still went for it. I think they felt compelled to make something happen. The pressure really getting to them. SEM9 setting up another Death Brush here in case PathSeeker decides to check Baron. Not that it mattered to SEM9 too much. I felt like the issue with PathSeeker's draft is starting to show, where they want to run SEM9, and SEM9 welcomes it with an open arm. You want to run into us, we will bear hug you, and then we will choke the air out of you.
Vision being cleared out by SEM9 now, which means PSK has no idea when the Baron started up. So you can just see SEM9 get to choose when they want to look for a fight. Because PSK have to kind of like face check into there. There's nothing else they can do here.
It's probably the longest wait for PSK. They have 2 Vision Ward in their own jungle, so they do have an idea that SEM9 is heading towards the Baron pit, but what can they do about it? I don't think they can do much.
They know they've walked over, but what they don't know is where the Baron's at, how much HP's at. They don't have redemption, they don't have any information. Now they start looking for a fight again.
Yeah, Winter just uses the box, slows them down. They do steal the Baron. Alex White somehow makes it happen, and maybe this is a chance. SEM9, they've already lost Odora Veggie, as that's going to be the engage from Willer. Slice and dices backwards. RH on fire with the Ignite. Still survives, and it's already Chili with a triple kill. Death Sentence give Chili the quadra kill. PathSeeker gets the steal, but SEM9 gets 4 kills.
The Winter? There's no flash. He can't get in. He can't chase after Swift. He's actually going to stop the game from ending because he won't be able to push through. 20 seconds left on the death timers. I think RH is trying to make the call. They're starting to run in now. Double teleport being used, but look at how slow they are. The minions are being slowed out. Swift is trying to use his ultimate to clear ways. They're moving in on the Nexus now.
10 more seconds left. Can Willem do this? RH wants to stop it right now. And he gives Sagi the godlike streak. PathSeeker, they tried, but they just cannot stop SEM9. SEM9 with a clean 2-0 win in the series.
And a beautiful pickup towards the end there to know what their limits were going to be. SEM9 with this 2-0 in dominating fashion. Exactly what we were hoping to see from this powerhouse. PathSeeker also gave us a pretty good showing overall, I'd say. You know, they had some pretty good team fights, and the initiation was pretty clean. But then the rest of the team fight just doesn't work out because of how far behind they are already. And I think it is their laning phase that was the biggest issue for them up against SEM9. Might be different from opponent to opponent, but if they want to beat SEM9 specifically, I think laning phase is where it's going to be at.
Yeah, and after that Baron fight, it kind of gave me the feeling that if they didn't take the tier 2 fight so rashly, maybe they would have had a better chance, right? Because PathSeeker did everything perfectly. The members of SEM9, they were all in the red, but PathSeeker just did not have enough output to finish the job, and they give us a glimmer of hope. But what has kind of led up to that just basically, put them in a really bad spot against SEM9.
Yeah, exactly, right. It is everything that's led up to that point. And even as we look back and to think about like what the impact was, some of the things that were quite interesting with the fact that they played the Lucian in the mid lane and the Cork in the bot side. Like, it's these little decision-making processes from SEM9 that are quite interesting because it gives us a glimpse into what they're looking to maybe do in the future, or maybe not do. Maybe they're trying to bait us all out. But it does seem to be that with SEM9 starting to show some of this information, every game for them is an opportunity for them to just test out what has been working for them or not working for them in scrims and see if it works on a competitive stage. That's a big difference maker compared to teams like PathSeeker who don't get as much time, don't get as much resources. Every match kind of counts for them as a learning experience. I think this one is no exception.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to quote what you said previously, SEM9 super team, they gotta do super team things. And I think this kind of sets the bar, right? This basically shows us what SEM9 needs to do. Sure, it is some extra pressure, but for a team like SEM9, I think they are used to these kind of pressure. They've completely kind of brushed off whatever doubts that we placed on them after last week's loss against Upcar. Now it's a full reset. SEM9, they are more than prepared to go into the second set of the round robin.
And I think that's actually something that I want to ask about, ask them is hey, going into the second set, how do you guys feel? How you guys prepared against that? Because you're going to play up against Upcar Esports again. What happens then, And against some of your opponents that you might have beat the first time around, who they're looking forward to playing off against again, because that's something that's always interesting, right? They've had some not so tight matches. Some matches have been very clearly done in a way by SEM9. They have looked dominating in a number of the matches, but some of them have been closer, like against teams like LFO. It's where did he kind of draw the line? What are they kind of looking forward to?
Yeah, the one matchup that I am particularly excited to see, aside from them against Upcar again for that grudge match, is actually against Watermelon. Because when the first time they played Watermelon, Scarlet Petal wasn't playing. It was J1 subbing in, right? And then Veki, they ate Watermelon during the interview, and Veki said, bring Scarlet Petal on. So we will wait for that. If Scarlet Petal comes on, maybe the results will be a bit closer against SEM9.
Exactly. I love to see what happens if they're able to bring in Scarlet Petal and have a... I don't want to say it's an upgrade to the bot side, to their Dragon Lane, but it just happens for that, the synergy, for some of the tactics. Some things just don't get changed when something just get changed when you have a different Dragon Laner.
Yeah, and this would be the post-match screen. Frankly speaking, it is more of a brutal beatdown by SEM9 onto PathSeeker. It's hard to play one game where you are completely choked out. It is abysmal to play 2 games where the enemy team just consistently stop you from doing what you want. It felt like PathSeeker from the start of the game never really had freedom to dictate how they want to play the game.
No, absolutely not. And even when we start to see Emotion win his lane against R-Hedge, right, we still saw R-Hedge hold out really well. Then the moment R-Hedge started hitting his power spikes, he just walks right back in. He just walks into Emotion. Emotion's losing with the Ignite versus the barrier. And then we saw in William's case, he was suffering against Chili's Lucian this entire game. There's really no good way to put it apart from suffering. So for William here, for PSK, I think looking at it overall, the main thing that they want to just clear up. It's just that laning phase. I think that laning phase was their main issue. Once they got into the mid game, to the late game, they were so much better at coordinating their attacks, at being able to figure out what needed to be done, at the initiations. Those things were so much better, but they were just too far behind for it to be effective.
Yeah, it's kind of like these guys, they know how to fight. They know how to fight, those individual battles. They know how to go into those team fights, who is going to take the initiative. But just that they didn't go to the basic training, right? Before they experienced the baby steps, they got thrown onto the battlefield and they were like, oh, well, we're going to fight against 5 commandos. And that's just not really how it works against SEM9. I think overall, you hit the nail on the head. It's all about the laning phase. It's one thing to get killed in lane, it's another thing to get constantly pressured. You can't really recall, but you don't really die, and you don't have your sums. I think that's what PathSeeker went through, especially in that mid lane.
Yeah, because once once you've used your sums, once you've expended everything, you just walk back into lane. SEM9 will just dive you again. That's it. End of story. You get dove once, you get dove twice, and then you're just done playing the game. You just cannot catch back up. There's so much tempo, such a huge advantage over you. That's what we've been seeing this entire time. And I think for SEM9 here, couple of things, to be said, and the main thing is just, who's going to stop them, realistically? Upcar Esports took that win off of them, but even looking back at that match, do we expect them to do it again? I'm a little bit dubious, right? So who's really going to be able to stop SEM9 once they've really picked up momentum? Today it looked like they were on form, and they clearly just swept house.
Yeah. And I think the important question is that who can stop SEM9 when SEM9 plays at their best, right? If they're at their best, when Upcar beat them, they were not at their best, but if they're at their best, can Upcar do it, even LFO? We will find the question down the road because we do have Sagi with us, and let's welcome him on to the broadcast.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Sagi and
Hi.
Hello, it's
Chili.
been a while. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, my boy. It's the one thing great about interviewing you guys is that I get to talk to more than one guy. But I think this is the first time I talked to you on WCS. Ever since last year. I don't want to ask you how you're feeling because I know you guys are feeling great. I just want to ask you how did that particular game felt for you guys, especially you guys lost against Upcar last week. Is this kind of a reinstatement of SEM9's power in WCS?
I mean, the loss against Upcar was more of like a wake-up call where to not like look down on opponents, which we weren't actually I would say really on form on that day. So moving on from the Upcar series, we learned more about how we should play that specific draft that we picked for 2 consecutive games. For today's game, it was more of just SEM9 doing SEM9 things. Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, super team doing super team thing. That's something that Grandin has emphasized a lot. And with that being said, so now I want to get your expertise because I think when SEM9 is at its best, you guys are unstoppable, right? So this is gonna sound spicy a bit, but give us a bit of feedback on how you felt PathSeeker did in that series.
Well, PathSeeker, honestly, I think there was some micro and macro gap there between the two teams. Their rotations were a bit questionable. I think they really lost momentum when both games, their mid and jungle didn't perform on point and their plays were rather readable. So you can see the Renekton First Blood that he wanted to chain the stun and then for his jungle to come in. It's actually quite readable because he didn't respect the fact that the enemy jungle could be at that specific spot as well, which he just pulled the trigger randomly without any vision.
Right. So I've asked Grandin this question just now, and I'm gonna ask you. Right. You better give me the correct answer. Are you a drumstick guy or are you a chicken wing guy?
I am a Thai guy.
Come on. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a
Fine.
chicken Thai guy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Essentially
Who the
drumstick.
heck
So we're on the same page.
Chicken breast. That thing is so dry. What the heck? What world do you live in?
Me neither. I have no answer for you. But Grandin, do you have anything else to ask?
Well, yeah, but I eat chicken breast.
Oh, sorry. That's my bad, dude.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's all right. So, okay, since we get you here, I actually would love to ask, right? Because we've been seeing a lot of priority around other mage bot laners, and now that we've actually got to jump in with the Corki, I felt in this match specifically, you guys had enough of an advantage that the package wasn't even necessary. It was just used as insurance. But how well do you feel Corki kind of fits in, and how well do you think that this is there's rising popularity, especially since we have guys like Husky and almost saying it's not a good pick.
They mentioned this is not a good pick. Well, this pick itself he has a early game insurance. His mid game is strong. Given if you do the correct build, which is, you can see my game from just now. My build is not the usual Essence Solari build, which takes 10,000 years to scale. So I think that to first be able to play Corki on a competitive level, you'll have to understand what's the purpose of your package. How do you want to approach the game? What's your purpose in that game specifically? Because Corki's 4-minute is way stronger than any other mage bot lane could ever provide or any ADC could ever provide due to the package. So that's one point to look at it. Given if whether the casters or the analysts think that it's a good pick or a bad pick, I'll leave that towards them because every team has their own playstyle and their pocket picks or their comfort picks. So I wouldn't say it's really up there, but it is one of the, I would say, stable picks that you can bring it up in almost any sort of draft.
All right, great. That's a great answer, actually. You gotta hear it from the horse's mouth himself, and I agree with you definitely, right? Because I feel like it has so much impact with that package there. And I guess my second question for you then is, now that we're about to jump into the second stage of the round robin, you guys already played everybody else in the in the competition at least once, I think. Is there any match or is there any team that you're really specifically looking out for or want to play with again?
I would say it's LFO again. P6 looks pretty solid from their recent games since their role swap with the Eggy and Haki. 13 goes, right?
Nyx,
yeah, Nyx. Nyx, yeah. Nyx and Eggy, since their swap, they look pretty dominant in all of their games. So, and then, of course, Upcar Esports again. I wouldn't want to Upcar again, so I will actually want to prove myself against the so-called best ADC in the region. In the league, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
we have
I
the
think-
MVP coming up. So. Oh, sorry.
please go
So,
ahead.
but yeah, just sorry to cut you off. But we have the MVP coming up. Quick guess. Who do you think deserves the MVP?
It's either this guy or me.
It's either Chili or you. All right.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna
think
find
so
out
from the
in
top
a
two
bit.
games.
All right. I just want to quickly save my skin right here. I know me and Omo, we unanimously agree that Corky might not be that good of a pick. But I want to bring my guarantor down with me. Raven said that Corky is a horrible pick. He'll never pick it in his life. So you got to hold
Wait,
him accountable
which
for that when you
Raven?
fight LFO again.
LFO
The LFO
Raven?
Raven.
Okay.
The Raven without the S. The
further
Dragon
insight-
Laner Raven.
Yes, Dragon Laner Raven would definitely not pick Corky because it's a shit champion to win lane. He will more likely pick other champions compared to Corky, so for him, it's a shit champion. For other people, maybe it's a good champion. I don't know why TODAK has a weird obsession with Corky, but yeah, it's a overall okay pick. I would say it's good, I would say it's bad, but preference.
Right, and let's look at the MVP to see if you got this right. We're gonna bring out the MVP on the screen right now. Just roll it. Come on, roll
Oh
it.
man,
We get Veki.
Wow.
not me. I'm too zero on my hand.
So this is Veki's third MVP, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that currently makes him the player with the most MVP title under his belt. So Sagi, what do you think gives Veki, your team captain, that spotlight? Like, what do you think earns him the MVP title in these series?
I mean, overall, he's a very good mechanical player, and he's pretty stable, except for that Baron just now. But yeah, overall, he's an amazing player, and he has the leadership skill to guide us in the game. Where even if he's not even if he's not playing on a good day, his mechanical skill is I'm pretty sure it's better than most of the junglers, or like maybe all the junglers in the league in WCS and MYSG. I don't think that's an overstatement, but yeah, if you guys don't think that's true, you guys can prove it to us in the upcoming series.
Oh, some fighting words. That's what I like to see. So now I'm looking forward to not only the jungle matchup, I'm looking forward to see you beating Raven with that Corky, so that, I already took the L. So now the only person left is Raven. Like, Omo is listening in, so I think he felt that as well. But if there's one thing that, we talk about the upcoming matches, if there's one thing you want to say, especially towards Team Watermelon, because I know Veki last time you guys munched on Watermelon after winning against them, and Veki said, bring Scarlet Petal on. Do you think that would make any difference in the next set of matchup?
I guess we'll find out, because I do think that Watermelon has what it takes to actually be competitive in this league, considering that they are actually quite good in some of their games that we watch. But yeah, I think we will find out in the following series. I wouldn't put much comment on that.
Yeah, you're just you, right? A man of very lesser words. It's all about using your skills to prove what's true. And with that being said, congratulations again on your win against PathSeeker. So get some good rest, get some good meals, celebrate the victory. Wish you guys all the best for the upcoming series.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks for being here.
Good night.
Bye.
Thanks for having fast games.
Thanks for having fasting. He always gives us the suspense. Like, I love talking to him, but he always says, we'll see, we'll see. Like, I don't want to we'll see. I want a definitive answer. Like, if I order something from Amazon, I want Prime. I want it to arrive before I order it. I want it to know what I want. Sagi doesn't give me what I want. We're gonna talk in private after.
The internet age has done you amazingly, Husky. You get to have everything like pre-planned for you. If you were at any other time in human history, you would lose your mind.
To be fair, I came from a history where we use cassettes. We use a floppy disk. I've been there.
All right. Well, now you're just showing up. Now you're just showing off your technology advancements. All right.
Oh, but I mean, there's a lot to look out for SEM9. I'm pretty sure that down the road they will continue to prove that that narrative that they are the super team. But coming up, we have TODAK against Team Watermelon. Well, not TODAK. I was looking at the matchup tomorrow. We have reached the peak against LFO, another series that on the surface looks a bit one-sided. But before we kind of go off and hand the stage to the other two casters, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, with RTP and LFO, I think we can pretty much expect LFO to take it. I don't want to call it too early on because we could always see an upset of their own regard. I think with RTP, there's no real pressure for them to beat LFO here. I think the main goal for them is going into next week. Their tough opponents are going to be teams like Watermelon and PathSeeker specifically, right? TODAK, I think it's a must beat for them. If they don't beat them, I think it's very likely they'll lose the head-to-head and be relegated down to the bottom anyway. So I think the matches that must be won are with TODAK, PathSeeker, and Watermelon. I think to this week, for them going up against LFO tonight, it's not really such a concern. I think it's all right for them. You know, there's no expectation for them to beat them. There's no requirement for them to beat them. It's their matches that continue from tomorrow that start to matter.
Yep, and RTP is still seeking for their first series win. They have still a lot of iteration. That's something to look forward to. But with that being said, we're going to go for a short break. That's it for us, but the games are not over yet. We will come back with Leonard, the RTP connoisseur, alongside Aaron Pondo to bring you guys the rest of the action for this evening. See you in a bit.
Here we go now.
2, 1.
They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. Satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction.
Here we go now.
And we are back for WCS MYSG. I'm Omo. With me here is Pondo. It's our first time casting together. How you feeling on the broadcast?
I'm feeling pretty good. Omo, this is gonna be one of the books because we're gonna be seeing, some pretty good teams. We're gonna be seeing some exciting matches. We've already had some exciting matches.
Yeah.
We've seen some SEM9 matches. We've seen some watermelon matches. Actually, not sure if that was today, but
The watermelon one is coming up soon.
Yeah, it's coming.
That's why I'm wearing this. I'm cheering for Team Watermelon, but we'll get to that when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. First off, we're going to be bringing you guys an exciting match one way or another, right? It's going to be LFO against Reach the Peak, a team which has been dealing with a lot of struggles, a lot of roster changes. We've talked about them week after week, seeing, we want to look for certain things from them. We want to see them improve on certain aspects of the gameplay, their drafting, their game plan. So far, none of these things have come to fruition.
Yeah, I do like a good underdog story. Reach the Peak has, their name is a little bit ironic. We're whole in the sense of we want to reach the peak, but we're still kind of at the, we're still kind of at the summit here. We're still kind of at the base of Mount Everest.
Base camp, yeah.
They're at base camp, still looking to get up there. They probably need a guide, but I'm sure that, they'll find their footing eventually. And, a good underdog story is always going to be great. So let's see if they, they have what it takes to sort of push through and maybe make a dent here,
Yeah, what I do love about the WCS is that when we least expect teams to show up is typically when they do show up. SEM9, they got taken down 2-0 by Upcar. TODAK, they nearly took a game from SEM9 as well. Reached the peak. Maybe this is when we least expect it. This is when they deal their first blow. I mean, it's a bit of hopium going on, but we gotta cheer for something, right? This team, to be frank, there's not been many bright spots for them.
Yeah, it's been kind of a rough couple of moments for Reach the Peak. We've seen their matches. We've seen they were so close to a lot of different a lot of different endings, but it hasn't seemed to work out for them, and it's kind of heartbreaking. You kind of want to root for them. You kind of want to see them make sort of a difference, but it's going to be interesting to see where that goes because it's going to be a strong matchup. LFO. Talking about LFO, they're one of the teams that we have placed in the top 3 before. It's kind of a toss-up between them and some other teams, but they have had really strong showings. They also haven't looked that serious either. So let's see what RTP can do about it because it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out in the long run.
I'm actually glad that you brought that up because guess what? Speaking of how not serious LFO can be, yesterday on Facebook, I believe in one of the WCS Wild Rift groups, we had the jungler from LFO, Shinsekai, SSK, whatever he calls himself now, post one of those polls. What do you guys want to see us play today? The results were overwhelmingly in favor of Jhin. So let's see if LFO pulled that one out against Reach the Peak. You know, you said it's heartbreaking what we've seen from them so far. 0-12. It's always heartbreaking when you see a team not be able to pick up a single game. But let's take a look at the intro video for Reach the Peak. I think they've got some nice changes here today. Yeah, there you have it. Today's roster. I feel like this is my favorite iteration of Reach the Peak thus far. God in support. That's the big one. I think CLB had a decent showing in marksman, but I want to see him in the jungle. I want to see him try to carry, and I want to see all that effort supported by God on support. I think his Baron lane left much to be desired, but in support he could really impact the map. He was always in the right place at the right time. If there is a best iteration of RTP that can win a game, this should be it.
Well, yeah, definitely hope that these new changes to the roster are going to be the Sherpas that help them reach the peak this time, because like having no rounds in the entire tournament might be kind of a sad way to go. So I'm definitely going to be rooting for Reach the Peak, you know, despite my how impartial I need to be about this. But like you said, maybe support my role. Yeah.
You don't need to be impartial. You can be the RTP fanboy. I'll be the LFO fanboy here. It's completely cool. We'll wear our hearts on our sleeves, so to speak. And we're gonna take a look at LFO very shortly. But you guys know them. You guys love them. It's one of the most stacked rosters here in the WCS. I feel like LFO, this should be, I don't want to say a cakewalk for them, but this should be a pretty smooth journey here.
LFO, yeah, it's hard to deny the titan that is LFO. They haven't been quite as undefeated as some of the other teams, let's say, but like it's like sometimes you get the feeling that maybe they're just kind of like playing around when they're scrimming, like they're really just wanting to experiment. Maybe we just want to test out new things. Well, let's hope it's not Icarus and they're not flying too close to the sun, playing around too much, because like RTP might be able to catch them off guard as we look at the the roster lineup as we head to their intro video right about now.
Definitely mythical figures here in the Singapore, Malaysia, and even Thailand scene. We've got a very stacked roster. Hopefully the mythical figure is not Icarus though, like you mentioned. And I'm glad you brought up the point about scrimming as well. This team, from my understanding, does not scrim. Maybe they scrim like once a week. They're pretty much, just a group of friends playing together. They lost their AUG, that's why they're LFO right now. They're coming in, flexing their individual mechanical muscles, and I think that's gotten them pretty far.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the cases of the type of people who, just have that chemistry. They just have all the puzzle pieces falling into place when they play together. And like you said, like it seems like feels like they're a bunch of friends who are really good at what they do. They play together, and all the friends who challenge them end up losing. They're really strong in that sense. In the feel, like it doesn't feel like they're nervous at all when they're playing these games, which is pretty impressive, I should say.
Yeah, that's what years and years and years of top-notch experience would do for you. We've talked about the experience and the competitive scenes that these players have gone through. I mean, there's not really much for us to add to this. I feel like this team should be definitely one of the shoo-ins for top 2. I've sang praises of Tipper every single time I watch his games, to the point where I think people are getting annoyed of how much I love Tipper. But I think this guy, man, so good. Maybe the reason God swapped back to support today was because he didn't want to play against Tipper.
That honestly, I can see that. That is a very compelling,
Who can blame him?
Reason. Yeah, Yeah, who can blame anyone? Tipper is like it's one of the things that you see, and here's the head-to-head. Here's the stats to back it up. It's the co-participation isn't quite as high, but look at the KDA, almost triple what Tenmo has right here. The damage per minute is quite different, but like it all boils down to like how fed you get, and getting more kills means more gold. Being able to roll down, carry more games. That's a lot more skewed towards the Tipper side on LFO here.
Yeah, Tenmo, I mean, he's returning to the team. It's not the best time to return. I can't say I envy him. His stats are actually not that bad, surprisingly. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't say surprisingly, but yeah, it is surprising. You know what? I'm just gonna say it is surprising. 0-12 team, not that bad stats, but Tipper on the other hand, 2.0 KDA, 2.1 KDA. Do you know the story behind that? Do you know why his KDA is so low? This man keeps dying in the side lanes. He keeps taking the skill checks, 1v1, 1v2, sometimes even 1v3. He's got out of the gang, but he turns around. He wants to fight. He wants to challenge you. He thinks it doesn't matter. Even if I die here, my team's still gonna win the game. Why not I skill check you? If I win the fight right now, it looks good. If it's a clippable moment, and we win the game anyway.
Yeah, indeed. The Tipper. If you showed the stats page to anyone who wasn't necessarily like following the tournament, the tourney, or necessarily looking at their individual performances, you'd be forgiven for thinking like, wow, those stats are not. Yeah, he's a feeder. You're seeing a 16% KP. You're seeing really low damage per minute numbers, and you're not seeing all that much damage being tanked. Yeah. But Tipper, you've seen the games. You know how Tipper is an absolute monster when it comes to side pushing those lanes, split pushing those lanes, and generally just being a huge pain in the butt for the enemy team.
This is one of the few cases where I wouldn't say the stats are lying, but the stats are not telling the whole truth, definitely. It's an eye test situation. If you watch Tipper in game, you know he's gotten out of those ganks. I feel like in a grand final situation, he doesn't turn around. He doesn't try to skill check you 1v3 there. But in group stages, like we've talked about it, these guys, they've been playing for years. They know their limits. They are just limit testing right now. That's my theory for LFO, and especially Tipper. I think this guy sums up the essence of the team so very well. Let's take a look at the predictions. Let's see what the panelists today think we're gonna have as a result. I feel like it's pretty unanimous.
I feel like the casters have had some pretty like, you know, close ideas when it comes to these sort of things. We've been seeing a lot of games, but like we've rarely seen any like turnovers. We've rarely seen any upsets. You know, besides upsets being for Upcar. But like, you know, this is what we're all thinking right now. So like, do you think it's going to be any different today though?
Look, I'm going to be real with you here. I feel like mechanically, you just cannot match up. We've talked about the possible win conditions of this team before Reach to Peak, things they can do to win matches. We've never seen any of it. We said they need to improve on X, we said they need to do Y better, we said they need to stop doing Z. Nothing has changed. This team has not shown growth. This team has not shown improvement. Hopefully today with God back to support, that's where it changes. Because that's, I feel, the best iteration of Reach to Peak we've seen so far. But I've been burned before. I'm one of the few guys that keep voting for RTP even though they keep losing every single game. And this time, I'm going to learn my lesson. I'm going to stay away and say I don't think they got it what it takes to upset here today.
I honestly, I'm gonna try and take the opposite scenario. I may regret it later down the line, but looking at it, honestly, they do have the team fight potential. You've seen the team fights. You've seen that they've managed to get away very close to getting those kills that they need to, and potentially reversing team fights. But like you said, in the end, it doesn't really matter unless you do the macro, unless you do X, unless you do Z, unless you do Y, and this sort of stuff kind of boils down to the shot calling. Maybe moving someone to support, maybe lifting the pressure of Baron Lane off their shoulders might give them like extra brain power for them to like make more thinking ahead shot calls, maybe look at the map more frequently. But like if that helps them turn around, I'm gonna be so happy. It's gonna be so good to see.
Like, it's never good to see a team go 0-12. When we saw TODAK win last week, they looked much better. When we saw Upcar upset SEM9, it looked great. I mean, yeah, we always do love an underdog story. Is it feasible? Let's find out here today. We're going to be heading to Champ Selects shortly, but I want to lay out really quickly what things do we expect to see? What things do we want to see from this matchup? And I think, you know, we always talk about what are the possible win conditions of RTP, right? I want to point out the key factors that we want to look out for. God needs to be on a roamer. God needs to be on something that has an initiative, and he needs to play together with CLB. Let's not even talk about team fighting, macro. Let's not touch on any of those things. Let's take it step by step. Let's start by having a decent draft and going to game, playing out the first 4 minute even. That's my starting point here for RTP.
Yeah, they need to get the champions down. They need to make sure they watch out for what Tipper chooses, because Tipper enjoys having those side pushing champions, split pushing type champions.
Tryndamere
If you
and
have Tryndamere and Joy,
Yeah.
and oh god, like Tryndamere and Joy is in solo queue, you know how much of a terror they can be, how much they can like affect that entire lane. So like, if Tipper gets a really good pick, if they don't have a good answer, if they keep playing reactionary, we're just gonna see a repeat of what we usually see, and that's probably just gonna be more of the same.
Yeah, I think with Tenmo coming in, what we're likely to see here is maybe some sort of tank top lane to try to resist the pressure. But we've seen Tipper play hard matchups. We've seen Tipper play into matchups that are supposed to be neutralizing. Every single game he played Riven into Ahedge's Darius, he got a lane advantage. Out of lane, it's a different story. But he's more than capable of playing these so-called difficult matchups and getting leads. So Tenmo is going to have a difficult job ahead of him here today. I want to look at the jungle matchup up a little bit as well. CLB against SSK. We see this guy back in the jungle trying to carry the team. He's a bit of a Tryndamere and Joy himself.
Oh yeah. He's quite terrifying. Yeah. Any good player on the Tryndamere is really terrifying to me. I've still have PTSD from a lot of the cases of Tryndamere chasing me down. But like I don't know if that's gonna be the play here. Maybe we'll see it. But like I think they might try to go for something that kind of emphasizes more of like their. Well, we don't actually know what the results of the poll were. It was Jin. It was Jin for LFO. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that should be interesting. Did they specify that it had to be in the ADC lane? That it was anywhere else?
That's a good point. We'll see. I don't believe they're gonna pull it out in game 1. A bit of insider information, but if LFO win game 1, we might very well see a Jin in game 2. Let's talk a bit about the picks that we do see though. This Garen pickup. It's great, right? We know Tipper loves that Riven. Garen traditionally a good matchup into Riven, but we've also seen Tipper play this matchup and get a solo kill and get individual leads. So I don't know how effective that one's gonna be. Gragas here, Lulu here, both flex picks for LFO. Nice start to draft so far, and my favorite part, Lulu banned on red side. I feel like this is a necessity, and I want to see more teams do this going forward.
Well, it looks like there is going to be that Thresh, going to be seeing more of that death sentences. Maybe try and you know keep that wall, keep that gap between. Because Lulu is going to be, like you said, Lulu is going to be a strong pick. They're probably going to go with something more hyper carry like, maybe something that it could be Lucian. It could be like have we seen any Jinxes? I feel like Jinxes have kind of like.
We've seen a couple Jinxes. I think SEM9 was one of the teams that loved to put out that Jinx for Sagi early on.
Right. Well, Jinx. I don't know if LFO has the Jinx. The Jinx.
Yeah, they haven't shown it yet, but they've shown Vayne a lot. They've shown Vayne a couple of times. So Vayne Lulu may be a possibility as well. We know that Vayne is a good matchup into these mages, but I do like the idea here coming up for RTP so far. You get a tank top to try to neutralize Tipper. You get a self-sufficient Dragon Laner. Ziggs might flex mid, but I think it's likely to be Dragon Lane, and that gives God space to roam on this trash. So far, the potential to carry, I would say, it's in the right places.
Well, you did say tank top, so I was imagining Garen wearing a tank top at the top lane, but
full party Garen skin.
And there it is. There's the Vayne. There's the Vayne pickup. Yeah, that was a good prediction. Definitely.
Yeah, it's a very good Vayne spot here. Like you get a free lane against a mage, and you just shred Garen later on. Garen's supposed to be a tank. He's not tanky against Vayne, so this is a great Vayne Lulu angle for LFO. Let's see what Raven and Rich can do down there.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a 2-for-1 sort of pick. That's a great pickup for LFO. Let's see if RTP has anything in particular against that, because like I've seen the Vayne matchup, it's really difficult to stop once it gets going, and that's the problem. Having a Lulu to be the survivability like buffer, that's going to be a problem for anyone if you can't shut down the Vayne early, or tower diver at like level 5, level 7 maybe. Who knows?
And good bans here from the side of LFO, targeting CLB's carry jungler. There is a way to counterpick this bottom lane here. We know LFO traditionally like to save counters, like to save flexes for their solos, and they got punished by SEM9 for that. Their Senna lane got hard countered by the Ashe trash lane. It's also a possibility to run back the Ashe trash for RTP here. We might also see something like a Lucian, but I think it's going to be unlikely. I think they want to play around their jungler, so we're likely to see a mid-jungle pickup here. Graves for CLB, a regular pickup for him. And of course, to no one's surprise, Tipper's gonna be on that Riven again.
It definitely. That's gonna be a good.
Hang on, Graves mid. I do believe this gives us a Graves mid. I don't think Graves Dragon Lane is likely, so it's more likely we see a Graves mid for Deathly, as well as CLB on a Kha'Zix. That's a very odd mid jungle pairing.
Yeah, it could work, honestly. There's some precedent. There's some precedent having a Garen run around and a death sentencing Thresh to try and keep his Ziggs alive where he's tossing bombs. But yeah, like you said, it's a bit unusual. And there's a Tryndamere. Well, yeah. You're making all the predictions today.
Who's playing the Tryndamere though? That's the thing. Tryndamere Riven, it's flexible, right? We could see Tryndamere, Riven, Gragas all go jungle. I think the only thing we know for sure is Vayne Lulu is gonna go to the bottom lane. Other than that, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna. There's a lot of flexibility here in terms of what they can choose to do. In fact, like I'm a little bit more head scratchy about the RTP picks. Actually, it's
Yeah, the Graves is a little bit odd to me. I thought that one was going over to CLB, but they showed the Kha'Zix right after. Anyone's guess, man. I have no idea. Let's find out as we get it sorted out. Production's gonna have to do us a favor here and show us the fixed drafts. Lots of flex picks, and I think that's the essence of Wild Rift drafting right now. You want to pick up flexible picks like Gragas. That's why it's been so high priority. Let's see how it shakes up.
Well, definitely going to be seeing where they switch it over, so we finally know who's taking who, which lane is going to be taking which. And yeah, in terms of all that, it kind of boils down to it still boils down to the macro. You get the good drafts, yes, that's like 50% of I would say of like the game already. But like if you're like I said, the what we've seen from teams that play near the bottom, they kind of be playing more a reactionary game. They've been playing more of a we're not really taking the objectives in advance. We're not really planning this ahead. We had to you know, respond to Tipper pushing the side lane. We had to respond to this jungler pushing into our jungle. We had to respond to all the pushes and all the tower pushes, but we didn't make any moves of our own. That's kind of the difference.
Yes.
So if we can see sort of a turnaround, maybe we see RTP start to make like different shot calls. Maybe they start to think like 3 steps ahead. They're thinking, oh, if they're probably going to put Tipper here since they lost the team fight here. So we should probably have something like in the pipeworks. Should probably have something ready for
That's
when it happens.
not right. Hang on a second here. Are we seeing a role swap? Are we seeing God in the jungle, CLB on the trash support? That's a possibility, but I don't know if it's a good one. CWJ is going to be on that Tryndamere though, so it will be a Tryndamere mid. Tipper will want to be playing his trademark Riven. But this is a role swap. This is a very spicy role swap. It's our first time seeing this iteration of the roster. We'll see if God and CLB do swap their roles around. It's anyone's guess at this point, but I might be wrong here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe God has played jungle before on other teams.
I do think so, yeah. If I remember correctly, I have to check my flashcards later, the ones that I have organized for a lot of these little things. But yeah, I do think he has jungle experience. We just don't see it often, which is why it's kind of head scratching here.
Yeah, I'm doing a bit of a quick Google right now, but I do believe he has a lot of experience in other games. I'm not sure if he has experience playing jungle because it doesn't say on the Leaguepedia. So we'll have to reference that. We'll maybe ask them. You know what? If RTP win the series, we'll ask them. We haven't had a chance to speak to them yet. But other than that, this draft, man, we knew we were in for something fun, but this takes it to the next level.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see things kind of switched around because it can get stale. I think in the end, like if you go comfort picks, if you do go comfort picks, sometimes it might be the better choice than you going something meta-ish. Yeah, and we're gonna go to the match video now. Gonna take a look at it coming up as the game starts soon.
First game between Reach the Peak and looking for organization. Is this going to be RTP's first chance to get a win, or is LFO going to keep them on a losing streak here? Definitely, I don't know what happened. He's really low from the get-go.
Yeah, what happened? Those little increments, those little seconds that we didn't like see anything. Definitely just suddenly going down to half health.
No clue.
Getting that duel in the mid lane versus a Tryndamere, which is interesting. So yeah, gonna be wondering about that as the game progresses on.
no way a Lulu just walks in and chunks you down that low, right? I don't know, man.
Honestly, with Rich, it wouldn't
True.
surprise me. Yeah,
True.
just the tumble, just Lulu walking up and essentially putting either the shield on you or the picks on you. You know, it's her choice. It's really her choice.
And of course, like we expected, this Dragon Lane gonna be chilling down here as well. Oh, Tipper playing a little bit too aggressive, forced to flash away.
He really wanted that honey fruit. Like I don't know if that was like kind of the pickup that you wanted. Maybe deciding that denying like Tenmo's honey fruit and then taking his own honey fruit might have been like the play here. But interesting. That's a lot of resources used for that.
Yeah, puts him in a very iffy spot as well. Tenmo doesn't have Ignite to secure the lethal right now, and Shitsukai, SSK is playing now towards the top side, got the Scuttle Crab, so I don't think Tipper is in danger of dying, but we're seeing a skirmish in the moment.
Oh, Shelby gonna be taken really low, gonna have to try to get away, but Death Sentence down. Now Raven's gonna get really taken out really low. Polymorph gonna save him, however. Definitely is here to try and pick it up and make sure that they get something out of it, but that's already 2 down, maybe even three down for RTP. Oh man, not quite the trade that they wanted on the LFO side, sorry, the RTP side.
Yeah, definitely not. And we noticed that Deathly was extremely low level 1. I'm pretty sure he also flashed at level 1. That's why he couldn't get out. Ignite to pick up Raven, and that's gonna be it. Tipper, like we said, trading so well in what's supposed to be a losing matchup. But CLB, man, this man on support trying to make his mark.
CLB has been making it work, using that Death Sentence to try and prolong, you know, his team's Death Sentence. So props to him for trying to keep his team alive, even though they did end up losing 3. In the end, there's going to be another fight up top. Shelby's going to be taken really low once again, and now Guard's going to have to be on guard. He's getting pushed on the tower. Can he delay them long enough? No, there's quite a few slows coming out. Going to be just barely out of it. CWJ getting away. Just sliver of health left. Definitely trying to do his best to try and get back in there. Garage's going to have to walk away. SSK, are you going to be able to get out of it? Uses his dash, get away, and that's pretty much a 1-2 to 1. Oh, it's either 1-1 trade, 2 to 1 trade. The timers were so low. I didn't quite see who got out of that just yet.
I think it's a 2 for 2, so even trade for RTP, not too bad right now. Starting off with a roam for SCLB, he does drop, but an earlier rotation back from Tanmo from Deathly secures them some return kills as well. Good situation for RTP to try to recover from that early bot side river play, but of course nothing is really set in stone right now. It's still too early on, no one has a big momentum lead. We'll wait for the 4-minute mark, we'll wait for the objective fights, but Deathly, this rip buff, it's gonna be pretty nice for him.
Yeah, picking it up is gonna help him out a lot. We're gonna go into the replay. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, so CLB gets caught out. He wanders a bit too far into the river. Didn't play the body slam. That one's gonna hurt. CWJ going for this tower dive, taking 4 turret shots, but he's got the Undying Rage. Now pay attention to Deathly here. The flash was a little overkill. I feel like they misplayed that situation. You could have saved a bit more resources here. That would have done you great. Like, that would have done you a favor in the next fight, but you know, RTP, they need to secure what they can get. I don't really blame them. You want to make sure you don't get outplayed again.
Yeah, I do think definitely kind of had his brain overloaded for a bit. Forgot that Churn was already taken out by the minions. Might have flashed kind of like on impulse to try and pick it up, but Chunri was already dead. Or it could be, you know, trying to get away. Couldn't really tell within the heat of the moment of that play, but yeah, interesting trade nonetheless. I don't really quite think this is the end yet for RTP, despite the gold advantage on LFO's side. It's all going to boil down to objectives, which LFO looks like they're already planning to take here with the Inferno Dragon, which is going to be great for their late game scaling.
LFO, they want it all. The Dragon isn't enough. They want the Harrow as well. They want to deny that from RTP. The contest is going to come in. I don't think RTP gets this in time. We're going to see a fight.
Good. The Death Sentence on Tipper, that's quite a good pickup, but look at all that damage coming down. Tempo's going to try his best to try to keep them away from it, but they already get strike down there. Look at Raven, going to get the rest of it, and that's a 3 down. And did they even manage to get the red, the Rift Herald red team?
Rich picked it up.
Oh, whoa, that's quite the price they have to pay, however. That's pretty, that's not great.
It's not great to say the least. I mean, RTP just disjointed, right? That's the best word to describe this team. You want to start the Rift Herald, you only have 3 members present. It's common for your mid laner to be in the bot lane still pushing. Definitely is getting dived right now.
Definitely has got the dash. Not gonna be doing much. It's gonna be a flash away, and CWJ broke off more than he could chew. That's going to be tired for top lane. Are going to get this kill off in retaliation. SSK is going to get away with barely a sliver of health. Going to use his cast to keep them off of him, but there's so many people around him. He's going to be dashed away. Does he have the cooldowns? Yes, he does! He's going to jump in, guard. Oh man, you went in too deep. Now he's trapped in between a rock and a hard place. Vayne going to try and chunk him down, and that's going to be another return kill. I don't know if it was worth it, but guard did manage to pick up the gold in the end.
A series of unfortunate events here for Reach the Peak. They kill Tipper. CLB gets a nice roam down to secure the life of Deathly as well as the kill on the CWJ, but they don't get SSK. God has to dive in so deep, and because of that, another kill goes over to Raven. This Vayne, we've seen the hyperscale coming from LFO before. Tipper going for a flank though.
Ooh, Tipper's already so far ahead that he can just
where is he? Why is he in the Ripper?
He was just waiting at the red jungle, expecting someone to walk in there, and did find someone, but there's two of them. Had to like jump away before he got caught by the death sentence.
Now they want CWJ.
CWJ, oh, gonna get hit there, right there. He still has his ultimate. Oh wait, no, he does not, and he's gonna get taken down. And now the rest of LFO is going to try and get some revenge kills. Guard is in a pretty spicy spot right now. Gonna get taken. Is he going to get taken down by the turret? Oh!
He tried to sneak out, but SSK with the barrel there. Invis would not be able to save him from that situation. And RTP, they're making good picks around this trash pickup from CLB. The interface is throwing me off a little bit, but it is CLB. Rope swap yet again and Guard in jungle. So, not a bad start right now for the support here of CLB. He's getting the picks, he's leading the charge, but LFO, they're always able to trade back. And if we ask the ever important question, who scales better? I think that's gonna have to be LFO. You have the Riven, you have the Tryndamere, who's doing this to you, and you have the Vayne Lulu as well. What's the solution here?
They've got an Infernal Dragon.
I don't know how he did.
Yeah, Guard. Oh, actually, Guard. Oh, Guard with the jump in on the passive, and they're gonna get clawed down. Gonna get taken out again. Poor Guard has barely had time to breathe this entire game. Had to give up there at the turret as well. Now gonna get taken out again with Deathly at the bottom. That's unfortunate.
He trades with CWJ at least, and Tipper gets taken down as well. It's just a story of trading. This whole game has just been LFO finding leads, but RTP they'll always catch someone because we know LFO love to fight. We know they love to take these risks, even if it doesn't necessarily look good. Even if it's not the right play, they'll take the fight regardless, and they will pay with their lives for it. This is the scene from the Batman. Not the new one of Robert Pattinson, no spoilers, don't worry. It's the old one with Bane, where they're on the plane at the start of the movie, and Bane says something like, "They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother." That's LFO this game. Someone has to go down with the ship every single time.
This would be painful for him, I see.
Yeah, exactly.
It's RTP is definitely putting up a good fight, but poor Guard has not been able to get up to that scaling point that he wants to. That Infernal Dragon's hurting a lot more than they expected. They're trying to keep him off the dragon. I guess they learned their lesson for the last time with the Rift Herald, but they have so many ways to engage here. They're already trying to get in. Vayne's going to be using the ult, trying to get out there, losing so many ultimates coming out. There comes the Ziggs out. Here comes the explosive cast. Going to be the Garen to try and pick that up. Killing spree. Red team, that's already 3 down on the RTP side. Not going to be enough there, and Guard gets taken out again. Tenmo running for his life. He's a Garen. He's got the passive, but it's really not going to be enough. He's just going to get secured there at the bot lane. And it's going to be a pickup for LFO, yeah.
That's LFO's bot lane getting dropped. That's going to be the rest of LFO, though, cleaning house. And this is a recurring trend with LFO. If you look at a lot of their games, well, let's pay attention to this team fight first. You engage from the base. This fight starts off with Vayne tumbling in face first. Same as the Rift Herald fight, Raven and Rich, they want to take the fight. They don't want to wait for their beefy boys to do it for them. They take matters into their own hands. Nice flash from God there to pick up the kill, but it doesn't really amount to anything in the end. You get the Cloud Dragon, but you get aced in return. LFO, they're just willing to take these fights. Their bot lane willing to die for the team to start things off on the right note. What can I really say here, right? It's a close game if you look at the kill score, but look at the gold, look at the turrets, it's anything but.
Yeah, the objectives are slowly slipping away, and that's what I talked about when I said reactionary versus like getting taken out. That Tipper, you're playing it so aggressively, you're gonna get taken out.
This is exactly what I talked about. It's a 1v3. Tipper can run. He chooses not to. He says, I want to fight because why not, right? And he gets taken down, he gets dropped, but it doesn't matter because on the other side of the map, LFO, they're trading objectives.
Yeah, this is definitely on brand for Tipper. Tipper is the type of person who likes to get those fights regardless of kind of the outcome. He's already ahead of goal and he can afford to take those risks. But yeah, gonna be that free pickup down the Tenbo. That's 250 gold. That's pretty beefy actually. Kind of gonna be shutting down a little bit of that advantage that Garen was picking up. And like, you know, this kind of all boils down to zoning and like how far you're willing to push it. LFO know that like they're losing a lot of these trades, but at the same time they're gaining everything that they need. And this is the sort of small snowflake that rolls in that snowy mountain and slowly becomes like a giant snowball. You kind of let it get to this point. It's gonna get really difficult.
Yeah, if you play it Reno on the side of LFO, you could maybe end this game 5. Oh, look at that though.
Oh, gonna be getting that. So SSK so close. Definitely gonna get caught by the zigzag. Didn't manage to flash away in time. Zelby's gonna try his best to try to get away. The flame's not gonna be enough and gonna get picked up on the Vayne here. 11k. What is going on here with so many fights going off? Gotta try to get his best out there. Not enough timing there on the unstoppable rage. I think that's called unstoppable rage, but oh god, not the one to die today.
You said it's extremely on brand for Tipper. This is also extremely on brand for LFO. If there's a fight on one quadrant of the map, usually the other side of the map, that's your weak side. You don't fight, you back off, you hold your turret, maybe you even have to give up the turret. LFO do not care, they will fight you on both sides of the map. Is that the right decision?
Red team lost a turret.
I do believe we are back. Sorry, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty right there, but yeah, that was the question, right? Is it the right play to just fight on both sides of the map? Definitely not, but LFO, we talked about them, we talked about how they like to play the game, they don't really care. This is on brand for them, and it's working out well.
Oh, okay, so we're back, and yeah,
back in
definitely
action.
on brand. They were, it's like the aggressive sort of play. This is what we call like, to give an inch, take a mile is what we call. It's like the zoning. They know that they're pushed up. They see other minions sort of pushing on one side. They know they have the advantage, so they kind of take their opportunities to push up on the other lanes. Kind of flashing away.
Where is Tenbo?
Where did he go? Opens peekaboo and he's already flashed over to the other side, but he's in enemy territory. This is bad country we're talking about here.
Look, he's just running out. He's not even gonna recall, and he's gonna get chased down by Tipper.
Tipper's having the time of his life. See, WJ is the one getting caught out. What is going on? Two people in other sides of the map, but look, Tenmo's already reconvened with his team there, and it's gonna be really close. Definitely gonna get taken out. He's gonna Tenmo's gonna try his best to keep Tipper off of the rest of his team. His team are trying his best, but the Vayne is an absolute terror. We talked about that hyper carry sort of thing. It's trying to keep Yu off of it. Yu is the damage dealer. He doesn't want to go down, but he might have to go down regardless of his choice in the matter. He's gonna use the Zonya to try and keep this going, but it's not gonna be enough. That's 4 down. Tenpo, the only one left alive on the RTP side.
Well, I can tell you that what we just saw was the definition of an LFO game. They're gonna end it maybe? Okay, they're gonna play it safe, they're gonna back off, not going to push for end just yet. But that's a 14-minute inhibitor, they don't care about the dragon. They're just gonna reset, they're just gonna chill, they're confident in winning all these team fights, and it's the LFO experience. That's why I love watching their games. Is it clean? No. Is this the right macro play? No. But is it fun? Yes.
In a way, I do kind of see the logic behind the macro play, even if it is a bit messy, and like that's kind of on brand for LFO. Even when they're playing like for fun, you can see the slight differences in like the macro play that sort of help them get away with a lot of these things. It's
the fundamentals are solid.
Yeah, the fundamentals are solid. Seeing your minions pushing, getting the killing speed on it definitely was a little bit far up top. See, this is the difference. It's like Tipper pushes, barely gets punished in a lot of games, but then you have definitely pushing up by himself, and he gets killed like immediately. That's just the difference. And already Baron's gonna go down to LFO. Here's the team fight gonna be coming out there. It's gonna be so much damage. Only 3 of them versus like 4, but that's not gonna be enough. Already taken out 3 of them. Zell, Yu running for their absolute lives. They're gonna have to defend this, but what? CWJ was waiting for them at the base. He's gonna be taking them out. He's gonna be running after them. And Death Sense is trying to catch him before anything happens, but no. That's already an open Nexus. That's already a Baron buff. And that's gonna be first game for LFO.
and we just witnessed the LFO experience. Now, when SEM9 plays against a team that they're definitely stronger than, which is most teams in the league, when SEM9 plays against a weaker team, they choke you out. They win every single objective fight. They don't give you any advantages. They don't give you any way back into the game. They cleanly choke you out of the game. When LFO plays against a weaker team, the kill score is going to be like 30, 40 kills. We're going to see a bit of a messy one. But in the end, they're going to come up on top because of their team fighting, because of their mechanics anyway. I don't know whose approach I like better, but I can tell you I'm excited to see these two clash yet again as we go into our second round robin next week and as we head into the week of playoffs, which I believe begins in April. Yeah, starts on April Fool's Day.
Yeah, so it starts in the April half. Yeah, there's going to be quite a few games going then. LFO, like, you know, we're looking at the LFO plays. You know, a lot of the things you be kind of face palming and going like, what's going on? What's that? We already called it out quite a few times. Tipper was already in like the jungle, but we're gonna be heading to a break first. We'll be talking more about this as we come back.
Here we go now.
Passion.
Welcome back, WCS, MYSG. It's me, Omo. With me is Pondo. We just saw game 1 reach the peak against Looking for Og. Not a pretty game, not a clean game, but S is the LFO experience. S is typical also of our RTP game. It was a messy one, but LFO, they never really looked like they were in danger of losing. Not even losing the game. They never even looked like they were in danger of losing an objective fight.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching a really, what we call seasoned artist draw something in 5 minutes. And usually like an artist is really careful with his lines and he has to draw every stroke. But like they were just making broad strokes. They were just doing whatever they felt like. And yet the picture ended up coming out really, really nice, like in the end. So that's kind of the difference between fundamental experience, I guess. And RTP is really going to have to pull out a lot more art supplies if they want to be able to win that, in terms of, beating the Mona Lisa on their own home turf.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one for sure. RTP, we saw another iteration of the team. I thought they were going to go back to what kind of worked for them in week 1. But this time around, we saw another role swap. God in the jungle, CLB in support. To be fair though, his trash did have a pretty good impact on the early mid game. He did make the picks. Just wasn't enough in the end, was it?
Yeah, it was just tiny bits. Like we've seen a lot of good thrashes in the series, and like he had a pretty decent thrash. The death sentences were landing where they should. He was standing in between his carry like he should. He was doing all the right things, but like there's just minor differences. Like the aggression wasn't quite as high. He wasn't using his flay and walking up to them as much as like other thrashes would, and he wasn't necessarily setting up plays. He was preventing his carry from dying, and when you see that, they're coming from behind. They're not necessarily coming from an advantage.
Yeah, let's take a look at the post-game screen. Let's look at how these players actually performed in terms of the statistics. SSK and Raven, I think they're going to be happy with this one. It's a nice little boon to their stats. But CWJ and Tipper, as per usual, have a lot of deaths. Their stats are not going to be the prettiest. They're usually the ones dying on the side lanes for LFO, and this game is par for the course.
Yeah, it's clear that they're not the type of worried about that cumulative like stat tracker, because like they're willing to give up as many deaths as they want, and it feels like they're having fun when they're doing it. So like in the end, that stat tracker is gonna come out looking real like funky, with that really low kill participation, but they're gonna be winning a lot of games. It's clear, it's there.
Yeah, it's clear as day. They're going to be winning a lot of games. They have been winning a lot of games, and we kind of expect this pattern to continue, at least until the second round robin, and they face off against SEM9 again. I feel like that's the only team that can really force LFO to drop again. Well, I say that actually, but they did drop a game to, I believe, both Watermelon and Upcar. Yeah, I think it's just part and parcel. It's just nature of the beast, really. If you play with fire, sometimes you're gonna get burned. But of course, this Vayne, we expected a lot for it. It was a great Vayne spot in this game. Raven, as per usual, doing top damage here for his team.
Yeah, that's 30k. That's pretty nutty. Like looking at the damages, I think the ideal scenario for RTP would have had a UU using the Ziggs to get like a 20k damage output, but like he didn't even make it past guard, and guard was like in there getting like face check to hell,
Yeah, Yu did not have a great game. God also did not have a great game. I'm in the same boat as you. I expected the Ziggs to do a lot more damage. Usually we see poke champs by default be the highest damage dealers in the game, but this time around you're not having the best impact. I feel like this has kind of to do with the timings of their rotations as well. If you look at RTP, they're never fighting in the same place. They're never fighting in the right positions as their comp wants to do. They're always taking these little scraps around the map, and it never quite pans out. Yeah. Going into game 2, what are we looking for? The main thing for me is I just want to see the Jhin here for LFO.
Yeah, the Jhin.
That's all I can really look out for at this point.
It could come out, and LFO is definitely gonna the type of team that can make it work really well. Like it doesn't even seem all that trolly. Like I am a Jhin believer. I don't even think that Jhin is gonna be a bad pick, despite the meta. But like like RTP isn't looking completely flattened just yet. They are missing a lot of key fundamentals, and like we said, reactionary, but they're not exactly completely one-sided flops. So I think they can make something happen. They're gonna have to double check those VODs, make sure they talk a lot more to the coach, or like whoever is watching with them. But like they can make it happen. I think they can make it happen.
Hopefully, I do agree. At least they don't look like a complete train wreck this game as they have in some other games in the past. So this means that maybe we see more signs of life out of them here today. Maybe this won't be their first series win. Maybe this won't even be their first match win. But as we used to say about TODAK before they got their first wins, what do we need to see from them? We just want to see signs of life. We want to see signs of improvement. And I guess compared to last week, we can say that we at least do see that here today. They haven't rolled over, right? They've been throwing punches as well. The punches haven't quite landed. Definitely not a knockout, but at least they're throwing them.
Yeah, the punches just need to be a bit cleaner, just like
a lot cleaner.
Yeah, let's make sure Garrett isn't on the other side, the entire other side of like the enemy's jungle when the team fight is about to start and the dragon's already up for the taking. CWJ did get caught out, but we're gonna give him a pass because the objective was there. It wasn't on the other side, so let's give him a pass for that.
We're gonna need a lot of passes for LFO as the series progresses. Individual mistakes have been aplenty for this team, but I think it doesn't matter, right? They just like to fight. They just like taking the risk. Be it a good play or not, well, they just take it anyway.
Oh yeah, but like that's the thing. You gotta earn it. And we'll be heading into Champ Select right now. We're gonna be seeing what RTB pulls out of their hat versus LFO and whether they can turn it around.
This might be the most exciting part of this series. Maybe the last chance for us to see the Jin. Oh, are they gonna pull it out? LFO. They've made a promise here today to pull out one of the unplayed champions so far in the WCS. Jin's one of the few. Will LFO pull it out? That's the big question. I think there was like something like 80-90 votes for the Jin. Let's see.
Well, I don't actually have any doubts that the Jin is going to come out, but I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. They can still play the hyper carry build. If they get the Lulu, then that's great. Yumi would be a boon, but Yumi's gone, so I don't necessarily think it's going to have any sort of like bearing on how this is going to go.
Yeah, Yumi banned on red side, what I like to see. Banning away Rich's trash as well. Don't want to let him have that. It's something he's very impactful on. Other than that, the bans look pretty standard. I don't know why LFO are banning this Cocky. I feel like Cocky is such a terrible champion. Last time we had Raven on interview, he did agree with us as well. So I'm not sure about that one. But Garen being banned away, now Tenmo. If I was him, I'd be a little bit concerned right now. No default Garen pickup here means you might be at the mercy of Tipper. Though you do have the last pick. You can drop your Baron lane pick, try to keep something a little bit safer for Tenmo in the cards still, and that's going to be a Gragas first pick here. Flex for LFO.
We've seen the Gragas, we've seen how terrifying it is on the LFO side. That's just another thing to be watching out for, the big alcoholic man. And we're going to be seeing the Zed pick up. Zed could be an interesting choice here, especially if they're going to be picking it for the Jin. I don't know if they know that the Jin is coming out. Is the Zed pick for the Jin? That would be interesting. That would be really...
Yeah, I mean, I think Zed is just... There we go. The Jin comes out. Into Varus as well, which I think is one of probably the better matchups for Jin. Not the worst situation you want to be in. Jin traditionally functions in the same tier of champions as Varus Ashe, fulfills the same role, and he doesn't have the worst lane into these champs as well. So it's going to be a nice situation. It also explains the Gragas first pick. You have a lot more protection knowing that you don't have to play against the explosive Cask. Jin Leona pickup. Are we watching League of Legends PC here? That seems like a very League of Legends PC bot lane. Zed being picked up, I think is just one of the strongest mid picks. Definitely did exhibit some proficiency on that champ, so I'm glad to see him play that one again. And Varus, you can't really go wrong with this. One of the strongest marksmen in the meta.
Yeah, the difference between Jin and Varus is that Varus has those arrow shots, and those are so useful for getting off getting the backline low, and that's key. When you have a low backline, it makes it so much more difficult for them to engage, as opposed to Jin, who does have the long range and he can get a lot of long range CC, but he still needs to be close, and he still has to cycle his 4 shots. This kind of makes him, it's a little bit more dangerous for him, especially if they have a strong initiation, a strong front line, and that's kind of the difference here.
Okay, so RTP right now, they're banning away both the Riven and the Darius, champions which are very easily blind pickable, and champions which Tipper likes to play as well. I think the Darius ban might have been an answer to the Akali ban as well. So I feel like there's a good chance RTP, you know what, I'm pretty sure RTP are going to last pick their Baron laner here for Tenmo. They're going to 4P their support because they see the Leona, and I'm very interested to see how Tenmo will do if he has to counter pick into Tipper. Now, both AD carries, Varus and Jin, very immobile. What are they most afraid of? Displacement. And we see displacement aplenty from both of these teams right now. Gragas Cask, Lee Sin Kick, Alistair Headbutt, a lot of potential combos we can see. And I think this game, it's going to be a very explosive one. Sorry, what am I seeing right now?
Whoa.
What is this champion?
Whoa.
I think we've seen a
Okay.
Have we seen a Veigar before? Let me do a quick
I don't
Google on
know.
this. I feel like we might have seen like 1 or 2 games of Veigar before. Might be wrong though.
I personally, I think Veigar has always been ridiculously strong. It's just
First game.
Yeah, first game. That's great. That's absolutely
Yeah.
amazing. I think it's great. They're really adding a touch of unpredictability to the proceedings, but like
More
wow.
more unpredictability is coming out right here. Diana and Zed. So which one's going Baronly? I think it's gonna be Diana.
Yeah, could be. Like
Yeah.
might be Shaw against the Fiora, you know, just like getting those picks off as necessary. But like this is going to be really interesting. Having a Veigar stack into the Zed might not be great in the laning phase, but like Veigar just provides so much more utility in terms of team fights and getting, maybe if you get a lucky stun off with the initiation with that field of his, or if you manage to scale, if you're behind, you could probably just scale up by hitting those minions and getting more magic damage. And like I don't know if they ever get to that point because LFO is not the type to let the game get to that point. But this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. And something I'm very excited about as well is the Rich Leona. The first time we saw him pull that out was against SEM9, and I gotta say the man was impactful. He was landing huge ultimates, solar flares across all the backliners of SEM9, pulling the champion out again here today. It's gonna be a very exciting watch for me. I want to pay attention to this guy working in tandem with SSK. I do believe playing the Gragas again as well. So a lot of CC coming from this too. I want to see them lead the charge for the team, and this Veigar pick, like you said, right, not gonna have the best time into the Zed. That's probably my win condition here for the side of RTP. If you want to win the game, it has to be through the Zed Veigar matchup, I feel.
Yeah, I do think LFO has the mechanics to sort of keep the Veigar alive. So that's, like you said, is a win condition. The Zed's got to get more fed. The Zed's gonna have to win those fights, and like they have a lot of initiation. I think they did expect the Jhin pick. I think we're not the only ones who kind of saw that Facebook post. Might have given away their secrets a bit early there. The Veigar was definitely unexpected though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, like, was Veigar the second most voted champion? I don't really know what's going on with the Veigar pickup. I want to refer to the list very quickly, but we'll see if that was actually the case. Actually, no, it wasn't. Veigar wasn't even voted by anyone. It was Misfortune next, and then something like Vi, Lux, Janna, champions like that. But MF was the second most voted. Wasn't picked up. It was Veigar instead.
Yeah, that's surprising. I guess the Veigar was like the LFO touch or the LFO magic coming in.
One for the fans, one for us. That's what they're saying right now.
Well, I think Alice was gonna have a bad time against that. Maybe even Diana. You gotta be timing that right. Maybe if it's not used for initiation. Maybe if like you want the cow is in here. He's ready to go in there, get the slap down, but in comes the wall.
It's not about the champions right now. I want you to pay attention very quickly to who's playing what. Look at the name tags and the champions that correspond to them. Huge roll swap yet again. Your AD is going to play mid, your mid's going to play jungle, your jungle's going to play support, your support's going to play AD. I don't know what's going on. RTP, they're just doing what they feel like at this point. Let's see if that's the magic keyword here.
Oh, well, RTP needed to do something unexpected, and this is unexpected, so...
Honestly, at this point, it's kind of expected. I feel like they've changed members every single match already. So the unexpected has basically become expected at this point. For them, at least.
I can respect throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. Because at the very, very least, if nothing is sticking, you just gotta keep trying. And then one time you're gonna find something that sticks. Maybe that's what's gonna carry you to the end. Maybe that's what's gonna be like your what do you call it? That's like genie in a bottle? Or
Maybe,
like
yeah,
magic
but
in a
I
box?
feel like the expression that applies here is they typically say throw everything but the kitchen sink, if I'm not wrong. RTP, they've even thrown the kitchen sink already. That's out the window. They've thrown every single thing. So far, nothing is stuck. Let's see if this is that. We're going to be heading into game 2 very shortly. Let's take a look. Here we are at game 2 for Reach the Peak. Again, looking for organizations. Another curveball of a draft. It's another curveball of swap ups of players, of members, of roles for RTP. You know what? Let's come up with a new name for RTP. The R has to stand for something roles, because they keep swapping their roles. But I'm really bad at coming up with creative things. So,
could be roles to play, you know, like they keep switching out roles. They keep thinking, what roles should I play? What roles are there to
roles
play?
to play is not a bad one. This is definitely what's been going on with that.
It's rolling toilet paper. I don't know. Let's just
That's
put a bunch of.
but it's accurate.
You can be rolling toilet paper down the peak to see if you can reach the bottom, but I just kind of want to see where it goes, because it's not every day that you get to see that sort of combination.
No, we panned away just as the Leona Zenith bladed in. I do believe Ignite trades Flash with God there. So far, the Jin Leona lane, not off to a bad start.
Not bad at all. Getting guard off early is like something that I would say is a win in my book, especially with the minions pushing up towards the turret anyway. So yeah. Oh, here's that dive onto with definitely there. CWJ SSK. Oh god, what is going on? No.
I don't think he wanted to go back in there. Definitely a bit overly aggressive. Gets punished for that one. And yeah, getting flash out of the Alistair early, so impactful. Oh no. Oh no, Tenmo is in trouble. Backup's coming for Tipper.
Tenmo gonna
doesn't
be
even need
so
it.
low. Oh, got the barrier down. Not enough there. SSK gonna get 2 turret shots, but he already knew he had the HP for it. He was definitely gonna get away with that without necessarily losing a sweat. Guard's gonna try and knock him into the turret there and try to get Yu like to do something about. Is either miscommunication or you decided he didn't have the skill, the skills up. Oh, it's gonna be the definitely that's a free pickup for him on SSK. SSK wasn't quite looking at that, or maybe he's looking too close towards the scuttle crab there.
The man was taking turret shots at mid, turret shots at top. He was low. He still tried to pick up the scuttle and will get punished for that. That's gonna be nice. RTP picking up both the top and bot scuttle. But I think the main takeaway from that play for me, look at the size of the wave that Tenmo lost. That was 2-3 waves. What's going on? What's going on?
God, you're too deep into enemy territory now. Tipper got chased all the way to his jungle. Gonna get the pickup there. But like CWJ came in there for the backup and manages to keep him inside the wall, catching him like a Pokemon. Guard's gonna try and get in there with the knockup. Rich doing so much there, but gets stunned. Zero B is not enough to quite pick this up. Rich is so tanky though. He's gonna flash away from the ultimate. Is it gonna do anything? He's just gonna get those minions out and back in. He gets rooted. No way, Zopi. What is going on? Here's the barrier. Is it gonna be enough? No, we already had that calculated. Already got the kill off. And like I said, Jin pickup is so strong.
Yeah, actually working out for Raven and Rich. Incredibly dominant. They're playing the matchup so well. But the fight continues. It never stops.
It just doesn't stop. Yu's using his ultimate, trying to get stuff out of it, but he's getting CC to heck and back, and there you go. Didn't even have the Alistar there as backup with the CC. And that's gonna be like a lot of resources spent to try and counter all of these dives, but nothing really coming out of it really.
We see a lot of kills go in favor of Valiant Foe right now, but this is the most brutal thing on the map for me. And if you look at Tenmo and you look at what he's doing right now, he knows it. He knows he cannot return to this lane, because the moment he does, Rich is gonna all in him and he's gonna die. So what can he do? Just take the Crux instead. That's all he can do.
Yeah, like we said, it's the small things. It's the fundamentals. It's the timing. It's getting those minions like properly set up and
Rich
frozen there.
Well. Yeah.
Oh no.
It's so brutal. It's so brutal.
Oh no. Here comes the solar flare. Here comes gonna be using that to cancel the LT. Here comes that little proc, and there goes Tenmo. Like you said, they knew that the lane was frozen. They know that Tenmo had to come up. He was already losing too much minions, and they used that opportunity to get him. And like the fundamentals are there. It doesn't really matter what they pick. The giraffe can be anything they like.
Oh no.
Oh Yu. Oh. Gonna get taken out again. Definitely here with the counter gank. Gonna be knocking him away. Explosive cup not quite enough there to do anything just yet. Raven's gonna back off, rightfully so. SSK gonna take that hit for his team.
Yeah, it's not a fun situation right now for RTP to be in. I can tell you a little bit of insider info right now. Like, let's tell the viewers, let's tell each other a bit of insider info from what this team has been talking about. So LFO, they said in game 1, let's not fool around. Let's secure game 1. Let's get that in the back before we start pulling out the Jin. That's what they were talking about in the group chat earlier today. So game 1, quote unquote, was their serious game. But somehow in game 2, They're stomping RTP 5 times harder than they were doing in game 1.
Wait, so that game, the one
that was
where
supposed to be their serious game. This was supposed to be their for fun game. But it looks the other way around, doesn't it?
oh god, yeah, it looks like their off-meta picks are actually doing a lot better than their. Oh, Guard's gonna take solo. He's gonna have to use his ultimate to try and get away. He does get away in the end. Zelby's doing his best to try and keep him off the turret, but no, gets taken out by that well-placed shot, and that's gonna be a double kill for the Jin pickup, which is supposedly the one that they got from an FB poll. I don't know what I'm looking at over here.
FB poll Jin, 4-0-2.
Oh no, you're not gonna be able to look yourself in the mirror after that. RTP saying, did I just lose to that Facebook poll like champ pick? And here Rich is already coming down to Yu wasn't really respecting that particular spacing. He's gonna try and get so much damage, but he already used all of his skills. He doesn't have the items to pick it up. Getting that cleaver first. Surprising against like a Veigar of all things. I'm not quite sure about that pickup actually.
Oh man. There's just nothing they can do. Every play they make, LFO answers back 5 times. Oh man, 6-0-2 Facebook poll Jin.
Oh no, the boiling toilet paper is going downhill right now.
Yeah,
it's
just a rough one.
It's coming down to the bottom of the hill, but like this, I'm a bit stumped. I have no idea how it turned out to be this way. You're gonna get caught out in between. His face checking brushes now, no wards, no vision, knew that they were there. The Sets getting there. Sonic Wave gonna get the Raven. Raven gets taken out. That's a big pickup. SSK's gonna have to back off. They might need to give it the Rift Herald, or they're just gonna try and dance around it. Getting that vision out. Rich is the one who's gonna be walking up to say, hey, you want some of this? You want some of this? Hey boy, get you with the double stun. Guard. Oh no, didn't stand a chance. Gets taken out in the last half of that particular team fight.
Didn't even pop the unstoppable will. He knew he was dead right there, but the main question is, why was he there when his team had already given up the objectives? I mean, our RTP, a bit disjointed, kind of what we expected. Consolation prize though, you did kill the Facebook poll Jin. He's now 6-1-2. At least he has death.
Yeah, oh wow, like that's hardly a consolation here. That's kind of just saying, well, at least, oh, Rich is doing
so good.
Oh god, yeah, he's absolutely taking up for a ride right now. The stuns are just stacking up on the top of each other. That's gonna be another snipe down for Raven. Raven's getting these snipes off like it's Tuesday, and here we go. Guard is supposed to have so much tankiness from his ultimate and the build that he has, but he has nothing. He has like 2 items. He's gonna get taken out. He's gonna get chunked down so hard. CWJ is just having the merry-go-round at the time of his life. Gonna get that killing spree down without breaking a sweat.
Throwing the present over to God as well, and then turns away. Cool guys don't look at explosions. That's gonna be an 0-5-0 Alistair. Not a great game for him. Not a great game for anyone on the side of RTP. I'm glad to see God back in support. I think he's still doing what he can on the map. But overall, man, LFO are just dominating them. He kills Temple with the Ignite.
These are so These are so close to the edge. These are just small little things like by the turret. You know you had enough health to tank 2 turret shots. You knew you had enough to tank that particular amount of attacks. These are great mechanics. These are just great fundamentals. You already saw the Rich there, but you're too deep already. What's the point of checking it so late into pushing there? You're gonna get taken out again. You're supposed to be the chosen one. He gets taken out on the high ground, and I don't know. Someone's gonna be shouting "I hate you" to him right about now. Raven, just 9 kills on the off meta Jin. Like I'm starting to think it's not off meta at all. It's quite the good pickup for him actually.
If it works, right? If it works, base even cancelled by Tenmo here. They're starting off a 5-2v3. Why not?
Oh, solar flares have been landing beyond belief. Here we go, Raven, the American sniper, getting Zelby down to low. And here we go with Rich coming in. He has enough damage to take him down. He has enough to keep him locked in place. They have so much CC just stacking up on top of each other. Veigar had that particular field, but Rich has been, slowing them down with the solar flare. He's gonna be using the ulti to try and get Rich, but Rich says, nah, not today, fam. Here we go. That's gonna be so many team fights survive with a sliver of health, and that's a 22-5. This isn't the game that we were expecting.
Tipper far behind enemy lines, but nice little flash. Still gonna drop to the Ignite though.
This
is a game. This is a game.
I I think Tipper wanted to give it away for free, I guess. Kind of saw that you don't want to
Good
give it to
news is you
guard.
give it over to Alistair. At least it's to Alistair. Now 1-6-0 looks much better than 0-6.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna be giving that consolation prize to the Mr. Cow here. Guard has been taking all these one hits. He's supposed to be tanky, but he seems as squishy as the rest of them, which is really unfortunate. His first item just coming down when Leona's already got the Kindle gem and the Giant's belt. There you go, 1200 damage left for the turret go down. I'm really not sure what I'm seeing. You and I both thought that this off meta thing was going to kind of make RTP have, you know, a better game overall, but it looks like they're the ones getting kind of like rolled around, stomped around, getting played with like a cat star.
We're back. I do believe that means that we are back here today with the WCS MYSG. I do believe this is also week 3, day 1. The last day of the first round robin before we head into the second round robin, before these teams go for their rematches. And we had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we saw most of the game. And I think all we really needed to see between RTP and LFO. I feel like the VMix computers there wanted to save us a bit of stress. That was a pretty brutal game.
It was really hard to get that through the mind. We were seeing those off meta picks, and it's a bit of a shame that we didn't manage to go through all of them because that was really fun to watch.
Yeah.
But that Facebook poll champion, you know, the one that everyone voted for, the one that LFO was planning to be more of like a meme pick, ended up going 17-2. 17-2.
17-2 and 8 as well. That's 25 kill participation, Jin. 2 deaths. Not bad for a Facebook poll champion.
Yeah, Raven was having the time of his life doing sniping from a distance. You know, like you think that the Varus would be consistently landing those arrows more, getting the damages and the kills, but no, it wasn't. It was the ulting Jin who, you know, has to make sure that he gets the last, you know, the damage down to really low health enemies. So like your window of opportunity is small because you want to execute damage, you got to do it on a low health enemy. It's not really going to work on someone who's like really, you know, high. So like yeah, that was quite the slaughter.
It really was. And of course, a lot of credit to setting him up goes over to Rich as well. That Leona from lane to roaming to team fighting, landing the Zenith Blades, landing the Solar Flares. Very on point, as Rich typically is with the Leona. His second time pulling that out. I look forward to seeing many more Leona games from him. Now, on the other hand, Rich the peak. I don't really know what to say at this point, right? 0 and 14, roles to play. They've really run out of roles to play. They've swapped, I think, about everything they could have at this point. CLB has played basically every role except solo lanes, I think, right now. What can this team really do? They're sitting 0 and 14 at the end of the first round robin.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Like we said, the thing is, it hurts even more to see because they have their little moments of brilliance. So like it's very unfortunate whenever it doesn't get to use its full potential.
Yeah.
But we'll be going to an interview soon with Raven from Team LFO. We get to get his side of the story. I managed to get away with that 17 kill Jin, which is even more than his like actual meta pick where they played seriously in the first game. So like yeah, that's gonna be subject to a lot of our questions as we go into the interview with Raven here.
For sure. Hello, Raven. Thank you for joining us yet again today. So I want to start this off with the elephant in the room. The Jin pick, 17-2 and 8.
Yes.
Facebook poll Jin. Do you think it's actually a viable champion, or is it just one of those things where you could play anything and you would win?
I think. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Oh, I think it's just against Rich the Pig. I mean, they're 0 and 14. They're not that good, so we wanted to give them a win. But I mean, they didn't get it, so.
Okay.
I mean, you say you wanted to give them a win, but in a way it was even worse than the first game. The first game, there was a little ray of hope. But the second game, you had the Facebook poll. You asked people what they wanted you to play. They gave you Jin. And, you know, usually when you get a champion from a Facebook poll, you think, okay, this champion is going to be horrible. It's going to be mean. But you got 17 kills on that, which is even more than your first game.
Yeah, I mean, Jin was quite a popular pick in the first season of Wild Rift, so I was quite knowledgeable on how to play the champion. And I played a lot in the solo queue rank as well, so it wasn't that hard for me to play individually.
But not actually a viable champion.
It depends. If there's a lot of tanks in the enemy team, then of course it's not good. But we banned Garen, so that's off the topic. That's off the pick. I mean.
Okay. So plan for that. Okay, so I know that yesterday in your group chat, Alex Shinsekai messaged you and said, Kenneth, I need you to play Jin tomorrow. What was the first thing that went through your head when you read that?
I mean, if it's for his pairs, then sure, why not? I mean, I can get some pairs as well.
Yeah, and how did the Veigar pick come out of that? Because like the Jin was me and Omo here opening our eyes like super wide, but then the Veigar pick came out, and then our eyes open even wider. It's like our eyes were about to pop out of our sockets. What happened there? What was the rationale?
I mean, Wei just wanted to have fun as well, and he told us that he really wanted to pick Veigar today, so we just gave it to him. and just trusted him with the pick. So,
It looks like that paid off in spades. We'll be going into the MVP screen. So who do you think is the MVP for the match this time around?
I would have to say it's me, myself.
Not Rich, not that Leona.
Nah, he played fine, but not as well as me.
Okay. Well, let's take a look if production agrees. Our MVP for today is. It's Rich. Production disagrees.
Oh no, I'm so sorry about that, Raven.
I think this might actually be the first time we're seeing Rich on the MVP screen as well. So let's let him have that one.
Yeah, Rich has made MVP plays before. He is a galling MVP machine, but there's no denying the stats that we see on the screen today. 72% kill participation, 800 gold per minute on the support of all things. I know your stats probably looked even better than that, Raven, like way better. 30k damage, 17 kills is nothing to scoff at, but Rich was a machine with those solar flares. He was setting up so many kills, and when you stack that up together with the Veigar stuns as well, RTP is crying. I'm pretty sure like they were having like a really bad day after that.
So time for some serious questions. At the end of the first round robin, how do you think you guys did? If you had to give yourself a score from 1 to 10, how do you feel like LFO did, and what are you guys looking to do going forward?
I think we are at the moment playing like 4 out of 10. I think we're not playing at our peak yet. Maybe you guys will see more of us next round robin.
Nice.
But
we hope to
I think
see
our
more of you
focus
guys
will
in the best
definitely be winning SEM9 for sure. I think that will be our goal.
Okay. We'll look out for that. That's coming up in the second round robin. Thank you for joining us, Raven. We've got to close the interview. We have one more match coming up today. It's already 10 p.m. So thanks for joining us, Raven.
Thank you.
Alright, with that in mind, we're not going to stay here for too long. It's been a long day. We've got one more match, and that one might go to 3 games as well. Watermelon against Reach the Peak. Coming up very shortly. We're going to go for a quick break. Make sure you guys... Oh, we're not going for a quick break, actually. Let's talk a bit about that matchup there. Watermelon against Upcar Esports. Both of these teams, well, Watermelon started the split off strong. They've been losing some matches to follow that one up. Upcar, though, massive upswing ever since changing their support beyond coming in big for this team.
Yeah, Upcar is the definition of what I call the hero like composition. Coffee is absolutely shreds it, and if you give him a vein, the game is pretty much over. And like that's kind of the difference. Watermelon, we've seen, Watermelon is no slouch. They pull off some good games. They've got some good fundamentals. Not quite up there with LFO, but they have some pretty strong team fights. They have some pretty good like combinations. But Upcar they're strong. Like we've seen them get some real upsets, but I wouldn't say they're consistent. Yeah.
I think in a lot of Upcar's wins, they've shown exploitable areas, they've shown mistakes, they've shown individual slip-ups. But when this team looks good, they look really good. And a lot of that, like you mentioned, is because of Coffee. I think Beyond helped him a lot, and I gotta give credit to the rest of the players as well. Zisune, Arashi, and Ravens have been stepping up big time in the last couple of weeks. Now, Watermelon, on the other hand, I do believe they are on a losing streak right now. I need a second to consult the charts. But this team, they started off really strong. They were tied for 3rd, and now they're down in 5th, sitting 3-3.
Yeah, Watermelon is one of those teams that are strong, but like you said, they just happen to have like a pretty bad streak. But we will be heading to a break as we get ready for the next match, so do stay tuned, and we hope that you stay here for Watermelon versus Upcar.
Here we go now.
Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you win instead of comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Be Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
And we're back for week 3, day 1 of the WCS Malaysia to Singapore for our last match of the day. Watermelon, this team started off strong, tied for second, tied for third, now sitting down in 5th place rather. My brain just froze for a second. It's been a long day, bear with me here. And of course, on the other side of the rift, it's going to be Upcar Esports. This team started off a little bit slow, had a little bit of a roster swap, and are now on a huge upswing. Is this going to go 2-0 like the rest of the games today, or are we going to go the distance? I'm Omo, with me is Pondo, and I think it's going to be a pretty exciting last game to close it out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be. This is definitely going to be pretty exciting, and like the power difference is definitely going to be a little bit closer than some of the earlier matchups that we've seen. Watermelon definitely is the type of team that has potential. They have good plays and good fundamentals. It's just that they've been on a little bit of a down streak recently. Whereas Upcar has the complete opposite. They don't nearly have a flawless record like some of the other teams like SEM9, but they have, you know, they've been winning games against a lot of these stronger teams. Yeah, they've been making some really good like changes. They've been making some really, really fast motions and really big upsets. So like it's going to be exciting to see where they stand in terms with Watermelon, because Watermelon used to be up there like fighting for that 3rd place with like 3 other teams together with Upcar.
Yeah, and we're giving out the answer for the trivia that we had earlier today as well. That's going to pop up on your screens. I actually didn't see that one, so I'm quite curious to see what it's going to be. Drum roll. Which creatures in Wild Rift help their champions fight in the... It's Maglings. It's Maglings, I guarantee you.
I have no idea what Meglings are. I know what everything else here is. I know Poros, I know Yoros, I know Minions.
I'm going to Google that really quickly. I don't think Meglings exist. Oh my god, it's a real thing.
It's a real thing, really.
Apparently,
in the context of the game, that's interesting.
Apparently, it's an old race that was similar to Yodos, but apparently it's no longer a thing. I guess it got retconned, but apparently it used to be a thing. I don't know how ESL knows about this. I've never heard of Magling. So yeah, the answer is minions. Everyone, I think, already knows that one. But I wish it were Poros, though.
Yeah,
I wish it was Poros. That would be cute.
No, that'd be horrible.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You know what they're subjected to in that lane. Poros, I wouldn't want Poros anywhere near those turrets.
Put Yordles. I would love to farm Yordles for 15 minutes a game.
Specifically Teemo. Let's just get a bunch of Teemos out there. Riot needs to give us a special game mode where there's nothing but Teemos for you to release your stress down on, and like you kill those Teemos for like gold the same way you do minions, and they're tanking tower shots for you.
I would love that. Do you remember back when we had this game mode, the ones where they had the little custom games within the game mode? I forgot what it was called. The one where we had to kill the large Teemo. The little devil Teemo, but he was really large, and when you hit him, he would give you gold.
Bots or something.
That's the one, something like that. Yeah, but okay, that's not important right now. Let's go take a look at Team Watermelon.
Oof.
There we go, Team Watermelon on your screen. I think this is the first time I'm actually seeing the picture of El Major. Last time it was just a black silhouette there, but other than that, no roster changes today. We will see the starting lineup from Team Watermelon, Zinkai 2, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, and Smurf. Now these guys, individually, mechanically skilled. We talk about the experience they have as well. Will it be enough to take down the Upcar Esports right now?
What's up, Car? Because, like, you know, the Watermelon has some really notable members. I especially think Jinkai Smurf is a great support, and Scarlet Petal is like one of the stronger like ADCs I've seen. Though, like, he did have a few moments where like he kind of suffered versus some of the stronger teams. So let's see if we can kind of turn that around, because I think he has mechanical skill. I think they've got a lot of good like heads on their shoulders. Guess see how that matches up against Upcar, the Rising Stars.
Yeah, Upcars. And now these guys, I want to point out their match history as well. But before that, let's take a look at their team introduction video. Large roster there from Upcar, but we're going to see the same roster here today. Zisuni, Arashi, Ravens, Coffee, and Beyond. Now, Arashi and Beyond, these two guys are Philippine players. They are trying to help this team out a little bit here, and I do believe they've had a large role to play in the recent success of Upcar Esports. We talk a lot about Coffee, but I feel like the addition of Beyond is where we really saw the surge from Upcar begin. Now let's take a look at their match history. This team not only 2-0'd SEM9, they took a game from LFO, which is something very few teams can say. They're the only team that beat SEM9, tied with LFO for the only team that took a match from SEM9, and tied with Watermelon and SEM9. They're the only other team to take a map from LFO. So really incredible stuff coming out from Upcar. They show that they definitely have the potential to win matches. Is it enough to win this best of 3 here today? We'll have to find out.
Yeah. Upcar is going to be the team to watch. I always think it's more exciting when a team doesn't necessarily have a perfect record, where they have their ups and downs. So Upcar is definitely fits within you know, whatever that's called. But like, yeah, they have some really strong individual players, and like ever since Coffee managed to get that little change, he's been unstoppable with the backup from like better good teammates. So like, it's been a really strong showing all around. As we head to the head-to-head to see the stats between some two players versus each other.
Yeah,
and there we go.
That's an interesting one. El Major and Ravens, not exactly a stellar matchup, I would say. These two guys, not usually the star players from their teams, not usually the ones tasked with carrying the teams as well. And you can really see that from the DPM, 439 up against 540. Neither of these guys are really the standout players that are expected to put the rest of the team on their shoulders. But with that said, they definitely have a key role to play here, with both of these guys, in my view, being facilitative players for the rest of their teams. It's really going to come down to which of them can set up their stars, can set up their junglers, can set up their side laners to pop off in this one.
Yeah, and I completely agree with the facilitative aspect of it, and like it's unfortunate that the stats sort of suffer for it, but like you can see just how much they contribute to letting like the hyper carries really stand out, which is kind of like a lot of the meta these teams like to play with. So as a result, teams tend to suffer in terms of KDA and their DPM, but like you know, it all kind of contributes to getting someone fed, getting the gold where it needs to be, getting the objectives. So all in all, I don't think these stats are something disgraceful. I think they're a badge of honor for like a team that plays well together and they stick together well to help themselves succeed, you know?
Same thing as with Tipper earlier. The stats are not lying. The stats don't lie. The stats just don't tell you the whole story. That's exactly the case right now for El Major and Ravens as well. If you want your star players to carry, exactly like you said, you need the facilitative players around them to do their jobs as well. That's exactly the role that El Major and Ravens fill. And I think it makes sense as well. You look at the champion pools that they play, it fits this role. Gragas, Galio, right up their alley. Now let's see the predictions here. I think we have a split desk for this one.
This one, I feel like some of us are huge Upcar stands and some of us are huge Watermelon stands. But like I'm gonna go with the Watermelon pick because I do think Watermelon has some of that macro, and I see you've gone with the Upcar pick. So this is gonna be an interesting turnout for the both of us to see which team comes out.
Wait, that's a bug. I'm pretty sure I put Watermelon. I'm indignant right now. I'm gonna pull out my phone. I'm gonna go to WhatsApp, and I'm gonna make sure that I didn't typo this, because I know what happens, right? And every morning when I wake up before the show day, I'll have to take a look at the WhatsApp chat and I'll vote for my teams. But the thing is, I just woke up. I swear to God, in my head, I voted for Watermelon. Let me just double check this really quickly.
Yeah, didn't I vote for Upcar? Oh gosh, now
okay, so that's swapped then, right?
Yeah, I think I might be swapped, but like, yeah, I think it's kind of putting memories in my head because I saw it and I thought,
yes, you voted for Upcar, you voted for Upcar, and I voted for Watermelon. See, that's the proof. The proof is in the pudding right there. WTM. I don't know if it shows on the screen, but I said WTM and you said Upcar, so that's what. Okay, I've cleared my name. So when the game ends later, we'll see who's correct. So we've got a split desk. That's great.
All right. Yeah. Like, definitely going to be a lot more exciting than everyone voting for LFO. But like, yeah, let's see if Watermelon comes out top or Upcar comes out top. I've seen the Upcar plays. I think a little bit shaky, but they've got their footing and it's really, really solid. So I think they'll be coming out on top. But you know, like you said, Watermelon, they have the fundamentals. I don't think they're gonna make it easy for Upcar at all.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not gonna be easy. And I really want to look out for this support matchup. In my books, that's gonna be a big one in determining the outcome of this game as well. Smurf has been across the board roaming for his team. Beyond has done the same if he's not on an enchanter trying to buff Coffee. Let's go to Champ Select and see who comes up on top in this one, because I feel like the draft is gonna be half the battle here in setting up one of these teams for success. Now off the board, we always talk about this. Coffee's Vayne banned away.
Yep, just targeted ban, like immediately coming out. They know what he's good at. They know what they need to take away potentially a lot of his fighting power. And that's going to be the first to come out. Luda's going to get banned out as well. Look like they're trying to avoid the hyper carry comp that Upcar is so good at, which is, you know, facilitating plays for Coffee. But like, let's just see how the bans sort of play out, because I think there's a lot of targeted bans that Upcar could potentially do for Watermelon as well.
Yeah, a lot of potential bans. In my books, if you want to ban out Watermelon, you have to start considering Vendetta's champion pool. Now, that's a big one, because this guy loves to play a lot of oddball picks, but he still has champions that he excels at, and he still has champions that he can carry games with. Jax is one of those, Ranga is one of those. Call back to his Kazakhs at C Championships where he got a pentakill as well in a regional game. There are several champions that he really stands out at, that he really excels in, and you really got to remove them. Upcar, though, they don't care. They have not removed a single one of Vendetta's champs, instead opting to remove that Yuumi pickup. You have to do it, and the stat flex, which Watermelon have shown great proficiency with in both Zinkai and Smurf's hands. It's gonna be, however, first pick Zed here for El Major.
Gonna be interesting out there. I feel like they want to sort of lean towards the more assassin-y side, because they know that if the hyper carry does come out, it would pay dividends for them to have something that could potentially get rid of a lot of these intrusive factors early on, such as like, you know, a good hyper carry in the form of Jinx or some other like strong hyper carry champion. So Zed's going to be that pickup for it, and Galio's going to be the counter pick to keep the CC on and make sure that they don't get to the backline as easily as they would like, which I think is the play.
Yeah, nice little Camille Galio combo coming in from Upcar as well. They're very good about executing these team fights, giving a lot of space to Coffee to do the DPS. And Camille Galio, this combo is good in both side lanes, is good in both picking off individual members in team fights. And like you said, good for locking down the Zed as well. Now, looking at the draft from Watermelon side, very typical bottom lane pickups for Scarlet Pato and Smurf. We know Scarlet is one of the marksmen who highly favors these utility mages. Morgana gonna fit right in there, and Smurf on an initiator, on a roamer. I love this pickup for Coffee. I don't like to see him play the scalers. I don't like to see him play the late games like the Caitlyn's. I love this Lucian for him. I think him and Beyond have great lane prowess, and I would love to see them pop off against a more stale bottom lane like the Morgana.
It's so weird that we're calling Caitlyn like a late game scaler in Wild Rift, because
I mean,
remember, frankly, in PC, she was early game. She's supposed to be.
She is, right? She's a lane bully, right? The thing is, in Wild Rift, the lane phase is just 3 minutes. So once that's done, what do you really do? Nothing. I wouldn't even call her a late game scaler. I would just say like she never has a strong point in the game. It's one of those champs which I think is extremely weak, which is why I love this Lucian. I think it's much better.
True. Yeah, you're right actually. The way her scaling works is pretty much all in the sniping and the pickoffs and being able to do so much damage while staying really far away. So like I see what you mean. Gonna be seeing a lot of CC based champions like in the form of Rakan and Morgana there. I guess they kind of want to get locked down, but not necessarily get too close to the very CC heavy Galio. So the binding is gonna come in handy for that. The Rakan's gonna be good for initiation after getting a good binding maybe. So like that's gonna be the chain CC out there. Gonna see if Fiora come in for the disruption onto the backline.
Yeah, a lot of split pushing, a lot of side laning power coming in from the side of UCE right now. The Camille Galio, we've talked about that already. And on top of that, you have a Fiora. Man, if Watermelon, their team comp right now, it's tailored to team fight. They have a lot of 5v5 power. Diana plays right into that. And I'm a bit curious because I don't think it's going to be a Diana top lane for Zinkai. We'll have to see though. So I feel like this might be Vendetta pulling out a Diana jungle. Let's see what the last pick is. We'll go back to UCE's team comp because right now I'm very perplexed. It is a Diana jungle, 100%. Vendetta is not going to play Garen. It's going to be Zinkai 2 on that Garen. Try to hold down the side lane power. And Vendetta on Diana. Another oddball pick here for him.
That's gonna, yeah, I can see it working in the jungle. Gonna be giving a lot more roaming potential to where it needs to be. Because I think Diana on the top lane makes it a little bit more difficult for him to access the bot lane where it needs to, you know, apply the pressure. Because if things go south at the top lane, you want to have you want to have the stronger champions roaming around to get you where you need to go.
Yeah, and I'm doing a little bit of math in my head right now as well. I'm trying to figure out how this bot lane matchup is going to play. It could potentially be a very explosive one because Alistair Lucian, we know what that lane does. We know it's a kill lane. Now, on the other hand, Morgana and Rakan, it's very clear they don't want to play for the bottom lane. Morgana is just going to try to do her thing, just going to try to wave clear, while this Rakan tries to roll around the map. Alright, we're going to show the correct predictions here on your screen right now. My name is Clear. I'm going to be a Watermelon supporter, and of course, Pondo, a car fan right now.
What's up, Car? And yeah, be carrying those watermelons on your shoulders all day, Omar. I can't wait to see where that goes. Yeah, pretty heavy watermelons. A lot of watermelons flying all around. But let's just say cars beat watermelons. I'm going to tell you now. I haven't seen a watermelon.
I can't deny that. I cannot argue with that. The car is going to trample over the watermelon in real life. Good thing Wild Rift is not real life. I have my hopes placed firmly in the side of Team Watermelon, but we'll have to see if this plays out for them. I'm still doing some math in my head, and my math is really bad. So you can tell right now I'm a little bit distracted.
Honestly, I do think it's gonna be a lot of suffering because like you have the black shield coming here from Morgana. Yes. You have the fact that it can clear the waves really, really fast, and there's not. You can still clear it underneath the turret, and it's gonna make things dangerous for a fast push, especially since like you don't necessarily have a diving potential with a Morgana and a Rakan. Well, I guess the Rakan would provide for the diving potential, but it's not gonna be a great matchup.
I have just solved it. It took me 10 minutes to do it because my math is at a primary 2 level, but I have figured it out. Now in PC, the way that you want to play Alistair into Morgana is you have to max headbutt. Because if you go for headbutt pulverize, she absorbs your headbutt and she absorbs your pulverize because you typically max pulverize as Alistair. But this time around, in this specific matchup, if you max headbutt, Morgana has to max black shield to absorb your maxed out headbutt. But the problem is, if you're Dragon Lane Morgana, you need to max Black Soil, Tormented Soil. You need to max Dark Binding. But if you're doing that, that means that your Black Shield is stuck at rank 1, which means if Alistair knows the tech, if he maxes Headbutt, we could see Coffee and Beyond have a very dominant Dragon Lane performance, while Smurf on the Rakan goes roaming. We see, we're sorting out some camera issues here as well while I'm sorting out all the math in my head. I know I sound like a crackpot scientist right now. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys.
Oh, I think I missed a little bit of that equation.
TLDR, the math works out that if you max headbutt, you negate Black Shield. The counter to that is you have to max Black Shield. But if you're Dragon Lane Morgana, you cannot max Black Shield because you need Tormented Soil to wave clear and then Dark Binding. So you cannot max Black Shield. Which means if you max headbutt, you can tower dive Morgana while Rakan goes moving. That's the theory.
Alright.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, I'm Smooth Brain, so I'm just gonna let that play out in actual real time, and then we'll see if you get vindicated for it as we go to the match video as the match is about to start. Is this just me or is there no?
The last game of the day, Watermelon against Upcar. And it's gonna be a hotly contested one. Both of these teams middle of the pack right now. Let's see who's gonna be the kings of the midfield. Nice little ward here. Doesn't actually get spotted out by the Megasphere.
It's gonna be the David versus Goliath, with David being Upcar because they've taken down a couple of Goliaths, but I think like there's a third party here in Watermelon. Watermelon is gonna be a different animal from a different biome, so let's see if they have what it takes to take down David. Gonna be looking there. Here comes that grand entrance there, trying to get some sort of thing out of it, but Coffee was already anticipating that.
Yeah.
So many puddles here to keep them off like the minions and out of position and potentially push it up faster than they already are.
Yeah, let's see how this one plays out. I feel like it's gonna be Coffee just dominating this lane. It's the same logic as the Vayne Ziggs matchup. Certain marksmen just function extremely well into Mage's bot lane, and this should be one of those lanes. Now, early play here from Marashi coming in to secure the push for Ravens. I want to see this Camille Galio be active on the map, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Okay, wait, I just realized something. I am so dumb. It's a Zed jungle, not a Diana jungle. That makes a little bit more sense. Well, both are new, right? Ooh, look at this stuff.
No, gonna be getting out there with the shadow. Gonna be really close there. Upcar was really close to getting that
huge
pick off on the Zed. But
yeah, Ravens burning both his Psalms means he's now no longer able to pressure El Major in this matchup, and all Vendetta had to do was time his shadow well. He gets out, will lose Scuttle Crabs for that, but I think you are happy getting away with your life.
I'd definitely be happy to get away with my life. Gonna be looking at how that sort of plays out. Here's gonna be the Black Shield. They're gonna be getting down onto Coffee. Coffee gonna get binded. There's no way he could go. Already use his dash, and that's gonna be a first blood onto Coffee of all things. That's not really what you want to be seeing if you're on the Upcar side. Here we go. Gonna be taking that dive down while they were doing bot lane. Top lane was already having its own share of issues. That's potentially gonna be another pickup there.
They trade onto Zisune right off the bat. We know how this matchup functions. Fiora has lane prio. That means she stacks the wave, sets up for the dive. Great play from UCE, pulling the jungle, mid, support, everyone. The whole gang is here. But Watermelon, they read the play and they answer 1-for-1. El Major, though, stepping a bit far up.
Ooh, no, you're already getting taken out by the ultimatum there. Gonna get taunted. There's so much CC to keep him in play. That's gonna be a free pickup for Upcar, that was unfortunate. They already managed to get away with a slight advantage. They managed to like get the particular counter gank and the double kill. Sorry, 2 kills, and it just gets equalized so easily because like they face checked the brush. They didn't think that they were still hanging around, but there they were, still waiting for their opportunity.
That's the big thing, right? That's the experience factor. We talk about how Watermelon, they're all pretty experienced players. El Major is the exception to that. He's one of the youngest players. I do believe what I heard from Vendetta was, I asked him, where'd you guys find this guy, right? Because he's pretty decent. Where did he come from? Because I don't remember this guy used to play League PC. And Vendetta said, well, he's just a classmate from my school, and we just recruited him. That's all. And you can tell, right? The inexperience is showing, and that's a mistake that we usually don't see veterans make. All credit to him, though. El Major has been doing very well. And overall, you do see an early lane swap coming in from Watermelon.
Definitely something to prove here. I do think that the youth. I sound like an old person, but yeah, I've seen some of the best players come out from like the younger players because they have so much more potential. So definitely not singling out no major anytime soon. But here we are at a sort of impasse in a weird sort of deadlock. We get the Grand Entrance gonna come in with the out. Arashi, are you gonna be able to make it out just yet? Here we go with the counter display. Beyond tried his best to try and headbutt and keep them out of it here, but Smurf is really low, and they're just gonna both back away, licking their wounds, not necessarily picking up anything there on the side.
Yeah, in this game, we expected it to be close. Well, it's neck and neck right now. All the plays, no one coming out on top. The gold dead even. The kill score dead even. No turrets, no objectives. I say that the UCE, they're going to start off that dragon.
UCE are going to be the ones who take the initiative. You already have Zitsune trying to interrupt them as they're going for the Rift Herald in exchange. Going to be using the ulti. He gets really low. Oh, you went in too deep there. You tried your best to sort of keep them off the Rift, but the Rift is going to be picked up here as they decide to transition over to the Dragon lane turret. And doesn't look like Watermelon's going to be pushing it all. They're going to be using that Rift to get that mid turret and going to be doing some damage to the top turret in return.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting. If they get the top turret, I would say it's worth it. You can't get this kill. He has Aftershock. He's a tanky boy. You don't get the mid turret. I feel like that's a big win there for UCE. They get the dragon. They get the first turret. Zitsune lost his life. I think that was also a completely unnecessary play. But overall, big win for UCE across the board. They stop the Rift Herald. They make it worthless.
I do think Zitsune losing his life was a bit unfortunate. They're going to be flashing in for the headbutt and the getting on there with the Grand Entrance. Here we go. Smurf going to get taken out. The tower isn't going to be enough to protect him. Beyond's doing his best with the ultimate to keep himself alive, reducing that damage by about 90% if I remember correctly. I don't know if it's the same on Water. If you're going to be going down as well, and that's going to be 3 kills down onto the Watermelon side, picking up towards Upcar's favor, and that's going to be a top turret as well. Both turrets for the top and bottom side getting it taken out. Jinkai going to do his best to try and get their bot turret in return.
Still pretty evenly matched games. Both of these teams throwing punches, receiving punches across the bot. But I gotta say, UCE's mid-jungle support trio, their activity on the map has been extremely successful. They've been proactive, and they've been making it work. I like what we're seeing from them here.
Yeah, it's not a big difference, but let's look at the replay here. What do you think about this particular dive? Is it too aggressive or definitely worth it?
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth it. I think the only downside to this is you give Zinkai space on the other side of the map, but it's a Garen. You don't really care if he gets a little bit more gold. He gets taken out as well. Yet again, the trio of UCE doing work on the map this time around. It's your Baron lane, your Dragon lane, and support. It's a bit of a odd bedfellows over there, but they make it work, and they're controlling the entire bottom side quadrant right now. Look at the mini-map. Look at the full control. Look at the headbutt coming in on the Scarlet as well.
Ooh, while they were up there at the Baron lane trying to get that turret, the rest of them were going down into the turret, and it's going to be Jinkai trying to make things work. Here comes the bind out to Zitsune. Zitsune is going to be really dangerously close to getting taken out, and he does get taken out in the end. Beyond is running for his life. He's running for the hills, and Coffee is going to be in a completely unrelated side lane. Maybe try to get back into this. Here we go. Don't know about that particular engage. They're going to be trying to run away here. So much damage coming out from Coffee, though. Coffee has the magic hands, going to be dodging that bind, and that's going to be a kill return, despite the fact that UCE was the one who looked like they were on the back foot there and running away.
Wow, this is a huge turnaround there for UCE. Yeah, I really didn't know that was the play to jump onto Zinkai 2, but to make it work, they take down Vendetta, and like you said, huge damage output coming from Coffee. And this has been the name of the game so far today, and in the last couple of wins for UCE as well. Your playmakers, your initiators, they create so much space for Coffee to do DPS. He always looks good in the games, but I really got to shout out Rashi, Ravens, and Beyonds. These three guys, they've been so active on the map, and we always praise Smurf as the support who makes things happen for Watermelon. UCE, they are beating Watermelon at their own game right now.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be they're definitely going to be picking up the smaller things. Watermelon looked like they had a lot of like space there. They looked like they had the upper hand. They had like them on the back foot, but like you got to commit completely. You can't just have some people going down towards that push when they've already got into that little brush there, the tri-brush at the jungle side. You gotta make sure that the rest of them is there to clean up, not just having one person go inside the brush and get it taken out in the back foot, especially since Coffee is around. He's gonna get that pick up. There's gonna be L Major gonna be trying to get the ulti down. Here we go, the grand entrance is gonna be bad news here for Vendetta. Vendetta, oh, it's gonna turn it around, gonna get that dive, gonna be getting Ravens all by himself there. Is it going to be a get out? No, he's not going to be able to get away with the Smurf, making sure that he pays for his crimes, and that's going to be Zetsune just keeping his distance and respecting the fact that they managed to take out his friend right there on the back foot.
UCE making a little bit of a mistake right there, overextending on the map, but they only lose one, and they get mid-turret, and they get the dragon, so I think we still call it work.
It's all about the macro, it's all about what you want to have, but it looks like the rest of the team is going to be collapsing onto the rest of Upcar. Upcar, are you going to be able to get out of this? Coffee's really close by. Is it going to get it? Oh, just 1 HP left. Going to be taken up by the Garen. The Flash going to be giving it up to secure that kill. That's going to be Beyond taken down. Scarlet Petal going to get taken out in the crossfire. The rest of them are really close to getting taken out. It's just Upcar chasing down, going to be securing, cleaning up like the janitors that they were paid to do, and that's going to be a triple in return for the double kill that was picked up by Watermelon.
The trades, but UCE, they're coming up on top. This is the best trade deal here for UCE. They're making stonks across the bot, the dragons, the towers, even the team fights. Watermelon, they're trying to make it work where they can. They're trying to come back. They're trying to take fights to make up for their losses, but they're only getting scraps. UCE, they're getting the entire feast and then some. This setup, they get the dragon, they get the mid turret. Zinkai desperately tries to clear the way if the fight keeps going. Garen is tanky. Not tanky enough, but look at this. The backup comes in from Watermelon. It looks good. They take down one. I do believe that's a Arashi. Oh, Arashi doesn't even die. He recalls. They take down Coffee, but he has to commit everything for it. Now the fights, they don't stop.
Oh, gonna be Coffee taken out again. He's priority number one, but the rest of the team is no slouch either. They're gonna be really close to bringing it back, but Watermelon's gonna be chasing them away from that dragon pit. No, this is ours. Get out from our property. And just Smurf gonna be grand entrancing all around here. Coffee has been, unfortunately, brought down to 0-3-3. Not really what you want to be seeing on your star player, but it doesn't seem like he's very much behind in growth, so I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for Upcar just yet.
Yeah, he's been getting picked on a little bit. He's been the only one, really, that Watermelon could kill. Zinkai gets caught again in the silent though. That's not great. It's not coming to save him.
This could be Garen things pushing forever, but sometimes the risk is that you're going to get caught out. Vendetta, he's going to be walking away slowly. He doesn't want anything to do with the people who have just taken out the big Garen boy over here. Upcar is going to be using this to get even more objectives, and what they don't tell you about these team fights is that it's not enough to win the team fights. You got to make sure that the timing is right for you to pick something up from it, like, you know, objectives on the side.
Yeah, exactly. One step at a time though. Watermelon, they've been struggling to even win these team fights. UCE, they've been winning everything across the bot. Smurf from the bot lane now comes to the Baron lane. You don't win this.
The quickness was there to try and get it up, but gonna be returning it there with the counter attack, and there you go. Now they're gonna get count on the back foot. They use everything to try to get those chases, which didn't necessarily lead to anything. They didn't even use the full charge of Diana ulti, and Smurf getting his quickness turned around on him, just chasing the Fiora down. I don't even know if that was worth the investment. I don't know if it was worth letting them lose the Baron turret at this particular point in time.
Yeah, look, UCE, they're just winning everything across the board right now. They're having a bit of an LFO moment here. They're fighting on both sides of the map, and they're winning both. They make mistakes, they get picked off, but their initiative is paying off big time. Watermelon, this Z jungle pickup has not been working for them here. It's been getting punished, how slow it is, how many items it needs to scale, how gold reliant it is. It's not been looking great here for Watermelon, I'll be frank with you, and a lot of that, Beyond and Arashi, well, as well as Ravens of course, right? These three guys working in tandem, they've been making it work across the map, man. I don't know what to tell you. Watermelon, they're just getting beat at their own game right now.
Hell have no fury like a woman scorn. Here we go. Arashi is going to be on the back foot this time. There's so much engage coming out from the rest of his team. Vendetta, but not quite enough here. Here's the quickness getting taken out. So much shield, so much barriers. Look at all of these engagements that didn't turn out for anything for Watermelon. Watermelon wanted these pickups. They're paying dearly for these.
And they're losing on both sides of the map. Zisune is having a grand old time right now with this Fiora.
I think their plan was to have Smurf to try and get these pickups. He's quick, he's got the quickness, but you know, he's not quite fast enough to be able to land these. He's not really being able to get on fast enough. Yeah, the damage isn't enough. And that's going to be Zitsune getting away for free, despite the fact that he's been hitting the turrets and standing around the Garen while hitting that tower. It's just like they're not scared at all. They're already far ahead. They already have what they need. They have 3 dragons and 6 turrets versus the one on Watermelon side.
Yeah, Watermelon have not been having a good time in the game 1, and I hate to pin the blame on one of the individual picks, but I feel like the Zed pickup, it's been hurting them. This Diana pickup, it's been hurting them. They're losing the prio across the board, and because of that, UCE, they are dictating the pace of the game, and damn do they look good doing it.
The Zed, yeah, you're right. The Zed pickup was supposed to be definitely a lot more fed than this. The whole point of it was to keep Coffee off the back burner. Coffee isn't necessarily incredibly fed, but they forgot about the fact that Upcar isn't just Coffee. Ravens already, they're at about 12,000 rounded up. So is Arashi, and these are already big problems. CC heavy, engage heavy. Able to like turn on like Watermelon. Watermelon decided to try and do those pickups that they were trying to do just now. The way that Smurf sort of tried to dive in with Vendetta, not quite landing anything that they were setting out to do in terms of picks.
Yeah, it's been a tough game for Watermelon, and I feel like at this point you start thinking about the next game. You're 12k gold behind, the Dragons are fully in control of UCE, want to take 6 tower score as well. Domination in this game. UCE on an upswing, Watermelon on a down trend right now. I suppose this is what happens when you have a dichotomy in how you approach the league, how you approach the season. Watermelon, they've been coasting on their individual skill, on their experience, on their mechanics. UCE, one of the teams that have been trying to make improvements as they go along, and you can tell. Look at this flank from Beyond.
Oh god, here we go. Already zoned out, already pushing too far with not enough vision. They already had the upset on you. Beyond's doing his best to try and keep them in the loop right now, and that's gonna be El Major getting taken out. There's not much they can do, just buying story now, but not landing quite yet. Here comes the Zed ultimate onto Beyond of all things. He's just gonna be able to shrug it off like it's no big deal, and Watermelon's gonna be going through what I call death by 1,000 cuts, just small mistakes that are building up towards the end of the game right now. That's gonna be Zed taken out as well. Vendetta was too far. I don't know. Vendetta, did you see that you didn't have 2 team members already taken out? Wasn't quite sure about that one, actually.
It just seems like the plays that they're making across the board right now are very, I don't know what to describe it. It's just not good plays. They're trying to make things work. They will clearly never work. They're trying to force plays. And I get it, because Watermelon, this is a team which has a lot of miracle wins. They're not the cleanest macro-wise. They're not the best decision-making-wise. They rely on their experience. They rely on their individual prowess to make things work. To force a circle through a square peg. You know, something along those lines. And it's worked for them in the past. Now, UCE, they just look that much better at it, and that's the trend of this game so far. Whatever you can do, I can do better. That's what UCE are saying, and it's really the case.
I do understand what they were going for with the setups that they have, especially the champions and the comp that they were going for. That's the ultimatum coming down onto Smurf. Smurf, unfortunately, hasn't been able to play much of the game at all with 4 depths down. And here we're going to be diving in the turret. Not much they can do. El Major gets taken out so early. Coffee's going to be really low. They're going to be his top priority, but he gets taken out. But the rest of the team's still there. What are you going to do about them? And here we go. Oh, Beyond going to get taken out by that turret. Is it Tsune?
I mean, I think they're still gonna end this. It's just a little bit longer. Solo Pesto, last man standing. Not really anything you can do.
It's gonna be tons of damage. There's not gonna be anything they can do to keep that Nexus alive.
Yeah.
And like we said, it wasn't a bad fight by Watermelon. They had the right idea. They knew that picking up those champions meant that they had to get the picks, but like you were forcing the picks onto something that was already like is out of your hands. The Fiora already managed to cross the halfway point at the Baron lane. She was already out of your reach. The rest of the team was already collapsing. There was not much you can do. You already lost the initiative. You should have backed off and said, okay, we can try this again later. But they kind of persisted. They pushed too far, and then they ended up getting counter killed like about 3 times, 4 times, and that just swung the game in Upcar's favor. And that's not really what you want to see overall.
Yeah. A lot of that comes down to the draft, I would say, as well. Your mid jungle, a lot more initiative. Camille, Galio, you push the mid wave together, you have a lot of plays you can make on the map. Combo that with a counter pick in bot lane, Lucian's Morgana. They're just doing a great job at utilizing these strengths and forcing it into the face of Watermelon. Let's see if there will be any changes to Game 2 as we head into a short break.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a
Here we go now.
Back between Watermelon and Upcar Esports, we had a split desk. So far, Upcar Esports, I gotta say, they're looking that bit better here. It's me, Omo, with me is Pondo. We're bringing you guys the last match of Week 3, Day 1. It was set to be a blinder, but so far, Upcar, they're making it look pretty easy.
I mean, yet to be seen whether it is the last match if Watermelon managed to
yeah, that's true.
bring it back.
It could still be one more.
Could still be one more. I do think that Watermelon has what it takes. It's just a matter of like reorganizing themselves. It's coming down the nerves a little bit because I felt there were a lot of desperation plays in there that didn't necessarily need to be made.
Yeah.
It's true that Upcar has been in a stronger position recently. Like they've been solidifying their foundation, which has just been getting better and better. But I don't think that Watermelon is necessarily any out of the fight at any point of that. It was just more like deaths by 1,000 small cuts. It wasn't a big major thing. It wasn't a singular event which doomed them. It was just a lot of small little mistakes that sort of added up to like the eventual loss.
And one of the factors in that we said as well was going to be the draft. And I feel like the draft looked much better there for the side of Upcar Esports. It played into exactly how they want to, how they like to play. And I'm someone who wears my heart on my sleeves. You know, I do play favorites, and Watermelon literally on my sleeve right now. I hope they can come back. Hope they can bring us to a game 3. We'll see if that plays out, or if Upcar Esports are going to follow the trend of the day and close it out 2-0. We're heading to Champ Select soon, and like we said, draft, a big part of this upcoming series. Hopefully we don't see another Zed jungle. I feel like that, as well as the Diana mid, really hurt the attempts of Watermelon to come back in that game.
I think they did. They set out to shut down Coffee, which is probably like their priority, and I think they largely succeeded on that front. Coffee wasn't necessarily like an all-star powerhouse, but they kind of lost sight of the fact that, you know, the rest of the team is also pretty strong. Arashi and the rest is really showing up. They were just initiating like crazy. We'll be seeing the post-game stats to kind of show you just what we mean. The stats kind of don't lie. There's so much here that you can glean from it. See, Ravens and Arashi, they had free reign over being able to get the rest of the team while they were trying their best to shut down Coffee. It's kind of like seeing a forest for the trees. You were too focused on that one tree that you didn't see the wolf sneaking up behind you, and that wolf being Ravens and Arashi in a combo starter pack, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, Arashi and Ravens, these guys dominated the game from the get-go as well. From the third minute, I do believe, on the third wave rather, they were already grouping up, they were already ready to go, nearly got the kill on Vendetta, he barely slipped away. And once they got the tempo, they never let up. With the push prior of the Lucian in the bottom lane, beyond roaming together with them, the dive onto Jinkai was huge, gave Sisune a lead. And we talk a lot about the rest of the team. We talk a lot about Coffee's ability to carry, the trio of Arashi, Ravens, and beyond making plays on the map. But Sisune has actually been stepping up on this Fiora. I would say this has been his most successful pick this split. I would say the champions like Darius, he didn't really have a good showing on. But somehow, Fiora, a more difficult champion, he's been looking good on.
Yeah, he's been playing his part really well. They do say that Baron Lane is an island because you have to kind of fend for yourself while the rest of your team's making the plays. It's kind of less true in Wild Rift because a lot of plays do happen up with the Baron Lane, especially with the Rift Herald being as strong as it is. But like solo by himself managed to keep Jinkai on a Garen, no less, with that passive regeneration out of their hair. Garen was barely a problem. Jinkai was trying his best to do those split pushes. He got caught out a couple times, and usually as a Garen, like you can get away scot-free, but like Jinkai wasn't able to do anything about it. He was kind of shut down too hard. He was getting dived.
Yeah, he was having a very hard time. The stack and dive for Zisune comboed with the trio of UCE. It was really great to see. I feel like this team, their fundamentals are looking much better. We see clear improvement from them. And I want to know who's doing the shot calling, right? If they win the series, and if we do get the chance to talk to UCE, this is a bit of a note to myself as well. I kind of want to know who's the one making the active calls in the early game, especially because I feel like that's where UCE look really good. Even when they struggled against SEM9 in the early game and they came back in the late game, I think a lot of that was from shot calling as well. I feel like this team has a very clear, coherent idea of what and how they want to do in the game, and I want to know who's behind that, because I think that's a lot of the credit behind their wins.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do think that Upcar, like they did have a tendency to sort of lean towards their star player a bit too much. Coffee being like one of the highest ranked players in the Wild Rift servers, if you guys aren't familiar. But they've really been stepping up. It's no longer just a one-man show. It's been sort of dividing. It's been sort of like reaching out to different players. And now we have Zisune, we have Arashi, we have all of them just stepping up to the plate and doing absolutely wonderfully, covering up for the fact that Coffee gets like singled out so many times. They banned the Vayne, they banned the Lulu. It's clearly all targeted towards Coffee, but they completely forgot that the rest of the team is really scary as well.
Yeah, the whole team looking very solid here. Let's see if Watermelon, they can recover for game 2. Of course, this is the best of 3, and it's entirely possible that Watermelon fix their mistakes and bring us to a game 3. But honestly, knowing the team, I feel like they'll just chalk it up as an 0-2 and go to bed. That's just kind of the kind of for fun mentality that Team Watermelon have. I'm hopeful that they'll pull out something here, but I wouldn't keep my hopes up for that.
Whoa, that's kind of critical talk for someone who put the watermelon on the prediction play. You know, you gotta have faith. You gotta like put your weight behind the team, because you know that you gotta believe in the watermelon. The watermelon's gonna be on the shrine. I will bring some joss sticks with you. We can go pray in front of the shrine with the watermelon on it, and then we can help them get back on their feet, because that's gonna make for more exciting games.
For sure.
I know. Yeah.
My first prayer though will be to not pick Zed jungle and die in a mid. Terrible combo. Let's lean away from that. That will be the first thing I pray for.
I wanted that to win. I did. I like the idea of Zed jungle. I just don't think the execution excites me as much as the idea of it, which is depressing, which is sad.
Yeah, it's a very common thing. The idea, the concept of something is usually better than the thing itself. It's a depressing lesson in reality that we're getting here from our last Wild Rift game of the day, but I do believe we're waiting for the players to get ready before we head into draft. Now we're waiting on production to give us the okay to head over there. Draft wise, I don't know, man. I feel like this is a very typical Watermelon draft. The only oddballs are the mid jungle picks. So if that's the scenario that we're in, and Upcar, they're still beating them every step of the way, beating them at their own game, what's really the solution here? That's a big question mark for me.
Well, that's kind of the problem, right? They have kind of a three-pronged problem to deal with. Now, the fact that they have been made painfully aware of the fact that coffee is not the only thing that they need to worry about. Is there going to be another ban towards like the hyper carries? Is it going to be like targeted bans towards like supports that can help coffee? Or are they going to try and go for a more general ban like we see for a lot of the other teams? We're going to find out now as we have the champ select and see what the picks and bans are.
If it were up to me, I would definitely remove Fiora. I think that's Zisune's best performing champion by far. You have to remove the Vayne, and I think you throw in a Lucian for good measure. Test Coffee's champion pool. See, if you ban away the Vayne, you ban away the Lucian, what does he have left? We've seen him play Ziggs, but it's not traditionally, I would say, a champion that Coffee is gonna carry on. But maybe he doesn't need to, because the rest of the team is playing so well as well. But I would say if you're Watermelon, throw a curveball. Mix things up a bit. Lucian has been one of his most successful champions in the last few matches. Get rid of that. But they're gonna stick to the guns. They're gonna stick to what they banned in game 1. Lulu banned away. You don't want to give the hyper carry, like you said, over to Coffee.
Yeah, I guess in the grand scheme of things, it is the less of the two evils. Despite the fact that there's a lot of things that you want to ban, especially from Upcar, who have been really flexible lately. I do think that the Vayne plus Lulu combo is still the nightmare and the worst case scenario. So that is definitely going to be their like first picks.
Yeah, well, let's see what the first pick is going to be here for Watermelon. I feel like last game it was the Zed, right? I feel like there's no harm in that. You pick up the Zed again. It's a good pick. Just put it mid lane this time. I feel like El Major has shown he's able to play it to a acceptable level.
Okay, we're back in here. It's gonna be the Jace. Okay. I kind of like that.
Yeah, interesting change up of the draft so far. Like we were saying before the disconnect, good bans from UCE, removing the strengths of Watermelon. Now Watermelon is saying we don't have enough bans, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna ban you by taking away your champions. We take away the Galio first pick, we take away the Lucian, we take away the Fiora as well while we're at it, why don't we? And knowing Watermelon, it's very likely Vendetta plays that Fiora. And I think it's a great matchup into the Camille as well. We'll see if it works out for him. I want to see who takes the Jace, Zisune, or Ravens. It's a hard to execute champion, very mechanically demanding, and I want to see which one of these guys pulls it out.
Yeah, the oldest trick in the book for, being able to ban a champion that you can't necessarily ban is just take it for yourself.
Exactly.
So Watermelon's putting it out to great use. They're going to be taking away all the champions that gave them grief in the last game, but let's see if they can play better than Upcar, because Upcar was playing those champions to their full potential. You already see the Jace, like you said, Jace, high skill cap, but really, really flexible. Flexible is the name of the game when it comes to Upcar, and their new, what do we call it? Like modus operandi, their MO.
Yeah.
They like flexible champs. Jace is gonna work really well for them if they know how they're gonna position their Jace. The Thresh is gonna help them facilitate those plays, especially with the Camille jumping in and initiating. But I guess it's gonna depend on the last two picks here with the Jace, Oh, they're gonna be banning a lot of the hyper carries out.
Yeah.
Is this just targeted towards Coffee now? Because
100%. And these are good bans as well, right? I would say, okay, at least the Jinx, I think, is a good ban. Jinx looks like a really good pick here. I would say maybe you want to ban away something like the Varus, maybe something like the Ashe, because those have better laning phases into Lucian. Kai'Sa has a pretty weak laning phase into Lucian, but they're going to ban it away to be safe. And I do believe that means that we're going to see Coffee on a mage. I do believe that's going to be Coffee playing Orianna. We'll see if I'm right on that front. But I'm a bit curious that UCE... Oh, wait a minute here, curveball. Okay, one step at a time. UCE banning junglers, I think is odd because I'm 90% sure that's going to be a Fiora jungle, knowing Vendetta's preferences. Now, where is this Lucian going? That's a flex pick. Now, in League PC, we know Lucian is a counter to Jace. In this game, less so. I don't really think Lucian is a counter to Jace given the way that this game plays out. But Ashe Brom, the Freljord bot lane coming in from Watermelon. A lot of control there. And if it is going to be an Orianna trash, I favor the chances of Watermelon here. I think it's a much better looking draw for them.
Ooh, we're gonna be going for some really heavy, what we call wall composition here. So I'm guessing that the Braum and the Galio are gonna be all that stands in between the backline of Doom, which is essentially two ADCs raining down fire and brimstone upon you. I guess they probably decided to go with that based on the team count that they saw earlier, but coming in with the Kha'Zix and the Camille at the same time, that's going to be a tall order and a lot to protect. I do think they're up to the challenge, but one bad misposition, one bad zoning, you get caught out, pushed too far, that's it, you're done, you're gone.
And that's true of both teams as well, right? Because Lucian top, I think the way I reason it out in my head is Ashe Brom has to be bot. That means Galio has to be mid. That means Fiora has to be jungle. That means Lucian has to be top. And, it's 180 from Garen, isn't it? And that's a very volatile champion pickup as well, especially when you're playing against Camille Kha'Zix. If either one of these teams slip up, if either one of these teams start falling behind and go, it's very likely we just see that snowball out of control. And I'm not looking forward to it here for Watermelon because I feel like their comp is much more execution reliant. And we see that Upcar has been much better at execution in this game.
Yeah, that's true, but I do think that Watermelon's comp is something that they're a bit more comfortable with. I think they generally seem to shine when it comes to more clustered sort of things. You can sort of see this is the final pick and ban here, and they're going to be shifting that around. But Watermelon is going to be picking up more of a fight. I think their initiation has always been a little bit weak, but we'll see how they come off on it as we go head to head with the team comp of Watermelon Upcar this time around.
Well, it's looking like an interesting draw from both teams. I think that Jace pickup into the Galio from El Major has a lot of potential to really pop off here. But once again, it comes down to execution. How can Raven space this matchup? Because if you make an individual mistake, Galio can easily get on top of you, CC you, and set you up to get killed by Fiora. Now, on the other side, I do like this Galio pick for El Major because why? It's a facilitative champion, and that has been his role in the team. Last game, we saw Ravens have a great job with it. This was the head-to-head. We said both of these guys need to facilitate their team. Ravens, A-star performance. El Major, can you repeat that?
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be skewing that set potential. And like you said, L Major, his stats have been skewing towards the bottom side. That kind of shows that his specialty has always been on setting up things for his team. So like the Galio is gonna be a really good pickup for him. Ravens, yeah, gonna be needing to work extra hard to really bring that Jace to fruition, because Jace can either be like ridiculously flexible in terms of getting things going, or he can just be the type of guy, the champion who you have at the back, not really doing any damage because he bought the cleaver first, and now he's shooting laser beams from the back and barely doing any damage to the front.
Well, we're heading into game right now. Let's see how it plays out. Game 2, match point. Upcar Esports 1-0 up right now. They are on a major upswing. We'll see if this team can continue their win streak here against Watermelon, who have been having a tough couple weeks lately.
L Major upswing as well. Actually, so yeah. L Major Upcar swing.
L Major.
No, we gotta stop. I gotta stop.
A bit of a mouthful. A bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, it's not gonna catch on really in terms of like being a motto or anything. But how does L Major always?
What just happened?
How does L Major always seem to come in like half health? I don't really understand how this is happening right now. But I guess Raven's using the full potential of his Jace pickup here, using all his shots.
They killed Beyond.
Huh. Wait, what?
They're gonna kill Beyond again. That's Ash Brom. You don't respect Ash Brom level 1. That's what happened.
Oh, what?
They're all dead, by the way. Upcar are all dead.
Ravens is seeing the Ravens, because Ravens are a sign of death. Gonna get honey fruited to get away with barely his life on the line. That's gonna be a pickup, 2 pickups for Watermelon.
They want more. They want more. Look at Vendetta.
Look at Vendetta waiting patiently for Coffee. This is not what you usually see off of Coffee. Coffee is usually a little bit more like respectful of that particular space, but I guess he didn't think that he would be sticking around. That's gonna be 3 pickups for Watermelon. All of a sudden, it looks like we're a lot more likely for that game 3.
I don't know what to tell you here, Pondo. Good start. Good usage of Ash Brom to really stonewall that level 1. It's a very famous bot lane duo. It's a very famous level 1 power combo as well. UCE, I think they're getting punished for not expecting that. And of course, Coffee overstepping. A bit of deja vu, because we saw El Major do that exactly last game as well. Get punished by the Fiora this time around, and that happens again. This time around, Watermelon, they look good. They look like they're poised to bring us to a possible game 3 here.
Looks like Watermelon's on the back foot they're on the opposite of being the back foot this time. I think Coffee kind of struggling a little bit more with his neutral control, his zoning, because the ADC zone is a lot different from what you expect out of the Orianna or the AP carry like that zone, which is a lot different. You gotta respect the spacing a little bit more. But gonna be seeing the motions. We go through the motions. There's still 1K ahead for Watermelon. Watermelon's either gonna be making something out of this, or they're just gonna play the lane out as they want to. Upcar's gonna have to pull something out of their hat. Objectives gonna be coming out soon. They maybe want to push for zones. Maybe want to push up these lanes a little bit, since they do have champions with a lot more like clearing potential. Maybe the exception of the Baron lane.
Yeah, and this time around, they don't have the fallback scaling that they did in the last game that they typically do in their usual drafts as well. They don't have Coffee on the Marksman to pop off. They don't have Zisune on Fiora as a scaling option. The peak of the scaling is going to be Camille, Kha'Zix, and luckily for them, these 2 champions have not fallen too far behind just yet. But the good thing for Watermelon is Vendetta 3-0. When this guy gets a lead, he's a highlight reel. He's a walking highlight reel.
I still can't believe that the 3-kill pickup is all on Vendetta as the Jungle Fiora.
It's all you can ask for.
It's perfect. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah.
It's the thing that's gonna get you up and running. And like you said, Vendetta has a Vendetta. He's not gonna let this go. He's not gonna let the fact that Watermelon got stomped on.
Yeah, they did get stomped on last game, frankly.
Which is why it's gonna be. I definitely think it's gonna be making some plays, trying to turn this around for himself as well for his team.
Yeah, but so far this Lucian has not been getting too much. I'm a little bit worried on that front, because going into the mid to late stages of the game, Lucian is a champion which will fall off in the side lane. Well, maybe this is gonna find them the lead they need.
Ooh, gonna be the snipes coming up from the Ash, and it's gonna be a free kill down for Lucian on the Watermelon side. What a coordinated play. Had everyone all set up, ready to go, all communicating. Gonna be flashing away from that Orianna out. Here we go with Ravens there on the bot lane to get things up and moving. They're zoning, moving towards the bottom side to get that dragon, slaying it really fast. Now it's gonna be Rift Arrow taken out, but I guess they decided to take that turret first, knowing that they could swing back towards the Rift Herald with the pressure coming out from the minions pushing towards on the Baron lane, really in a slow sort of like way.
So, Upcar Esports still doing a very good job at trading. They get the dragon, they get the turret. Very good job, but this time around, Watermelon that bit quicker. Last game it was UCE that found the tempo lead. This time around, Watermelon, they have the tempo lead. And when they get ahead, I have high hopes for this team. I think they look very good with a lead. And going back to the top dive, I was just running the calculations through my head. I was thinking, how are they going to dive this? Who's going to take aggro first? What spells are you going to use to start the fight off? Nothing in my head accounted for an Ash Arrow coming from bot lane to secure that one. It's a great play coming in from Watermelon using the cross map there, and I like that both teams are putting their dragon laners in the mid lane right now, jostling for some priority, and I like this as well. This is something we've seen LFO, formerly known as Alliance, used very often when SSK was in his play Lucian only phase and CWJ was playing support. They would always bring the Braum to follow around the Baron lane Lucian while their dragon lane solos the mid lane. It's very reminiscent of that, and I think it's a good play. And Watermelon, you know, taking a trick out of their toolbox.
Yeah, it definitely sort of a conscious decision to sort of swap things around. Raven's gonna be waiting in the wings there, looking for his chance to jump in there at the Jinkai. Jinkai, you're super low. You're gonna get ignited. You're gonna be ticking down. It's gonna be enough. No, it's not gonna be enough. Just 1 HP left there. Gonna be using his ulti to give Arashi. Arashi had the jump. He had that claw ready. Scarlet Petal and the rest doing their best to keep him alive. And like I said, the wall is here. Braum making sure that his carries don't get singled out just yet with the pickoffs from Upcar and their ilk.
Yeah, and this is a good play here from Upcar. They try to make it work. They try to relieve some pressure from the map. They successfully pulled it off, but they don't get the kill. So it's they get a little bit out of it. I wouldn't say it's the worst situation for them to be in. It's just a bit unfortunate that they didn't secure the kill to Jinkai, just 1 HP away. This Ash Braum has been a very effective buffer for the members of Watermelon, both proactive and reactive, using their slows, using their early game tempo to just shut down UCE. But still, if you look at the gold, in this spot last game, UCE has a much larger gold advantage. Watermelon, they're not really finding the leads I think they want to be, given how the game has been going. Look at this, they're still trading successfully on the side of UCE. They're not out of this one just yet.
Yeah, I'd say what? Oh god, here we go with the team fight dive on the top. There we go. They're going to be getting the kills. Beyond's going to get taken out, however. Is going to be able to get Arashi. Grand entrance there to knock him up, and that's going to be a double kill. Vendetta popping off with the 5 kills onto the early 7-minute game.
Yeah, it's Vendetta time. I'm going to introduce you guys to the new term. Viewers at home, when Vendetta gets a lead, it's Vendetta time, takes over the game. He 1v9s, walking highlight reel. This man, he's looking to take over this game as well. 5-0-1 on his Fiora. 100% kill participation, by the way, and props to Scarlet Petal as well. 5 kill participation, Smurf, 4. These guys have been an integral part of the success of the game, but Jinkai still getting jumped off.
Here we go with the ultimatum. Going to be there with the Rift there, providing backup to get that tower out. Arashi taking dangerously low. They're going to have to back off. Smurf is there, still standing in between his team. He doesn't really care if he's going to be within the wings of shots from Jace and the rest of that team. But it looks like they're going to get away with another kill down at Zetsune. That's 7 kills, 6 kills away from where Upcar wants to be. And that's not looking good for like the Upcar potential, but I do think that Watermelon hasn't been making the best use of their like advantages just yet, so maybe something to be seen. Not quite landing the crystal arrow, gonna miss by a hair's breadth. Arashi gonna have to jump away. So many lances get thrown out to make sure that he gets the souls and also keeps his teammates alive. But the dragon's up, and it does look like Watermelon is in a little bit, you know, in a better position to grab it this time.
Yeah, they start off the play on the Jinkai too. Keep in mind, that was how this entire series of events started. He says, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. Turns it around with the calling, the Braum, the Ash, lots of zone control, and of course Scarlet Petal. Look, we've all been there. I think it's a very relatable scenario. You hit the cross map arrows, but it's the one that's right in front of your face that's the hardest to hit. I completely relate.
Sometimes thinking they're gonna walk backwards, but they decided to walk towards the dragon. Maybe not really considering that option, but they're gonna be making that move towards the Rift Herald. I do think they managed to pick up that Inferno Dragon, which is gonna be great on the late scaling Ashe. And you know, Vendetta with his 5 kills. I don't know what I'm talking about, jumping up to 8. But it's gonna be a free kill on the Rift, and that's a lot of pressure, a lot of like split pushing they could do with another crystal. Oh, that probably misses.
Here we go, though. The fight continues.
Oh, gonna be there. Zitsune's just getting taken out with barely being able to do anything. Vendetta's already popping off, is out to get the healing off. Gonna be able to get away with Smurf. Smurf getting away scot-free. Coffee trying his best to keep things like periodical and keeping them off with his like zoning potential in AoE, but it's really not doing much for Upcar. Upcar is kind of on the back foot here.
Man, I don't know what to tell you. Upcar, they're getting ran down right now by Watermelon. It looks good. I feel like Watermelon, they haven't busted the game open just yet. I feel like it's not yet at the point of no return for Upcar, but I feel like their options are looking slimmer and slimmer as the game goes on. Zitsune here on this Camille. He needs to play a big part in the success of Watermelon if they were to find a way to come back in this game. I would say he's one of their most reliable carry options in terms of champion picks in this game. Combo, the Camille combo with the Orianna Shockwave, that's something they need to look out for in this game. That's something they need to find onto Zinkai too. They need to kill this Lucian because he's a big part of the damage. But that's only step 1. Then you start asking the question, how do we kill Vendetta then? We just blew everything to kill Lucian. And I feel like you're quickly running out of options if you're UCE.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. If you want my honest opinion, you have the like to get to Lucian is really hard enough. They have the wall up, they have the Galio, they got the Braum. Now you have to contend with the fact that Vendetta is going to be in your face and basically, you know, making your life miserable as he goes towards your backline with a 11k goal differential at 11 minutes. I don't know if that's going to happen. They're gonna have to make something. You know, they're gonna have to pull something really drastic out of their hat because Upcar is in a really bad spot. I usually wouldn't say that a 7k difference is game ending, but I do say that a 7k goal difference that's all stacked onto Vendetta and, you know, Jinkai at the same time is the sort of thing that could lose you an entire game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing as well we want to keep look out for is the scaling factor. That's something I always bring up, and the scaling factor, I would say it's handily in favor of Watermelon. So it's looking very likely that we're going to a game 3 here. Look at Ravens, by the way, very cheeky, recalling the bush. I'm surprised no one checked that. Look how close Jinkai was to that bush. And you see, they try to trade, but this time around, Watermelon, they've got the tempo. They're one step ahead. You don't win this.
Ooh, Jinkai is going to be ultimatum there, but like I said, the wall is there, the wall is up, Berlin wall hasn't fallen just yet. That's going to be Garlight coming out. Thresh doesn't get to survive at all. Jinkai is really low, he's going to be backing away for a little bit, but Vendetta, he's so OP, going to get legendary. That's 8 kills down, going to get taken out eventually. That's going to be a shutdown gold for the Kazakhs, but too little too late, not enough to get you back in the game. That's going to be a lot of kills down for Watermelon, and also a Dragon Lane turret as well as the Dragon sort of ticks it out.
Yeah, and what's surprising to me is UCE. Look, the fights are not going in their favor, but I'm surprised at their initiative and their willingness to make good plays. I feel like that was a really nice play. They pushed the top wave, they forced a reaction from El Major, and that was their key. They go for the play. Look at the shockwave. It's just so unfortunately timed. He flashes out just as the shockwave comes in. It's a heartbreaker, and beyond, I think a bit of positioning error, but still finding the shutdown here from UCE. It's you take what you can get at this point, and honestly that fight would have been completely different if El Major was in position to use the heroic answer, but the props to UCE, they set that up well. Braum gets caught.
Here's going to be that Crystal Arrow, going to be not enough to keep him alive. That's Smurf getting taken out. Smurf is the wall, and the wall has been, you know, taken down. And now it's El Major going to be standing in the way of Jinkai and that Dragon kill, but that's going to be Dragon picked up for Watermelon there at the backline. And like you said, Upcar made, Upcar, they made a good decision. It's just the execution was a little bit lacking. The fact that they let Jinkai sort of go over the wall when they were supposed to shut him down. I do think that shutdown goal on Vendetta was pretty much enough to make up for the fact that they lost like quite a few people. That's just how big the shutdown goal was. That's just how far ahead Vendetta was at the time, and that's really demoralizing if you ask me in the sort of context of things.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, Vendetta, we say walking highlight reel. It doesn't quite work when you're getting chain CC 1v3. It's not his day, but still, look at his items. He's almost at 4th item right now, and if you look across the bottom side of UCE, no one here has gone past 2 items except Arashi and maybe Coffee, right? That's the extent of the gold lead. He has 13,000, 3,000 plus ahead of anyone else. Jinkai gonna face check Arashi. Arashi is gonna face check.
Gonna be the rest of them on the back foot. Look like Smurf gonna do his best to keep them alive. Crystal Arrow coming down just as the Zhonya's pops. But Jinkai, you were a little too far in. You got taken out. And that's gonna be the hubris of being too far ahead and thinking that you could push through any situation. That's gonna be a potentially shutdown goal, I think. Vendetta just getting so much damage done with one single dash in. Coffee has to back away after taking one touch to the head. And wow, just a lot of fun situations, but Upcar is kind of taking it in stride right about now.
Yeah, Upcar, they're trying to do what they can, and I feel like honestly, despite the game state, they're really doing a good job at trying to neutralize, at trying to stabilize. Props to them. Honestly, Upcar, I'm pleasantly surprised with how they look in a loss, and I was very surprised with how they looked in a win. We knew they were good, but I'm surprised at their current form. I feel like this team, in definite contention for top 3, top 4 going to playoffs. Still, it's very likely they lose to Watermelon in this game, and we're going to go to a game 3, but it's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet, and like I said before, Upcar has strong foundations, and like you said, the team that does well even on the back foot, even when they're losing the team the particular game. Being able to sort of show off what they can do and still win a lot of those other macro battles, that's a sign of having a good foundation, a good team. But like I said, they're not necessarily consistent. Here we go with Zitsune trying to jump down to Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal is really taken off guard there, but the Grand Engine's going to come down. They're going to be killed off by Vendetta. Vendetta's absolutely decimating that backline. Now Smurf going to be the next one to go. El Major's doing his best to try to keep things optional, but that's Upcar coming out on top. Here we go, Vendetta, still a one-man army, and now Jinkai here to sort of provide the backup, and that's going to be 4 kills, but 3 kills for Upcar is not bad, despite the fact that Baron is going to go to Watermelon in the end.
3 kills is not bad indeed, and then we have to ask the question, how did Upcar find what you could call a favorable fight given the game state? And this is what Upcar's been doing so very well this game. They push the sideways, they force Watermelon to answer, and they grasp their timings and forcing 5-man plays and forcing number advantage plays so extremely well. Honestly, props to Upcar for that. Look at that, Jinkai is not in position. Vendetta is a little bit off kilter as well here, and they combo the CC perfectly. That's exactly what they needed to find. Telepacker is dead from the get-go. Vendetta though in the healing field, El Major in the healing field. Smurf does drop, but Vendetta walking highlight reel. This man cleans it up. Not the cleanest fight from him, but still enough to get a triple and the Baron.
Oh god, you could tell they're really respecting Vendetta there, making sure to give him a wide berth. The rest of his team was getting taken out. Like I said, he was kind of the disruptor and making sure he's getting onto the backline. There's not much they could do, so they decided to focus on the rest of that team to get kills. But here we go with the startup from Jace. Here Smurf is going to get taken out to half health, which is unusual for someone who's so tanky, and also the wall of the team. But that's the Dragon up. He's going to get... There are going to be 2 people who get taken out to half health, and they're going to have to sort of like give a wide berth to the Dragon just yet. I don't think they can fight for this. UCE is also going to take more of a careful sort of approach, deciding not to particularly go for the Dragon during that particular, what do we call, like, gap. But still sort of setting up for it in the end.
Yeah, look at this setup coming in right now. We have the members of Watermelon just controlling the zone. And you see what they've been good at is finding number advantage fights, finding picks. That's not going to happen when Watermelon are here. 5v5 ready.
Watermelon has the wall ready. Jinkai is getting so aggressive. He's got the culling down. Coffee is taken down to what is kind of low, but not necessarily getting the rest of the culling down. Using Death Suns is going to be missing all of that. Here's the Dragon, is really low, going to be keeping him away from it. Blue Team's going to get it. That's Watermelon down the back foot. Grand Engine's coming down. Is going to be enough to keep them alive. There's so many people getting taken out from the backside there. Vendetta still a threat as usual, but he's not quite in the fight just yet. He's going to come in, get Ravens. Ravens get taken out, and now it's going to be Zetsune getting away with barely a sliver of health left. Coffee is the only one left with a particularly sizable health bar, and that's going to be Watermelon winning that Dragon fight. UCE had to get that Dragon. It was the Elder one. That could spell the end for UCE, and we could be going to a game 3.
It looks very likely that we're going away to a game 3 here. Watermelon, they're going to take down the Nexus. They're trying to clear the wave. That's the big deal. Can they do it? It looks like, yes, they do clear the wave. They survive another day. They survive another day, and we will see the members of Watermelon just back away.
Watermelon does get to back away. They've definitely earned that right. They've managed to kill off quite a few members of Upcar, despite the fact that they had to sacrifice Jinkai and Squirt to do so. The wall crumbling, taking down Jinkai with it, but Upcar is not out of it just yet. They managed to put off some good team fights, but how do you resolve the differences of 3 dragons and a 11k gold difference right now? That's quite a lot to work towards. That's quite a big wall you have to overcome at this point in time.
Yeah, it's insurmountable. This is the point where I would say it's basically over for UCE. I was quite hesitant to say it before because honestly, UCE did a very good job at trying to cling to life, to find plays to bring them back into the game. Props to them. They are one of the only teams I've seen so far make successful proactive plays from behind in the WCS. Really good job. Sometimes you look better losing than you look better winning, and this is one of those cases. Great job here from UCE. Watermelon though, just too far ahead.
Gonna be that Crystal Arrow, gonna try and get the pickoff down onto the Ravens. Here we go with the rest of them coming into the threshold. Jinkai's got the culling down. Zetsuna is gonna use that opportunity to try and jump in, but the wall is still there. Galio on the rest using the Grand Entrance to keep him alive, and that he's still alive. Vendetta's still got the GA. He's still so much damage coming down. GA's gonna get popped down as Zetsune. Zetsune is gonna be waking up into a field of death. Arashi and the rest gonna be backing off, knowing wisely that they probably won't be able to win the rest of this. But 2 kills for 2, that's not particularly bad for Upcar. Gonna be dodging that Crystal Arrow once again. Scarlet Petal can't catch a break in terms of landing these. He's not quite, not quite at Raven's level from the LFO side just yet in terms of sniping potential.
Not quite there just yet, but good enough so far to secure Watermelon. The massive lead that he have, I like that. That was very cheeky there to try to debate UC to check the bush, make them think that they're not in the bush.
Oh, gonna be that face check. Arashi gets taken really low, but the Death Sentence to save his life barely. Doesn't need to pop that GA just yet. Here comes the counter, and here goes the Crystal Arrow. Came out getting so fast. We thought it was gonna come out a little bit slower, but now they have free run of the mid turret, and that's gonna be 2 inhibitor turrets down. And there's gonna be a lot of super minions pushing into your base while the Watermelon's free to get the Baron off of this.
Free to get the Baron off of this, free to get everything out of this. I think Watermelon, now it's just time for them to cross their T's, dot their I's. They've already won the game, they just need to do the logistics to get them there. I mean, barring a miracle team fight here for UCE. And I'll be frank with you, I don't think they have the champions to pull off a miracle team fight. The closest thing, maybe, Kha'Zix finds a combo with an Orianna Shockwave. I think it's doubtful. I think it's difficult. Arashi forced out of it.
Oh, it's the flash away from it. The culling just barely getting him by a hair. Down at the very tip of that hitbox. Is going to get taken out. The GAs did pop, but it was enough to save. And that's going to be 3,000 on one particularly key moment where the Baron's going to get taken. But no, they're just going to go straight for the game, man. Going to be Ravens trying his best to clear those minions.
And yeah, there's really nothing you can do at this point. No need for a Baron buff. 1 is enough. You have the Mountain Dragon Elder as well. There's not really anything that UC can do in this situation. And guess what? We are, in fact, going to a game 3 here today. We knew it was going to be a close one. We had a split desk. We knew it was going to be the best match of the day. And I think that this series has delivered on that expectation.
Oh man, the burden of being right every time really weighs heavily upon me. But I did know about the well, no, I kind of pushing it too far. But I did think that Watermelon had the better team comp this time around. I think it's something they're more comfortable with having the wall. I've seen them play the wall before. It's worked out good for them really well, and it did work really well for them for Upcar because Upcar. I don't know about Coffee going on the AP because like the spacing was a lot different from what he's used to, and like I think the key moments of landing shockwaves kind of passed in between a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he did win a game against SEM9 on Ziggs, so I think he has the capability to play it. The problem then is how do you accommodate for this pick? I think that's a question which they didn't quite ask themselves, and I think their team comp just overall was too reliant, really, on their mid-jungle getting ahead early. Sure, that worked in game 1, but this time around, they had no backup plans. Yet again, we're going to say the same thing. Let's see how the draft adapts in game 3 as we go for a quick break.
Here we go now.
I want to be wild and free so much. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three. I'm ready. Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me, walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go.
Here we go now.
We're back. Last game of the day, one way or another. Last match, last game, everything. Week 3, day 1. This has been a banger. We expected it to be a blinder, but both of these teams, they've been throwing punches back and forth. Watermelon and Upcar Esports. Who's going to come up on top in game 3?
They've been riding this Watermelon all over the place because this has been sort of an exchange battle. It's kind of goes to show that Watermelon isn't necessarily out of the fight. We did expect that Upcar would be like overpowering them, considering that the Titans that they've managed to beat before. So you kind of look at them and say, huh, you know, this team has beaten like really strong teams. Shouldn't they be like dominating against like all the other teams? But no, it looks Upcar hasn't looked so much as like a dominator as they have like what we call like a puzzle piece. So either you fit against them and you play against them really well, or like, you know, you kind of put up a really good match against them either way.
Well, let's look at the post-game from that game. I think it was really the Vendetta show, and the stats agree. I mean, he had a very dominant performance, starting off from the level 1 invade with Scullopethel and Smurf, utilizing the Ash Bomb to the max of its potential, and they really just snowballed that out of control. Much better draft from Watermelon, snatching away key picks for UCE's victory. And Zisune, off that Fiora, he had a really rough game.
Yeah, they really targeted ban like Coffee's entire roster. They had like three bans in there, like in terms of Vayne. They had the Jinx, they had the Kaisa, and then they would have picked out the Ashe, and then they would have picked out the Lucian. It's like Coffee's just kind of standing there going like, well, now I've got nothing to play, and like it kind of shows here. Zetsune did his best to sort of facilitate plays for them. He had to jump in, sacrifice his life to try and get on top of Jinkai. Jinkai did fall like 3 times, and they had to sacrifice their lives to do so, which I think was a pretty honorable trade, an honorable charge. But like it all came falling apart for them once Vendetta got those early 3 kills. There was that's it. That's pretty much the end of it.
Like we said, right, once Vendetta gets a lead, he's a walking highlight reel. UCE successfully shut him down in game 1, weren't quite able to do so in game 2, and overall, much better draft and in-game performance from Watermelon in game 2. Now going into game 3, honestly, I think UCE, I kind of have them favored a little bit here if they adapt their draft a little bit, knowing now that Watermelon are going to try to snatch away certain key picks. I feel like their execution in game looks a little bit better. Watermelon just pulled ahead with their star power.
Yeah, Watermelon. Star power is the name of the game. We have a lot of star players here, and they all kind of contribute to being like the what we call the hyper carry. And like well, if Vendetta isn't popping off, it could be Coffee. So maybe we'll see the same thing in the draft again, because it's worked so well for Watermelon before, just hyper target banning Coffee and like making life difficult for the rest of that team. But I do think that we shouldn't write them off just yet. Arashi and Zitsune aren't necessarily going to be waiting around for that to happen. I do think they still have other picks they can go for. Just, you know, they got a target ban in return. But, you know, I think Watermelon has a bigger pool than Upcar at the moment in terms of viable champions.
Yeah, I mean, Upcar's champion pool definitely got targeted there. I feel like they need certain key picks. The big one for me is the Lucian on Coffee. I think he looked completely different on that champion versus anything else I've seen him play. Same thing for Zisune on the Fiora. I think it's less so about size of champion pool and more so about effective champion pool. And I think the effective champion pool of UCE was really targeted that game. I'm sure they can play these other champions as well. Do they look as good playing these other champions though? Definitely not, and that was the problem in that game. Now going forward, I want to see Vendetta and El Major stick to what we saw in game 2. Don't show me the champions you showed in game 1. Show me the facilitative mid and a proper carry jungle, and I think Watermelon will go far. That said though, it's a very tightly contested midfield, and I feel like either one of these teams could pull ahead. UCE, even when they were extremely behind in the last game, I think they did a really great job at making proactive plays. If we see that again this game, could be a good showing from them.
Yeah, as long as the Vendetta doesn't get, fed three kills in the early game, I do think Upcar is going to be putting up a much stronger showing this time around. Maybe we got to go a little bit easier on the invades. Maybe we got to be a little bit more careful with the skirmishes that we have in the early game as we head into the Champ Select to see what the pick and bans are going to be for both of these teams and whether or not Watermelon's going to do their targeted bans again.
Well, let's take a look. Yuumi banned away on blue side here from UCE, very clearly signaling we don't want to play it on both Beyond or Zisune. That's traditionally a red side ban. Being forced to ban it on blue very clearly says that we don't play this champion. Watermelon, I think they're going to stick to their guns. They're going to ban away the same couple champions.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Lulu is going to be a bigger issue for them because Lulu is the champion that keeps the hyper carries alive. I do think that Yuumi is also good at keeping keeping hyper carries alive, but in a different sense because of the fact that she can jump to multiple champions as opposed to just keeping one alive for a full duration. And the CC does come in handy, but it's not the same level of survivability that you get off of picks together with the wild growth. And together with the slows that come out from Lulu. So Lulu's probably the better package in terms of protecting hyper carries, which is what I think Watermelon were thinking when they banned out Lulu versus a strong hyper carry team specialist like Upcar.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, I feel like Upcar have different dimensions to them, but that's definitely where they look the best. Nice, interesting pivot. They were banning Set in every single game before. This time around, banning the hyper carries. They don't want to risk that falling into the hands of Vendetta. They first picked the Set away from Zinkai, but this means that El Major, he's probably going to get his trademark Gragas here again.
I do think El Major is pretty comfortable on the Gragas pick. Explosive Cast just being such a great repositioner. Yale are going to be picked up again for that wall. I don't know if they're going to be going with the wall strat again. I do think it's a strong strat. I don't think it's necessarily one that you continuously go for, especially when you already have Set with that ulti, which basically makes your wall become like a detriment to your own backline. That's what Set is strong for. That's what he's picked for. And I don't know if Watermelon's going to be a good idea for Watermelon to go for a wall-based comp with a Set around.
Yeah, the Set is definitely going to do well into the tanks. The Olaf as well, very capable of just cleaving through the tanks. Olaf is a good matchup traditionally into both Gragas as well as Galio. You ignore all their crowd control and you just run them down. But I want to see what the backline is to follow this up. The walls can still work, but you need to have a good team comp built around it. Lucian is one way to do it so far. I feel like Lucian is going to be having a bit of a tough time given his short range into the champions that we've seen so far as well. What's going to follow that up? That's the big question to me. I feel like it's going to be a Gragas mid and Galio support. So you have the engage, you have the CC already. But what's going to be Vendetta's pick? I feel like this is a Kha'Zix angle. And I think UC have to ban that away.
Could be a Kha'Zix angle. Well, I don't know. Why do I get the feeling that it could be something like... what was I going to say? No, I completely forgot. I lost my train of thought. So I'm just going to go back to there. It's going to be... It's been a long day. I think my stomach's talking for me, but that's gonna be Nami. Nami getting taken out. I guess they didn't want the initiation that could come out from a Nami together with all those disruptors that Upcar already has. Jax gonna get taken out as well. Guess they didn't want too much a counter because Jax with his his counter strike gonna be a huge detriment to an Olaf. Gonna be a huge detriment to a Set. So I can understand that ban. Oh, gonna be the Riven pick out.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
That's a bit interesting to me here because I don't think the Riven has the best lane matchup in the Set. I think it's okay, but I think it's still slightly losing. With that said though, it's a very Vendetta champion. We've seen him play it before, so it's very likely as well that this might just head over. Of course, it's still a flex. They have the flexibility to see where the Set is going before they decide on their draft, and we have seen Beyond play Set too. So it's gonna be a Varus here for Coffee. No hyper carries for him, no big carry options, so he's gonna default to helping out his team. And then this game will answer the question that we've been asking. Can the rest of the members of UCE step up and carry when Coffee is off a carry champion? Ooh. Oh, this is a trap. That's a mistake. You pick up the cannon here to try to counter the Riven. You put your Set in the support position. Set is a good matchup into Galio, yes, but the problem now is the Riven can just go jungle.
Yeah, well, gonna be the brand there. Well, that's gonna be interesting. Gonna be some ultimates gonna be coming out in conjunction with the fact that the rest of Upcar's team is Combo's designer are going in hard and going in fast. So I guess the brand out are gonna serve to sort of like say, you know, don't get too close to us. Gonna be a lot of jumping between all of them since they do need to stick close. Diana, Set,
exactly.
Kennen, all of them. So
Yeah. The Bren is really good against close range melee champions. So we talk about how the Olaf, the Set is great into the Gragas, the Galio. Likewise, the Bren is great into the Olaf. It's great into the Set. They have to run at you, and when you have to run at the Bren, he really excels because his Pillar of Flame, his Pyroclasm, his passive, I don't know what that's called. They really just punish tightly grouped melees. The drops overall, I would say, look pretty evenly matched. And wait, hold on. Let me figure something out in my head real quick. So it's gonna be, wait, where are the champions going? I guess it's gonna be a Gragas top. Okay, it has to be a Gragas top then, a Galio mid, and a Brand support. I think that's the most likely setup that we're gonna see, and that means Vendetta is in a position to pop off again on that Riven.
yeah, well, Vendetta's definitely going to be a lot more comfortable on that Riven. In terms of, okay, yeah, I can see it. You're probably right. It's just in terms of the wall and the way that they sort of in the way that they sort of like overlap, things could get a little bit dicey there. So it could definitely go either way. The fact is that Brand is going to be strong if you sort of bunched up, but if the rest of the team has already been taken out and like they've already spread out and the damage has already been done, there's not much you can do, because the whole point was to sort of like being a deterrent. You're supposed to keep them away from that team, but if the team has already been sort of like rooted and destroyed, there's not, it's pointless. There's no point. There's nothing left to burn.
That's true. Well, we'll be heading very shortly into Game 3. Let's see how this one plays out. Third and final match between two of the best teams here in the midfield. Which one of them will step up ahead? Which one of them will go on to challenge Phantom6 to be the, the kings of the midfield? Who's going to play for third? This is how the draft is shaping up. Oh, right. Why didn't I think about that? It's Scarlet Petal on Brand, of course. And we're going to see Lucian top for Tsinkai once again. That's a good matchup into the cannon. And that makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I kind of see where that's going. Yeah. Not
because Elmador has to play Gragas, right? That's like his champion. He's played like 90% of his matches on Gragas.
Yeah, use what you're comfortable with. Use what gets you the results. Gragas is what gets you those results. So might as well keep at it. Well, remains to be seen. Jinkai 2 on the Lucian, Vendetta. Yeah, but that is definitely on the Riven. We were right about
it's
that.
His champ. It's his type of champion, right? And I like Smurf on the Galio as well. I think he typically looks good on roamers, on champions with CC that can start the fight off. But with that said, Beyond on the Set could be potentially very punishing here. Set is a good matchup into Galio in any lane. And it's going to be a good matchup in the bottom lane here as well. Especially paired with Varus, one of the strongest dragon laners, one of the most lane dominant dragon laners.
Ooh, I do think that the Varus pickup is going to be good because of the fact that they know it's going to be difficult to get into that backline, especially with like the lineup that it provides. I do think that those blighted arrows from a distance are going to be enough to sort of like discourage them from getting too like flippity. But like we'll be going into game now, and we'll get to see this for ourselves.
Third and final game of this match, third and final game of the day. Will we potentially see any level 1 shenanigans? We saw a very strong level 1 from Watermelon, Ash Braum last game. This time around, Set, Olaf, we could see the same thing.
Could be that. Gonna be those early skirmishes. And is El Major gonna be getting into Half-Life again? I feel like every single time we see El Major, like at the start of the game, he somehow manages to get to Half-Life before the matches really has time to warm up. Yeah, it really took some damage here from Ravens. This is gonna have like the skills to be able to sort of harass him. But like it doesn't look too bad just yet, and it doesn't look like Vendetta is getting those 2 kills just yet.
He's not gonna have that just yet. And we said how Beyond was going to have a good time to Smurf, but he pulled Scarlet Petal from the get-go. Great start to the lane phase. Coffee gets rid of that.
Coffee going to have to sacrifice that flash to get away. Beyond going to get pulled, but not anything going to be coming out of that just yet. Scarlet Petal is going to have the free reign to sort of push that turret up. Jinkai is going to be getting that on the Tsune, but it looks like it's going to be anyone's game with the half health from both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, Jinkai gonna get back on top. Gonna be Honey Fruit for the Zetsune right over here.
Very proactive trades from all of this lane, but look at Arashi, look at when Olaf is positioned. He can potentially make an early play here. Raven's flash getting blown. That's big. El Major can punish that once he hits level 5, once he gets the explosive cost.
Yeah, I would say that right now Upcar is in more disadvantageous position. They've already lost 2 flashes. Coffee being one of them, Ravens being one of them, and those 2 are pretty key players right now. So like that could be pretty detrimental, especially since they're going to be waiting in the bushes since they know that one of your escape options will be gone.
Yeah, look at the movements right now. Both supports making a trip up here to try to contest this topside Scuttle Crab. Let's see who gets jumped on first. Smurf, potentially in a dangerous position. Checks it with the Winds Wall. They're going to be good to go. I think UCE, they just have to give this one up. Sauce is committed for nothing.
That's going to be like 2 Scuttle Crabs onto Watermelon, in fact. So I do think there's going to be a slight goal differential and like extra vision to prevent like too many river shenanigans. But I don't necessarily think it was a huge pickup. So yeah, I wouldn't celebrate just yet.
Wouldn't celebrate just yet. It's too early to call it. It's still anyone's game, but we know what Vendetta can do with a lead. Look at that. That's counter pick. It's a good matchup. That's what happened.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's 4 flashes down. Wait, no, 3 flashes down. I don't know. My counting skills are absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, it's true. It's 1 from the 2v2 in bot. It's 1 from a 1v1 in top, and it's 1 from jungle interference in mid. So the lanes have been going very well for Watermelon in this game.
Yeah. Like that's another option now for Zetsune, who's already losing that lane versus Jinkai, and that kind of opens things up for Vendetta to come and like potentially gank him, since he knows that he doesn't have an escape tool other than that dash that Cannon has. So you know, things aren't looking too headwindy for Upcar right now.
Yeah, it's still an early game, it's still anyone's game, but still Watermelon, they're eking out little leads here and there. It's nothing significant, nothing breaking, of course. I think we're gonna see this really start to pay off once we hit the 4-minute mark. Only one of those flashes will still be down, Cannons, but that's a big flash. Your Cannon always wants flash for teamfight access. He's not gonna have that for the first objective.
Yeah, it can be used as like dive to get that ulti in between the rest of the team. So like losing it at, you know, when the objective is about to come out 30 seconds, though it might be up by then, this could be particularly detrimental. Though it looks like both teams are just going to be setting up for it as of this point.
Yeah, looks like we do see earlier prio from UCE towards the top side. We have Smurf waiting in the wings as well. Rashi's camping this?
Oh no, the dive came in. Smurf wanted to get down onto the to Zetsune. Zetsune didn't have splash. They thought it was going to be a free one, but I guess Arashi already knew what they were planning, already knew that they wanted to sort of get Prio onto this onto the Rift Herald, but Vendetta's around. He's got both his buffs up. He knows that he could potentially get something if they decide to stick around, so they're going to wisely back away and maybe make a play for Dragon in return. But no, it looks like they want to fight for this Rift Herald. Doesn't look like they want to be taking that Dragon just yet.
Yeah, Rift Herald, the big objective here, of course. We saw what happened last game. Vendetta and Jinkai, they got so much gold funneled into the team thanks to Rift Herald. Jinkai's gonna keep going.
Jinkai's just gonna say, no, get away. This is ours.
He's the backup.
No, your Yordles in our Rift.
Power. That's great, that's great. We love Yordle Stompers over here. That's gonna be the Rift Herald. That's likely gonna be the first tower. Much better housekeeping from Watermelon to secure their side lane, secure their mid and bottom turrets this time, so that UCE don't get a trade for free, don't get to out-tempo them. With that said, UCE are still gonna be able to get the trade off, but this means first turret goes over to Watermelon, Jinkai, and Vendetta get the goal.
Yeah, potentially could be 2 turrets here actually if they decide to push up. You know, Zetsune's already here to sort of try and make things happen, but gonna try to separate Arashi from the rest of the team, but that's not really gonna amount to anything, just enough to scare them away and clear the wave, make sure that they don't necessarily get the tower. And that's gonna be a free tower for Watermelon to get over the Rift Herald onto, you know, Vendetta. That's gold funneled into the scariest member of their team.
And because of the ranged wave clear of Elmazon that Gragas as well, he clears the wave with one simple QR combo, uses the explosive cost, no wave, no turret take. Full HP on the bot turret, not even a plate dropped. Dragon still up for grabs, Watermelon in the driver's seat.
Could be potentially a play onto Jinkai as well. Like, things are not necessarily looking all that fantastic. Brand already kind of up 200 gold onto Coffee. Coffee who needs to get fed. Coffee who needs to be doing more damage with Light Arrows. Seeing he's going to go with the Manamune to you know, exemplify the poke comp that he's going for. He just wants to be shooting arrows all day. He doesn't necessarily want to get in the fray or get in between the, you know, the front line.
Look at this, they're still trying to posture aggressively for the bot side turret, but Watermelon, they're having none of it. They're not letting you have a chance to even touch the turret. Elmajor gets a nice wave crashed in, and I feel like this has to be a timing window for Watermelon to start the Dragon. I was just looking at Elmajor on the map. I was kind of worried because Olaf was getting awfully close to him, and we know what happens when an Olaf runs into a Gragas.
they collide into each other, bounces off, because
Yeah, they collide into each other, but an Olaf clean stream. No bouncing here because of Ragnarok.
True. I got fatphobic the last stream for saying that Greg has said a big hit bounce, so I'm trying to learn from mistakes, so I'm not going to make that mistake again. That's going to be the Dragon lane turret picked up for Watermelon. Watermelon's now ahead in gold. Funnel towards like scarier champs, and that's 3k gold lead for Watermelon versus Upcar. Upcar's going to have to make something happen with the Grand Entrance here. Here we go. Grand's doing so much damage onto the Olaf. Olaf's going to get taunted back, and now he's going to commit fully, going to get that kill down. Looks like the rest of them gonna get taken out beyond. Now he's in enemy territory, bad country, and that's 2 kills for 1. Jinkai, oh, Jinkai gets taken out as well, so that's 2 for 2.
Yeah, good dive there to start this one off, but you give Vendetta so much space, you know he's gonna take it.
Oh, with that goal coming up from the Rift Herald, he could be taken a little bit low, but the taunt's going to make sure that Zitsune is not going to be able to follow up on this. And that what was just a 2 for 2 is now a 2 for 3, and slightly towards Watermelon's favor. Yeah, Watermelon's favor at this point.
Yeah, Watermelon, they're happy with the way the game is going so far, but I'm surprised no one has started off the Dragon yet. I feel like Watermelon, they've had timing windows where they could have looked for it, instead opting to try to find more leads in individual lanes. Now, Jinkai being here means maybe this is their timing to start it off. Okay, not quite, because Vendetta is at Crux, so they're just chilling for now.
Well,
just getting farm leads.
I do think it's a little bit difficult to start the Dragon when the Dragon's not actually alive, but...
Hang on a second. Wait, I didn't even realize that. Oh, I didn't even realize UCE got the first Dragon. I was just looking at them posture the bot lane turret this entire time, and I didn't even realize they took Dragon. That didn't just register in my head. Okay, 15 seconds to go until the Dragon's alive. Then Watermelon should get it. I thought they didn't trade anything, but they actually did trade the Dragon. Well, at least there's that.
Yeah, there's that. I didn't want to bring it up because I thought that you know, with the OV kind of moving towards the empty pit.
Yeah, my eyes just did not register that. I'm just looking for where the fights are gonna be.
Well, the Dragon is up now, so that option is now available. Rift Herald's gonna be second numero.
Yeah, we take Herald.
Duo.
We want Herald.
We want
Watermelon
Herald.
clearly said we want Herald. Dragon, you know, we want Herald. We want to snowball the game. We want gold into the pocket.
Yeah, we've got the snowball challenge. We're gonna go for that. Gonna be that fight down to the mid lane. Gonna be using the set ultimate to try and break him that down. That's gonna be 2 kills on the Upcar. That's gonna be 3 kills on the Upcar. And now Watermelon is just going off the back of Giants to try and push down onto to this lane with the Rift Herald as well. There's nothing that Upcar can do to stop it.
Nothing at all. You get the Dragon, but what does it matter? We get your mid lane tier 1. We get 3 kills in our pocket. And now Watermelon starting to run a snowball here.
Well, Upcar does have the better scaling. Gonna be the culling to try and get Arashi and Ravens out. Ravens, they're gonna be spacing away from this, knowing that it's really dangerous. But like you said, the fact is that the Dragons are gonna give you the better scaling, and you do have better scaling champs on Arashi, Zetsune, Leon, and the rest. But does it really matter if the gold funneling is gonna snowball you to a point where you might not even reach that late game in the first place? Oh.
Okay, so late game, right? We talked about late game. The main thing is, I think scaling actually favors Watermelon in this game. That's the scary thing to me, right? You have the Dragons still scaling, but if you look at the champions, I think Brand scales extremely well, Riven scales insanely hard, and Lucian does pretty good things in late game as well, whereas if you look on the other side, UCE, what kind of scaling is really available in terms of champions, right? Set becomes stronger, sure. Diana could raid boss you, but Exhaust is there for Smurf. And that really leaves you with limited options. You don't have late game insurance plans. That's the problem.
I do think Arashi has the potential to scale, but like the best scaling is gold, and he's 7k, up to Vendetta is 9k, so I don't think that scale is going to be necessarily at the same level that we're going to see off of Watermelon. So yeah, you're right. Watermelon does look like they have the better scaling here, and they have the better turret combos here. That's going to be 4 turrets down. It looks like Zetsu is really sick of waiting. He's going to go in there with the ultimate and the chaining some corruption. Here comes the Grand Engine to try to protect them. There's going to be like Jinkai taken down. That's a key moment right there. Arashi's really low, however. He's going to get taken out next. Coffee's doing his best to try and keep things interesting, but Beyond's going to get taken down to a really low health moment right there. Scarlet Petal is just having the reign of his life to burn them all as he pleases. But Ravens, let's go. Gonna be diving down.
Oh, he stopped.
Minion.
still.
Gonna try and get the ulti up, but they knew it was coming. It was already too late. Too little, too late. But Zitsune is there. He's gonna try and back him up. Vendetta, however, is doing his best to try and keep them off, but they're gonna be the stun there. Oh, the turnaround wasn't quite what Upcar expected now. And Vendetta is barely alive, but he is alive, and that is all that matters.
Oh, I thought they had Arashi for sure, but still managing to pull off the reckless swings in time to take down one extra kill at the end there. Watermelon in full control of the team fight, but I think they had a bit too much fun. They stayed a bit longer than they should have and gave back UCE some kills at the end of the day. Like we said, right, Diana, she has potential to really pop off. She has potential to do big things in team fights, but the exhaust on Smurf, the CC coming in from Scarlet Petal and Smurf, heavy crowd control, really just restricts the ability of Diana to do anything. And that's the trend of the game so far, or the series so far rather. Whichever mid laner has the tools to help their team the best, tends to win the game. I feel like these two teams have similar win conditions, have similar wants in drafts, and that Diana, well, it's gonna have a 0% win rate today, it looks like.
Well, it did look a little bit shady when the Diana decided to dash in, but not necessarily getting into a good position for her ulti, because like she decided to do it at the bottom where half of her ulti is gonna get like pushed into the wall. They're gonna get the scuttle off. There's no, well, was that smited away? I didn't quite look at it, but yes, it was smited away by Watermelon. Didn't quite secure it, decided to back away because they saw that Watermelon wanted that scuttle at any cost. Crabford did it tonight, boys, and that's gonna be Baron up with 10 seconds on the you know, the fire dragon. I don't know why the name suddenly escapes me all of a sudden. It's like I'm smooth brained.
It's okay. Inferno, Drake, Fire Dragon, we call it whatever works. And I think these things is very important as well. You know, Earth Drake, you don't have to call it Mountain Drake, Water Dragon.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Look at where Zinkai is right now, though. No TP, he's just having a grand old time flipping thing. I feel like Watermelon, they still take this fight home.
Watermelon seems like they don't really care all that much about the dragons. They already know that their win condition is going to be pushing, split pushing, getting all the gold down to their carries. So they've been, yeah, well, they know that the dragon was priority for Upcar. They decided to try to get a lot more out of it. Here we go. Raven's going to be pulling him back in. But Jinkai has the culling. Is going to be getting some demons tonight, but no, not quite enough. Zetsune is in there with the LT, trying to get on the back burner while the rest of them were really, you know, occupied up at the Baron lane. Going to be Vendetta getting down onto Beyond. Beyond, you're dangerously close to death right about now. Chains of Corruption is going to Jinkai. Jinkai going to get grand entrance. Here we go with the flash of Vendetta onto the last proc of that Q. Here we go, and that's going to be 2 devs on Arashi and Beyond. All the goal was kind of funneled into the wrong people, and that damage coming out in spades.
Man, Watermelon, that was not a clean team fight. It was not a good team fight. So many botched spells, but they grinded it out. The wall of attrition through sheer tenacity. Watermelon come up on top. They take down Arashi. They take down Beyond. Flash in from Vendetta. Flash in from Smurf. And they pull out a hit in the end. Zinkai took so many risks. Had so many close calls in the last 2 minutes. Didn't even have to blow his flash.
Well, I guess if you're that good at the game, flash isn't necessarily one of your escape options when you can just, you know, move the joystick up and down. But well, it doesn't. It looks like we said before, Upcar is kind of dying by, you know, small cuts. Here we go. See, this is the fight that started it. They had all their flashes. They had other escape skills. I'm not sure that was exactly the best idea when they know that the flashes were still up. They should have been keeping track of it to know that they could escape from a lot of things. Chains of Corruption following up because I guess they figured out that a lot of flashes were used, but they forgot the fact that Vendetta set in her flash as well. See, gonna go back in there to get the stun and take out like both of them at the same time, and that's just not a great look for Upcar at the moment, despite the fact that they should be a lot higher in terms of gold.
Yeah, it's close. It's 12,000 gold. Well, I say close, right? But 12,000 gold is still quite a significant amount here. With the Baron buff, I don't really know what UCE can do to come back in this game. Last time they had the tools to force teamfights through the Camille Orianna combo. They did good with it. They found good creative initiation. This time around, though, they're getting split pushed to death. They're getting out team fought. Watermelon, this game is much more convincing than the last one.
Yeah, they've got the initiation comp. They've got a team that's supposed to go heavy and stay heavy. But like the fact of the matter is that like when they initiate, they're not necessarily at a position where they can get them really on the back burner because like they have flash. See, Zetsune goes in here, get the Zonya, the grand entrance, everything to sort of peel him off the rest of the backline. Gonna be taking out Arashi and beyond. Zetsune, the rest of the team that tried to initiate didn't necessarily manage to get anything out of it. Vendetta gets taken really low, but he's not dead. He has to be dead. That's the entire point. If you don't get the ribbon, that's probably gonna be the game.
That's probably gonna be the game. That's almost definitely gonna be the game, but you know, Casa's curse, it's a very real thing. Not quite yet. I think it's just gonna take a little bit longer. Gotta wait for some minions to trickle in. Zenkai takes bot lane, and I feel like on this way we should just be able to end Coffee. He's doing his damnedest, trying to wait for it.
Obvious. A lot of damage into his blighted arrows. I guess that's a good thing. He can just sort of shoot it from the back without necessarily walking to the death trap that is Watermelon's team card right now. So they're gonna buy another Lisa life, though power is short maybe with the inhibitor turrets down above mid lane and the dragon lane. But yeah, they're gonna have to fight hard if they want to try and get back into this. And here we go, back with the replay.
Back with the replay, we tried to force a fight, right? But like you said, last game we had the tools to force a fight to make the pick. This time it's just desperation. Olaf running in headfirst, Cannon running in headfirst. These champions, but you don't have a lead, you don't have an angle for the cannon to flank from. You're really out of options now. This is a Hail Mary, can it work?
Oh, gonna be going for that dragon. The dragon might be what they need to turn her around. Here we go with the chain aggression, keep them off of it. So much damage coming out. Coffee doing work here, but is it gonna be enough to keep them off the Elder Dragon? That's gonna be Booty taking it out. That's gonna be Upcar, but doesn't matter. You sacrificed your entire team to get that Elder Dragon, and that is gonna be game 3 going towards Watermelon, and that is me saying, damn. Your prediction was spot on, mine was not.
It was close though, it was extremely close, especially the first 2 games. Game 3, much less so, but at the end of the day, Watermelon, they pull out through sheer tenacity, changing up their draft. And, you know, just changing up their game plan. I think that's what really mattered at the end there. Props to Upcar in Game 3, they tried to go for an adaptation themselves, but it didn't quite work out so well. And it's starting to seem like Upcar, this is a team which is good, don't get me wrong, and I really love how they play when they have an initiative and how they find initiative on the map. But it seems like effective champion pool is starting to get called into question here. They've won a lot of games with Zitsune on Fiora. They've won a lot of games with Coffee on Lucian. But off of these champions, they look much less effective.
Yeah, it must be kind of heartbreaking to be an Upcar fan. The ups and downs there make for a good telenovela in Spain, actually, because there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of say, will they, won't they? And I guess that's kind of exciting, so I guess maybe it is a good idea to be an Upcar fan, but at the same time, it's also heartbreaking to see them lose games that they should have been winning because they had the foundation, they had like good playoffs. It's just that, you know, little mistakes here and there, little things are sort of built off, maybe the draft not necessarily being the strongest pick they could have gone for, and it sort of comes down to this, sort of comes down to
like we said, right, the draft is honestly half the battle in this series, and Watermelon, when they changed up their draft, they look much better. In game 1, when Upcar had a better draft, they looked sick as well, and I feel like that was the key thing here. The counter picks, the flex picks, the little sneaky baits to make you pick certain champions like Cannon really worked out very well for Watermelon, and honestly props to them. At the end of the day, the Watermelons reign supreme. I don't know if you guys can even see it on stream. It's supposed to be a Watermelon. Yeah, it worked out in the end.
Well, yeah, you did keep pointing to your shirt and saying that this is a watermelon, but like, isn't that supposed to be a pineapple?
You know what? I'm actually so dumb. My brain is actually not functioning. You're right, it's actually a pineapple, but it's close enough. We take those. It's a fruit. It's a fruit team. Fun fact, by the way.
Yeah, it's all fruits in the end. Doesn't matter really. They're all in the same family.
In my situation, fun fact, the members of Team Watermelon, they used to play on the League of Legends server, and they used to have so this is the origin of their name. They used to call themselves names like Watermelon 123, Mango 123, something like that. They all have fruit-related names followed by 123, and that was all their IGNs. That's my copium defense here. We'll leave it at that. Let's move on.
Well, I don't think pineapple was any part of that. But let's go to the post game. You know, let's save ourselves some pineapple like juice here.
I could do with some pineapple tarts right now, but CNY has passed. So
CNY has passed. I can't eat any of those seedless oranges, but you know, we live and we learn. The Chinkai are gonna be coming out on top there, like you said, completely shutting out Zetsune. It's the game was won in the draft. The game was done in the draft, and like Upcar's gonna have to find a few new tricks, because like it
Yes.
seems like the teams that have been
They've been
banning
figured
out,
out.
yeah, the teams that have been banning out the hyper carries have been, you know, getting to Upcar. If Upcar doesn't have the flexibility to deal with that, they're gonna find themselves on the back foot for a lot of these team fights, and I don't think that's where they want to be. The playbook is open, and a lot of people are learning their modus operandi. It doesn't seem like a good look.
But what I do like to see is how tightly contested the midfield is this year. We have clear front runners, LFO and SEM9, ahead of the pack by far. Following that up, Phantom6, Watermelon, Upcar, all of these teams capable of taking games from each other, capable of challenging the top dogs. Beating them, maybe not so much, but challenging for sure. Look at Zinkai and look at Watermelon, look at the damage they pulled off this game. Vendetta can carry some games he doesn't even need to. Zinkai and Scarlet, great showing from them. El Major as well, that Dragon Slayer icon on his mid lane right there, that's nice. Little cheeky pickup for him this game. And of course Smurf, with his engaged champions, he looks much better. UCE though, back to the drawing block. They don't really have time to rest, they don't really have time to prepare. It's a bit sad that it's day 1 that they've been figured out, not day 3, so they don't have the week to rest and recuperate. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough situation for them going forward. Let me take a look at the schedule right now actually. I think that's what I'm primarily curious about.
Well, yeah. Well, if their schedule looks bad, it's going to be really unfortunate for them.
It is bad. They play Phantom6 tomorrow, and they play LFO the day after. So it's going to be a very tough week for them. And with the formula kind of sorted out already, is that going to be a repeat of today's games where you just ban away these champions and Upcar run out of options, run out of fuel? Maybe. Keep in mind, the last time they played against LFO, they took a game from them. Can they repeat that this week? I feel like it's going to be tough.
Yeah, LFO is one of those teams that has a lot left to give. It doesn't even feel like they revealed all their cards yet, which I think is pretty smart. But you know, Upcar is the type of team that seems to fare great against like stronger adversaries. That's how they managed to pull that win off against LFO.
That is true. Yeah.
One win. Well, LFO managed to target ban them. That could be bad for them, but I feel like they learned a lot during that last fight. Maybe they can pull it off. But at the same time, my predictions haven't exactly panned out all the time.
Same, don't worry.
It's just, yeah. But you saw the stats, right? You saw Coffee doing 19k damage, which is only like 1k less than, you know, Jinkai. Actually, no, it's like 4k less than Jinkai, but still within that range. And it goes to show just how strong Coffee is, even when he gets target banned off of like his favorite picks. That's just how the potential of Upcar is there. It's just that Coffee seems to be sort of like shouldering a lot of this responsibility. They're gonna need to spread it around a little bit. Maybe get more like Vendetta style like picks off on the other teammates.
But keep in mind, this is also what we talked about earlier today when we looked at RTP against LFO. Ye was playing that Ziggs. Didn't have any damage down. We mentioned poke champions need to be dealing top damage. It's kind of an expectation, it's kind of a necessity, unless the game just collapses, unless the game just blows up around you. Poke champions need to have big DPS. Coffee was able to deliver on that this game, but wasn't able to carry. And like you said, who needs to step up around them then? Because without the Lucian, what can the rest of the team do? Let's take a look at the replays, let's look at the highlights, let's take a look at how this series went down, really, this game went down.
Well, I think I'm gonna defer some of this to you since I was already doing the play-by-play for a lot of these. So, yeah, look at some of these team fights though. Like, how did this happen? Why? How is Upcar?
Honestly,
look at this. The ultimate half of it was in the wall. It wasn't even in the middle of them.
Yeah.
And I feel like Ravens like already botched kind of the entrance. I guess that was his last hurrah to use the ultimate where it was.
He was just really trying to copium pick up some kills. It was a desperation play. Mentally, it really plays on you when you're not there for team fights and your team keeps losing. You need to try to force something to work. That's what's running through his head. He tries to force it. Watermelon reads the play. They turn it around. This last team fight here, you get the dragon, but what does it really matter there? Not quite much. And Zisune, I feel like he needed to go forward as well. Look at the health bars at the backline there. Zinkai, El Major, all one hit. Zisune tries to double down for the dragon. He maybe should have just gone in aggressive. Just teamfight calls there from UCE. Seems like a bit of lack of familiarity on certain champions as well was what hurt them at the end.
Yeah, I feel like the pool is a little bit small, and it's pretty much a 10-man target ban because like you get those picks off, and you know Watermelon has the flexibility to use those champs. Like, you know, there's a 5-man ban, but like you're picking away the champions for your own team, which is technically another ban. Like, you know, taking away a lot of the champions that Upcar is really good with. But they have the flexibility to play them well. That's kind of what matters. You take them away, take them for yourself. If you're bad at them, then that's just detrimental to you. But Watermelon has the flexibility to do that, which is why they did that, and that sort of crippled Upcar. Yeah, exactly. They double the bans.
They had the space to do these things, but the problem as well is I feel like Upcar, they misread the situation. They tried to double down on that. They said you can snatch our picks, we'll snatch your picks too. Didn't quite work out for them, and like you said, flexibility at the end of the day was key. Let's take a look at the interview from Watermelon. I'm not sure exactly who we're gonna get today. Let's see, drum roll please. It's gonna be Smurf. Thank you for joining us. How do you guys feel about that win?
I guess I don't know, no feeling. I guess just normal. We
expected.
I mean, we come in. We didn't really scream at all this whole week. I think.
Yeah.
I didn't even play one game of rank this week in Warif. So like we came in, we expected to lose. I mean like, Vendetta was like, he's gonna play Z jungle, he don't care because he's the only guy playing solo queue, and he played like some Z jungle and he said like it's OP. Then he's like, okay, sure. and then don't work well. Then suddenly they say let's play like normal picks and then see if we can win. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So this was the scrim. He was testing the Z here.
Yeah, he was testing it.
Well, I get the idea behind it. Definitely sort of like the mentality with the Z pick, especially into that super important backline that was on the Upcar. But yeah, you guys are really flexible. You guys have a lot more flexibility compared to like Upcar. Is there any other like hidden picks you guys haven't told us about yet?
I mean, honestly, a lot of times when we draft, it's like we just pick what we feel, you know, like people is like, oh, I don't care, I'm gonna play this today. Some of them is like, I'm gonna play this champ because we can try the skin here or something like that. So like, I have no idea, man. Sometimes like it left like 5 seconds, I'm like, guys, what we pick here? Then they like, they can't decide, and then sometimes we just pick wrongly. But it's like whatever, cause like I think my team is pretty chill about it, and like we expected to lose, so if we win, it's a bonus, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you guys are doing great, so I want to ask you, who do you think is going to be the MVP? Because that's ready.
I mean, if you see the KDA, I'm pretty sure Vendetta will be the MVP, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's take a look at production agrees. MVP screen, it's going to be...
It's gonna be Jinkai. Yeah, okay.
We like the Lucian.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that.
Can actually see why. Well, Vendetta had a really high KDA, but the kill participation here and damage per minute here is insane. 65%, 900 gold per minute, and 1200 damage per minute. Jinkai was pretty much doing work there, as like the rest of your team was pretty much tearing through like the enemy.
Definitely exerted a lot of pressure on the side lanes as well. So we're done with the first round robin. We're going to the second round robin. It's looking like you guys 100% are going to make playoffs. And to me, it looks like you guys are like at least going to be top 4. What do you think is going to be like the final placing of your team? Do you guys think you're like a top 4 team, top 2 team? Do you think you can get there even though you don't scrim?
Honestly, I hope if my team wants to scream, I think maybe we can stand a good chance. But I think it's quite hard to organize screams because like I don't think they really want to scream, or they are kind of busy. So I mean, maybe nearing playoffs, if we do like crunch up and like put in some effort, I think maybe we can do better. Hopefully like after this series, and like knowing that we can face up against the stronger teams, and if my team feels like putting in more effort, maybe we can go for at least I think I can see us going like top 2 or 3 if we put in the effort. But right now, if we just go with the flow, then I honestly have no idea where we'll end up. But yeah, hopefully my team wants to scream a little bit more come playoffs. Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah, well, maybe the scrimmage will come naturally if you guys ever, get to the higher points. Who knows? Maybe if international play comes into contention, if like Malaysia, Singapore becomes like a threat on the world stage, then I think maybe a few scrims might help just a little bit. Doesn't have to be a lot, just a little bit of scrims.
think it's quite hard
well,
because
we'll see how
my
that
team
goes.
is like all busy. Like I think all of us is uni or like in NS, so it's very hard for us to commit, I guess. Yeah.
You guys still did really great. Good match here today. I think your schedule for the rest of the week looks good as well, so I hope to see you guys climb up the standings a little bit more. All the best. Thanks for the interview, man.
Alright, thank you.
That was Smurf from Team Watermelon. From the horse, straight from the horse's mouth. They are not a team that scrims. They are a team that gets by talent, experience, and it really shows.
Well, if there's one thing that's that C is known for, it's apparently the lack of scrimmage. It's just yeah, but we according to I think it was Riv. I think it was Riv, or no, it was someone else. But he did say that Southeast Asia was one of the strongest regions he's seen. Like, he did see our region, and he did think that we stood a good chance. So I think, despite the fact that there's not much scrimmage, there's enough raw talent in here.
Sorry, a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we are back yet again. We've just seen the conclusion of the matchup between Watermelon and Upcar. Names keep escaping me. I'm really bad with names. But still, 2-1 victory for Watermelon there. They don't even scrim. It's just talent.
It's just talent, a lot of chemistry, and having a very wide champion pool. I don't really discount the fact that well, we'll be going to the schedule soon, but yeah. I don't really discount the fact that they spent a lot of time practicing, not necessarily in scrimmage. This is just the result of their efforts towards the last half of this.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. This is when the second round robin repeats. This is when teams start to face off against each other again. They've learned their lessons, they've learned their matchups, and it all begins tomorrow. Our road to playoffs, we're halfway there. It starts off with Upcar against Phantom6, SEM9 against Reach to Peak. Then we have TODAK Watermelon and LFO PSK to close out the day.
Well, I'm particularly excited about the Upcar versus Phantom6 because I feel like Phantom6 has always been a dark horse. They have a pretty good record. It's just that they're not necessarily as what's it called, as standout as some of the other ones. Upcar is similar. They're a little bit inconsistent, so putting them against each other is definitely going to be a good matchup. I think it's going to be a pretty good matchup overall.
Yeah, this is for sure a good matchup. The last time these two teams faced off, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I don't really remember who came up on top. I do believe that Upcar took a game from PathSeeker in the midfield, and Upcar against Phantom6. Oh yeah, Phantom6 started off really weak, so they were losing to a lot of teams initially, but they found their groove, starting with a 2-0 win against Upcar in week 1, day 3. So repeating that tomorrow, we'll see if Upcar's recent run of form can help them take down Phantom6, or if Phantom6 are going to retain their position as kings of the midfield and take down UC. Let's take a look at the standings right now. As expected before we started off the split, SEM9, LFO, easy first places, but hot on their heels actually. Phantom6, third place.
Yep, Phantom6 being one of the teams that I've been watching from the start, so nice to see them up there. They had to fight to get up there, but they definitely earned that spot. Upcar gonna be like 4th place next to Watermelon. Upcar being the one that has a bigger track record against the higher placed teams here, so I think Upcar is one of those weird ones that have a lot of mechanical skill, just don't have a big enough pool to sort of make use of that, as we saw in the last game. But yeah, it's pretty close to call, and still gonna be fighting it out between 3, 4, and 5, as I do think that they're all close enough that they could potentially still fight it out for higher positions in the standing.
Really tight midfield, and TODAK, we saw them get their first win. This team, they're on an upswing as well. Last playoff slot looking likely to be contested between TODAK and PathSeeker. I'm really bad with names. Reach the Peak gonna be out of contention most likely, given what we've seen from them, but mathematically, not yet. It could still be anyone's game for the last playoff slot. It's between PathSeeker, TODAK, Reach the Peak. We'll see which one of these teams make it. I actually don't think anyone is mathematically eliminated just yet, but we'll have to see as the second round robin begins.
I'm bad at math, so I'm just going to assume that a lot of these teams are going to have the heart to do this, and scrimmages are in the cards. I really do hope that, underdog story. TODAK is kind of like a fan favorite here in terms of branding, and their teams that they do have other teams, so they do have quite the fan following. So I hope that they do manage to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, because like, who doesn't love a Cinderella story, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Underdog Cinderellas.
And we always talk about how this is the redemption split for them as well. They've consistently failed to make it into the main leagues. This time around, they've done it. They've made it in here. Well, that's all speculation. That's the end of the first round robin. With me is Aaron. I'm Omo. Thank you guys so much for watching. Tomorrow, we begin the second round robin. Halfway mark the playoffs. So make sure we see you guys there. Thanks for watching.
Thank you so much.
we go now.
show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role.